I had to make this today. Well, just post this in the comments whenever they get anti-black, boy. I need y'all to screenshot that. Put me on the big screen so everybody can screenshot that. Whenever they
Yeah, man, boy. Right. They want to tell us to go back to Africa. They can go somewhere else too, I guess, right? Since they want people to believe that nobody's here, right? We all immigrants, right?
the paleontologists know the natives did build the mound.
So see through.
Yeah, Africans ain't capable of none, man. Them African booty scratchers, they jealous of us, bro.
Yeah.
Hey,
Oh, are you actually from American chicken shit?
Yeah, I'm Black American, bro. What you mean? I don't sound Black American.
you seem like you're trolling. What part of where's your family from?
I'm from California, homie.
Okay, I hear it now.
What
I was
part?
like, that's I'm not gonna lie, that sounded kind of East African-ish.
What? Oh, you crazy, buddy.
You said I'm crazy.
You don't believe
No,
it's hella? You don't believe it's hella Black Americans out in Cali?
California. What part of
I believe I like
Oh, I'm
I
from
believe.
Oakland. Hear me out. I'm from Oakland, but you don't believe it's hella Black Americans out in California, bro? We make up the majority of Black people.
Oakland. What
No,
part?
like, I'm not, like, dude, I can hear it now, but
Man, hey,
I got
brother, I'm not finna tell you my exact location. Nigga talking about what part of Oakland. You finna tell me my exact street number?
Nah, nigga, Oakland is a big ass area, nigga. It's the Bay Area.
But hear me out.
I
Black
hear you.
American is not the same as the African.
All right, for sure. I hear you.
Not at all. And to say that the West Coast is not predominantly Black American is crazy.
I ain't say all that. I was just saying, yeah, you didn't
We're the
sound like
majority of
that
it.
delivery. That delivery that you had there didn't sound too Cali-ish.
I be trolling. But man, yeah, you know we come from the South. You know the black
Yeah, for
people who live
sure.
in California come from the South.
Yeah, Louisiana, Texas, Alabama.
Yeah, so
Uh-huh.
we still gonna have a little Southern slang to us. You know what I'm saying? We gonna have a little, a little accent.
For sure, I got you. Yeah,
Yeah,
I know it's a couple live streams going on right now. You got folks in Oklahoma, huh? Zani? It's a lot of people.
Oklahoma.
I'm talking. I'm adjusting the comment right now. Uh, let's see. Trying to see where everybody at. Where everybody at. I know there's a few people live
Yeah.
right now.
But we do
Let's
have a lot of like Ethiopians and Somalis
Yeah,
in
trains.
California. But nigga, I'm not one of them. I'm foundational Black American. I rep with pride. You know what I'm
for sure, for sure.
saying? You know what I'm saying?
We from Oklahoma. Okay, your folks are Central Cali in the building. KJ said he got a distant cousin in Oklahoma by way of
Yeah, Oakland.
Louisiana.
Shout out to all the people
Oakland.
down south, all the family down south. If you know, you know. Oakland and the South, specifically Texas and Louisiana, bro. We big on that, bro. We big on that. It's catfishes, it's catfish places all over California, fried catfish places.
That
All
sounds
over.
good. That's fire.
Yeah.
And yeah, I thought, dude, Black Americans, I hate the idea of being African. like folks used to embrace that shit. So, but this is for the trolls and shit. See what they got to say.
But I do be on them African panels. I be trolling the fuck out them. Like I hop on the African panel, I troll my ass off.
For sure.
I be like, you African booty scratcher ass nigga. I be doing them bad though. Like when they be calling us cicadas and slaves,
Yeah.
bro. The first thing I say is you was a slave too, because before the white man came, y'all was over there with the Arabs
What's up, Venus?
and the Muslims.
Yo, what's up, bro? What's going
What's
on?
up, KJ? Oh, this your first time on the panel, ain't it?
Yeah, I figured shit, I might well hop on this hoe today. I usually don't be getting on. I just be
Yeah,
texting.
for
Fuck it, I'm
sure.
gonna top it up a little bit today.
Yeah, we got Sam up here. Sam, not a stranger. We got Josiah in here. Hey, yo. We got electronics in here.
Where the Africans at, man?
Electronics. Sam, believe you're African. Ain't that right, Sam?
Uh, I mean, I have Afrocentric features. I have my hair.
I mean, the brother up here got Afrocentric features. I mean, a lot of Black Americans that rep
So
Afrocentric
I mean,
features.
I'm just going by what I.
So do Polynesians, though. Look at the people in Polynesia. They got Afrocentric features.
So that means they have African descent there, you know. So I don't know, man. I don't know what y'all consider. I know Jamaicans are delusional. They think that they're not African either, but they are. They came by the transit slave trade. So I don't know why they think that they're not African either. That's crazy.
Hear
to
me
me.
out, bro. We for sure got African in us, bro. But we hear me out. Let me explain this to y'all the best way that could like scientifically look. Hear me out. When the transatlantic slave trade was going on, brother, though they remember slavery was banned by England. Everywhere else, slavery was banned. So you know what America said? We said we're gonna stop taking these Africans out of Africa. So those Africans that were taken out of Africa, they said, nah, we're gonna make niggas right here. We're gonna start breeding them. We're gonna make breeding farms. We're gonna breed our own black people. We ain't gonna take no Africans. And when they started doing that, bro, we became our own people. We were no longer African when they started those breeding farms because we had no African influence no more. We had each other. So we started, doing what each other was doing. And that's how we became what we is, man. We ain't no African, bro. We niggas. Nigga nation. I'm like Charleston White.
All right, Charleston.
What's
I'm
up,
about to
Amara?
say, all right, Charleston.
I'm like Charleston White, man. We niggas, man. Nigga nation. No,
What's
bad.
what's
And
up,
I
Amara?
100% agree with that statement you just made. I can't even argue with that because that's correct.
It's
Go ahead.
factual. Once they stopped taking Africans out of Africa and like we had no outside influence, from no more African slaves, bro, we had nothing but each other and we started learning from each other.
Yeah, that's why we look
different.
different than them too. So I mean, it's
Yeah.
epidemic.
Really, our culture is hillbilly redneck culture. A lot of Black American culture is really from hillbilly redneck. Like that. If y'all look at Black American culture, a lot of it is really white trash redneck slave master culture. They come from the slave masters when they used to, hey Cletus, let's go fuck her cousins and fuck hillbilly hee-haw when they was back doing that shit. And we was looking at that shit. We was seeing that shit, right? And we thought that shit was cool. So we took on that shit. We started, nigga. So our culture is really a lot of white trash, redneck, hillbilly. A lot of Black American. We carry traits from rednecks and white trash, like, and we don't want to admit it, but that's why we're ignorant. That's why we're loud. That's why we're violent because we like the redneck white boy, redneck trash culture.
Like when you say you heard me, nah, I'm saying.
Speak for yourself, buddy.
That's why we like.
That
That's
what
why
you
we
mean?
like pew-pews. That's
Nah,
why we like.
I'm
You saying we? It's you.
You got-
I'm Black American. I'm from the South, baby.
You wild.
One mic.
Heard me, my nigga. You heard me? You know what I'm saying? Can you feel me, my nigga? You heard me?
I
I feel
can
you,
feel
bro. I feel you, bro.
We gonna go fuck monkey, fuck lion.
He doesn't sound loud, so why is it we? All right.
Come on, Ebola, man. Get off the panel.
All right, y'all.
Ebola.
Man,
Y'all saying too many trigger words, just to let y'all know. I will clear the panel. You sound kind. What's up? We got Ish, we got
Hey, well,
Fab.
honestly, I'm gonna say that y'all American more than anything. You know what I'm saying? Like they be calling us, the European Americans. They label everyone but themselves.
Uh-huh. You
So
said we-
at this
Mhm.
point,
Have y'all heard of black fatigue? Y'all
Hold on,
haven't
one
heard
sec.
of that?
Y'all heard, but hold on, let Ish land real quick.
well, no, I'm just saying about that. We all American. Period. We all been here in this country
Man,
for
in
over
Mexico,
100 years.
black people in Mexico.
All right, hold on. We got
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
you got
We're
like,
North,
hold on,
we're
you
North
say-
Americans.
Hold on,
We're
you
North
saying too many.
Americans.
Folks are saying too many trigger words, Jeff. You cannot say the K word. You cannot reframe our language just a tad bit. Like, let a lot of things rock, but we gotta keep it clean live. I'm not losing my live for y'all. I'm not.
What's up, man? How you doing?
What's up, Fab? Yeah, we
Man,
got
let me
Ish.
get to the topic, man, because let's act like a grown ass people, man. We all can get our turn to speak, so you know.
Yeah, it was Ish.
Um,
Ish, did you land? Hold on, let Ish land.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Go ahead.
No, I was just saying we are North American. We all come from this continent. We've been out here for over 200 years. So, I mean, forget the roots is where we've been at. And I'm saying we are North American, period. Ain't nobody African or Mexican or shit like that. We are North American.
Okay.
So that's what I gotta say.
Right, for sure. Go ahead, Fab. You got it.
Man, I'm gonna get to the topic because that wasn't what I was trying to talk about. But do Black Americans hate being the idea of being African? I don't. What about other people? You done put the whole thing up there, man. Uh,
Nobody tell me I had an error till now. But
anyways, I just
cool. Go ahead, you can finish.
Alright, so I don't think they do that, bro, because it's just the narrative that some people try to push on TikTok and stuff like that. But at the end of the day, bro, I'm African. I'm right here, like I live right here in this country, and there's black folks that I call them like my brothers, that I would die for.
I'd
So
lie
it
for
ain't
it.
it ain't unalive for, sorry. So anybody that's try to bring all that stuff, but at the end of the day, bro, they gonna go back to their house, bro, and their next door neighbor could be an African dude, and they cannot say anything to his face, or vice versa, the other way around. So at the end of the day, we gotta make it, and just to let you know, like, regardless of what you want to claim, all of y'all together, y'all not even more than 50 million, and this is almost 500 million people in this country. So who are you trying to fight, man? So it's like,
We actually the biggest ethnic group in the country.
yeah, so it's like just together you can make a big change. But if you really look at like, hey, I'm gonna go against somebody that looks like exactly just like me, well, it doesn't really matter. At the end of the day, I get stopped at when I'm driving, and they look at me the
Oh,
same
brother.
thing. You know what I mean? So that's what I say. And like what that dude said. We live in North America, so at the end of the day, something happens in this continent, and then we all together with this, regardless of who you claim. My next door neighbor, I don't even know what it is, but if something happens to him, guess what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna go help out. So does it really matter?
I know you
All
didn't
right.
try to say we're only 50 million in this country when we make up the majority of the
No,
voting.
we're
and
three. We're
spending.
300
Hold on,
million.
hold on.
Oh, my
We
fault. My
we
fault.
make up majority of the voting and spending power, and you just said we're 50 million. There's no way.
And it's 100 million of us in Brazil. Let's not forget that.
So you're trying to say we've been 50 million since the 70s or something? What are you talking about?
There's only 50 million black people in America.
Where did you get this from? How are we
I'll
only
tell
50
you.
million, but we make up majority of this voting and spending power?
Spend most of your money on things. That's
But
why.
how do we make up majority of the voting and spending power when majority of our people don't even vote? First of all,
You asking me too many questions, but I did
well, you
answer
said
on your
it.
first
You said
question.
it. You made the
So
claim,
I
so you're gonna
told you.
explain.
Yeah.
So you're gonna explain. How are we
So
only
you
50
don't
million, but we make up majority of the voting and spending power?
you don't control none of that in
We
this
do.
country. Trust
You want to
me.
go?
You're gonna put your own thoughts
Go.
into it and lie to yourself. That's a whole different topic.
No, I'm
But
going by statistics. I don't know if
we
you're
trying to be.
okay. Well, don't come up here trying to talk down on us while you speaking all that ebonics. I'm trying to do this and I'm trying to do that. Go speak your Igbo or whatever your people speak. Don't be trying to use my culture to speak down on me and lying on my people. We're not only 50 million in this country. We don't need you. We do not need you. If you really were for our people, you would not be in this country. How do you supposedly believe your people were
Listen,
stolen?
I live
Hello,
in
I'm not
Minnesota.
done talking. How do you believe your people were stolen and brought to the USA? Then you
gotta mute
immigrate.
me, man.
Then you immigrate to the same country that enslaved melanated people. Who does that?
Can I
Who
answer to you?
immigrates to the country where melanated people were put in chains on? Who does that?
I'll answer to you, okay? I'm not here to down talk anybody to begin with.
Don't
First
say
of all,
we're only 50 million
and
and
then
then we need your help. Don't say that.
second of all, listen.
We're not only 50
Second of
million.
all,
We don't need your help.
second of
We
all,
don't need your help.
the state that I live in, my congresswoman is African, my city council is African.
Yeah, that's crazy. Who immigrates to a
What
country where
state do you
people were
live
put
in,
in
bro?
chains?
You do your thing.
Immigrates
I'm
to a
gonna do my.
country where people were put in chains and then tries out to be in that government? And then tries out to be in that government.
Hold on, 1 second. Look, yeah.
Hey, Sam.
I'm talking. You're not gonna keep talking over me. So there's no way you're gonna say the white T man racially profiles you, but then say you're African. There's an African that's mayor. So the white T man gave Africans mayor status, but somehow you're oppressed by the white T man. What? The white T man gave you citizenship, but somehow he oppresses you somehow.
All right.
Oh, see, you me keep
How does the white T man oppress you, but he gave you citizenship?
even letting me talk.
Can you explain that?
Hold on.
Like I said, my congresswoman is African, my city council is African.
Yeah, we know you colonize our governments. What's that got to do with anything?
Me, I'm doing me. Just do you. I'm not talking down on you or anything.
Yes, you are. You said we were 50 million and we need your help. We don't need anything, and we're not 50 million. Stop trying to play down our culture.
Jesus
need my help.
Christ.
How did I say you need my help? I never said you need my help. Why are you lying about?
Yes, you did. You said we need to come together with Africans.
All right, come on.
I dead ass have to look at the profile and make sure she's black. Like can I speak on it?
Hold on.
He's from Africa.
I got a question. One mic. Go ahead, KJ. Go ahead.
Yeah. What state do you live in?
Who you talking
What
to?
state you live in?
I live in Minnesota. You did.
Oh, brother.
Exactly.
Oh, brother.
Exactly. You already know who I am. I don't even gotta say the next. Exactly. Thank you, my guy. I appreciate it. And I love you. I'm not hating on nobody, bro. I will pick up. You know what I mean? Like I said, man. You know, it's all love over here. That's what it is, man. But I just don't want, like, when I say 50 million, somebody get butthurt about 50 million. Can you imagine, bro?
That's a lot of people.
Hold on, one second. You say like, why do y'all deduce our experiences down to something negative? Hold on, one second. One second. Why do y'all like, you say, oh, they gonna see us all the same? But why are Somalis in North Africa, right?
No.
East Africa. All right, whatever, right? Not whatever, but East Africa, right?
You can say whatever, bro.
So why are there some Africans that are classified as YT over here?
Where?
Huh? You didn't know that?
Some African is classified as what? White tea?
Yeah.
You mean like Afrikaners?
No.
Who classifies? A lot.
These people can self-identify.
Or like Egyptian or Egyptian.
Like North Africans, some East. North Africans, East Africans.
Let me tell you something, brother.
Because not all Africans are black.
I'm white. Let me tell you something about in this whole world, man.
It don't matter if you're dark or not.
Anywhere you at in Africa, bro, it's how strong you are, how warrior you are to be stabilized and to still last. You know what I mean? Everybody who's in Africa who's doing something great for themselves, they are warriors. They, like, you know what I mean? You don't exist just because you just exist. No, you fight.
That alone
you live your day. You know what I mean?
So they hold on one second. Hold on one second. So the folks that's still in Africa are the warriors. What makes the people that left Africa?
Warriors don't flee to come to the USA.
Not all of us left.
Yeah, I know. So those are the warriors. What makes the people that left?
Not a warrior.
I'll tell you why that can't be true.
That's what I'm trying to say. I never said every.
Oh my God! God damn! Like, y'all gotta stop talking over people. Like, come on, dude. I don't know why I gotta keep reminding folks like that shit. I can't even get a fucking sentence out because y'all don't know how to stay on mute. I'm actually trying to be a little nicer with my delivery today.
That's what
we need some more women up here too. There's too many men.
He said we need to get together with African people because we're all the same.
Like I said, I'm doing.
Because hold on, I was talking before you came up here. He said we need to get together with African people because we're only 50 million and the white T man sees us the same. So this is proof that their identity is determined by the white T man. I had never been like, this person's the same as me because of how white T people look at us. They worship the white T man. Okay. I have noticed this. They can't keep the white T man out their mouth, but the white T man is the same person who gives them citizenship and allows them to become mayor. So I'm not gonna play with these people.
Okay. You see all that, right? But it's all good. Listen, at the end of the day, like I said, I'm not here to compete with you, okay? You go do you. I'm gonna do us. Like, you know what I mean? This is just like
What do you call it?
I'm not gonna argue a female over this, so I'm just gonna let that be. Let that.
I'm a woman. I'm a woman, not a female.
So
All right.
Thank you.
let me ask
I
you,
don't.
so who allows black Americans to become mayor and get into political position?
We here.
Black
We here.
women.
No. I vote.
So,
I got too many of
All
us
right,
you
here.
said,
come on.
I got too many of us here, and we vote. That's what we do. We
hold
get
on, hold
up
on.
All right, well,
and we
like
vote
we get one. Yeah,
No,
go
I
ahead,
with
G.
no
asked Venus
felonies too.
Go ahead, go G. Go
hold
let
on, bro,
Juju
hold
go,
on.
dude. Like, come on. Like I said, Larry, new people speak past the mic around. Nobody wants to hear the same people over and over again. Like, come on.
No,
There you
because
go.
Venus says earlier it's white tea people allowed you into the country, and white tea people allowed you to get in political positions. So who allowed Black Americans to do that?
The Black Americans too. The first president was a Black American. So I don't know what
The
your point
first
is.
president was a Black American.
Correct.
Okay, you come from a place of delusion, but so
Where you from,
I,
Juju? Where you?
so
Hold on.
I
Where you?
can I can
Being
see
African.
Hold on. Where
I
you from?
definitely
Where you
can see.
from, Juju? Where you from? Where you?
I'm from New York. I was born and raised in New York City. My
Where your?
people are from Haiti originally.
Stop. Hold on. All right, cool. Hold
Yo, listen.
on. 1 second. 1 second. 1
Why you
second.
so?
1 second. Like, all right, cool. So, how would that be of delusion? If she what she said, how would that be of a delusion? Based on who?
Oh, she said the first president of the United States was a Black American. That's not a delusional
There
thing
were
to say.
9 presidents before George Washington. 9.
Y'all have to be slow. That's what I be talking about. I'm gonna answer the background. Yes. I hate the idea of anybody trying to make me something I'm not. I don't care if it's with race, ethnicity, career, whatever it is. Secondly, that's the thing. Everybody like to come to America and try and tell us our history. You don't know. Instead of denying the fact that we weren't the first president, you should look it up first. You just on here saying no.
We should worry about Haiti.
Research? This is also our country. Do you not know that? This is not the white man's country.
So y'all beefing with Africans based on pseudoism and
He
like,
should worry
What
about
the fuck?
Haiti.
How are you
What
gonna
a pseudo
tell
is?
somebody something pseudo when we have proof? I have my tree. I know my family.
or you believe you do have proof.
It's not a belief.
Ain't
It's
nobody
not a
believe.
belief.
Hey, how far back do you go back, Juju? How far your people go back?
What do you mean?
No, how
What do you
far
mean,
your
how
people
far my
go back? Yeah, like your parents, your grandparents, how far they go back? Your tree.
My tree, it goes back to I don't know.
You don't know.
Like everybody else.
Like everyone, hold on, dog.
Pretty much
Come on,
most of
y'all gotta
most
let
of
me talk, dude. Y'all gotta let me talk. Like, come on.
pretty much most of what we know about the transatlantic slave trade, just like everybody else was disenfranchised, and all of our documents and things like that are like but I do know my grandfather. I know my grandfather's father and my grandfather's father, and I do know what African tribe they came from.
You do what tribe did they come from?
On my mother's side, they come from the Mbundu ethnic group. They're Congo.
From the Congo. What year did they get to Haiti?
Likely in the likely in the late 18th century.
In the late 18th century.
Yeah.
Okay, likely in the late. Do you have any French?
What was that?
Do you have any French lineage? Any French ancestors?
No, I don't. Not that I know of. No.
You ain't got no Arawak.
Have any Arawak ancestry?
Nobody ever said they have Arawak ancestry.
No.
No.
Excuse me, Darvis. So that's what I'm saying. He's saying belief. You know what I'm like? What he was trying to tell me. I'm sure you do believe. That's not belief. What you're saying about your lineage is belief.
I said likely because I'm unsure because I'm honest.
But you don't have.
That's called being honest. I don't.
So you say we're not when we talk about our when we talk about our ancestors, you say we're being unsure.
Exactly. Yes, that's what he said.
I said I don't have. I said I
So
can
do you, when we talk,
articulate
when
to
we
you.
tell you about our
I
families, we
can
don't have any.
articulate to you what I can articulate to you what I do know and the things that I'm unsure
Okay.
about. I can tell you that I'm unsure that what
Okay, cool. So
what for
I'm gonna ask
certain,
you this
but
question.
likely
So
they came in this particular time period
okay, for sure.
in the late 18th century. Like I don't have an issue. I'm not I'm not out here just telling you whatever. Like
So you think
I
when we
don't have
talk
to be
about our
dishonest
families and
about
our
it.
history, we just saying anything, right?
I don't know. I don't know. You
A
can
little
tell.
bit,
You
maybe.
haven't told me.
I know a
You
little
asked
bit,
about my
maybe. We just
lineage,
say, yeah. So
but
when we say, hold on,
yeah,
when we say,
we
I'm
went
not,
from a
I'm not
conversation.
done speaking. I'm not done speaking. So I'm asking
Yeah.
you these questions because, right?
hmm
Folks like to come up here and tell us we're talking shit, we're saying anything. They don't even know about them fucking selves. Uh, so yeah, I need
So we
people.
went from a conversation about George Washington,
We wasn't talking about George Washington. She wasn't referring to
yeah,
George Washington.
the first president.
She
She said the
wasn't
first
talking about
president was
George
black.
Washington. She
No,
wasn't talking about George Washington.
no. I
Like
said he was the ninth president.
Ninth president.
Not
uh
Yes,
huh.
according to
because there was
U.S.
eight
history.
No,
others.
George
U.S.
Washington
history.
was the
Like I
first
said, we
Oh,
Not
having
can
an
y'all,
according to
can
argument
U.S.
y'all,
based on
can
history.
y'all,
symbolism
can
and
y'all, like, dude,
look,
y'all don't have the patience. I don't have a lot of patience tonight. I'm not gonna lie. Y'all musty up my goddamn live. Learn how to talk one at a fucking time. Like I had my day job is working with children. For those that don't know, I'm not about to get on live and talk to grown ass children. Now that being said, let people fucking talk. Right? We're gonna take this back to grade school. Do I have to make niggas raise their hand? Do I need to make niggas raise their hand so they can speak? No, no, I don't. So with that being said, learn how to relax, keep yourself in check, and not be fucking musty tonight on my goddamn live. Don't be fucking musty on my goddamn live. We need a no tussy quota. I'll invite people back up, right? Those who were just up here. God damn.
How dare you flee your homeland and immigrate to the USA and tell people who have been here before you what their history is? Where is this narcissism coming from?
Who was just
Don't
who was just up here? I'm gonna bring up everybody that was just up here. If I gotta put this shit on,
Showtime.
yeah, put this shit
Yeah.
on
Yeah,
Showtime.
put
If
it on
somebody
Showtime.
put it on goddamn Showtime. Yeah, just yeah, that shit, goddamn annoying, dude. Like it's 20 day tussy free zone. Yeah, we need a tussy free zone, right? And people need to have some fucking decorum. That's all I ask. God damn.
Dare you flee your homeland like a roach and immigrate to someone else's country? You only have citizenship because of the white man. Crying all day about the white man, but he's the one who allows you to be in the country. He's the one who has the power to deport you out of here, right? You don't immigrate to someone else's country, then tell them what their history is. Go do that in your own country. You knew you have African ancestry, but you fled to the USA instead of Africa. You know exactly what tribe your African ancestors are from, and instead of immigrating over there back to your home, you come and you invade stolen land in the USA. You know the land has been stolen from indigenous people, but you still bring your funky self over here on top of stolen land. So what does that mean? You're no different from the white man. You don't come to someone else's country tell them their history. Go tell Haitians their history. Worry about your own funky people. Don't you got stuff going on over there in Haiti? That's why you fled. Don't tell me about my history. Thank you.
Uh,
Myself.
let me get at this. Like yeah, like let's and after that, like let's keep it on subject, please. Like golly. All right, thanks. Go ahead, Lo.
yeah, I'm kind of new to your live, so I'm just trying to chime in where I can. But in regards to George Washington being the first president, he was the first president under the U.S. Constitution, the same Constitution that allowed naturalizations of people to be able to become citizens. So I'm really not understanding like where the conversation is going. I agree that Africans can't tell FBA, Foundational Black Americans, their history because it is separate. But the same with Africa. I mean, there's 54 different countries. So when we say, do Black Americans hate the idea of being African? I think it's like a whole wide variety of Africans. So we're not telling you to be West African. We're not telling you to be East African. So I really don't get that talking point, but I really don't have much to say. I'm just trying to chime in where I can.
All right. All right, go. You can. What was I about to say? You can go ahead to KJ. Yeah. What's up, KJ?
Bro. Shit, I'm gonna say you said do Black Americans hate the idea of being African? I'm gonna say nah. Like if you got it, if you find that in your personal your family tree, which I can say that I have on two of my lines on my mama's side. If that's in me, shit, that's in me. You can't change that shit. You know what I'm saying? But what Black Americans hate is people trying to force the identity on us based on uh like stories and stuff that doesn't necessarily fit our personal stories. It's just going off of like narratives and a generalized history. That's what we hate. And then we also hate when people from Africa or the Caribbean try to like attach themselves to our accomplishments and achievements and shit in this country in the name of being African or we all black or whatever. That's what we hate and dislike. So yeah, Black Americans, we don't. I'm not gonna say we all just hate, just disgusted with being African because there was a time when Black Americans kind of supported the Pan African movement and Black Power and all of that shit. But it's a new day. Black people, we don't hate Africa, but y'all, but Africans and Afro descent people, whatever that shit means, y'all got to stop trying to force that on people that don't want to embrace that.
Cool.
That's it. Appreciate it.
Oh man. All right. Who's next? Who's well, okay, we got HT.
Good was good. Power to the chat, power to the panel. What's going on, Darvin? But as you said, we do not hate, I don't hate the idea of you being African or anything, but bunching us together makes us non-descendable to our families' land patents. Africans wasn't allowed land allotments. Barely Europeans got it. They had to share crop alongside the American Indians to receive these land patents. But to bunch us all together, that disproves and it makes it very disingenuous when you try to bunch people together, then force them into that type of position to begin with. Because both of my sides all have Indian ties, Indian territories, the original Indian territories before they were pushed out into Oklahoma. Some of them stayed and participated to receive those land allotments. So bunching every Black American into this diaspora of African disinherits us as a whole, pulling all government documents away and government ties and government genealogy right out of the family's line. You know what I mean? We ain't trying to cuss you out or anything like that. It's just this is our shit. Y'all do y'all thing. Quit trying to pull us into it. There were 9.
Only 10? Only. Oh, my bad. I just saw a comment. Go ahead. My bad.
Peace.
Go ahead.
So, I did already kind of answer the question on the back of the panel. I don't know what everybody lineage is, but my people are very fiery people. So I'm gonna go with yes. I hate that. Do I hate Africans? No, but I do hate that they associate all Black Americans with Africa. It's very annoying. And also low. You cannot tell people their ancestry. Like you're in the comments kind of saying most Black Americans only have 5. Why do y'all do that? We have proof. What do y'all not understand that? We have proof, whether it's oral stories, whether it's documentation, and really it's science, it's scientific. And, I just think that everybody wants to put us in boxes. I'm a very creative person. I don't care what it is. I don't like being put in boxes, and I'm not going to associate myself with something that has nothing to do with me. So I'm going to agree and go with, yeah, I don't like that. It's annoying. We have our own culture. My people have their own specific culture. My own tribe have their own specific culture. So it gets even deeper than just Black American culture, because you have different culture down south, you have different culture up north, west, you know what I'm saying? So it's not an overall thing. When it comes to tribal or even family, it's different. I'm not going to associate myself with something I have no ties to. Simple.
Cool. All right, who's next? Skip. All right, it's 20 seconds, but yeah, we can take turns Showtime off, and I'll give it another chance after the last person goes. Go ahead.
Thanks for having me. Yeah, the conversation got a little contentious, but I didn't really get to express my position on, what was posted. But like I don't know, like as far as you have a lot of, I think you expect us, a lot of people, to just go ahead with the idea that, Black people in America aren't African, when even the majority of African Americans don't agree with that sentiment. Never have I ever came across anybody other than a few selection of people from some certain organizations that say that they aren't African, but most African Americans that I've encountered, are conscious of the fact that their ancestors came from Africa. And it isn't Africans that coined the term African American; it was an African American. And so I think there's disconnect. I think the grievances towards people in the Afro Caribbean and African diaspora, I think maybe it should be directed towards people of African American ancestry who do identify as African. I just think it's just misplaced, and it's just causing a whole lot of chaos for no reason. Like, your beef ain't with us, fam. You know what I mean? Respectfully. And yeah, and I'm gonna land on that.
Alrighty. Go ahead. Who's next? Go ahead. Oh, it's 10 seconds, but whatever. I'll address some comments after the last person goes, and I want the fucking floor. Nobody better interrupt you when Showtime goes off. All right, go ahead.
Yeah, I don't know, man. I look at the African nation, and I just find it as, pagan, heathenistic. Um, I just see a bunch of tribalism, a bunch of unaliving over there. I don't think black Americans have anything to do with Africans. I think that's a lie. It's kind of like how people say we evolved from monkeys, but we can look at monkeys and see that we didn't come from them. So I don't think we actually come from Africans. But even Africans themselves, sometimes, I notice that Africans, they don't like to be associated with Black Americans. Like, they try to separate themselves. So I don't think we have any ties with them. I don't think necessarily they're good people just because they're African, even if you look at what's going on in South Africa. But that's my piece.
So, all right, Steve. All right, who is the last person? Go ahead, skip the Gene. And then after we skip the Gene, we're gonna turn Showtime off.
Skip Gene, right?
Yeah.
Whatever.
Oh.
What did you
My
have to
bad,
say,
guys.
Gene?
My bad.
I'm within you. Certainly, I think there's a big difference between Black American, African, because we are the same race. We don't have the same culture. We need to talk because we are brother.
Okay. All right. Were you done? I guess he was done. So I'm gonna talk. We need to talk. I know that's right. Here we need to talk. All right. So it's been a lot of things that have been fucking said. First of all, you say our issue, like, African, quote unquote African American, most people didn't even agree with that fucking term. It's how ironic, right? The person that came up, quote unquote African American, is in the road Cherokee. You say you constantly come across people like this on the internet. Our families have been saying we're indigenous for the fucking longest. Like, for the goddamn longest. This ain't no new shit. It's new to y'all. Folks been talking about how they had indigenous ancestry off the internet. Forgot since they was fucking born. Like, this is ain't a new thing. Y'all only think this shit is new, right? And we finally accepting our family stories for what it's worth. We do our goddamn research. Like I said before, folks come up here, don't know a lick about their fucking grandparents, don't know a lick about their great grandparents, trying to escape blackness. Fuck out of here. Stop that bullshit ass lie. Like, fuck out of here. Y'all just became black. Y'all are the new blacks. Like, our folks been black since before some goddamn idea of Africans immigrating over here. Like, what are we talking about? I got records of my folks being black in the 1700s. So you came black. We made the shit cool about being black. It was what? Black power, being Negro movements. What are we talking about? That shit, we made that shit cool. Ain't nobody gonna tell us to escape being black, and shit like that when y'all just became black not too long ago. Even if people don't claim to be black, we already know we made that shit cool. Y'all, like, what are we talking about? Like, what are we talking about? But yeah, I kind of got threw off. But folks that can't, black is a race. It is an ethnic group. How about that? There's books about black being ethnogenesis. The black people ain't exist until the 1600s. So would that
America, nowhere in the world do they use black as an ethnicity.
It's a construct made up in America. So how many African countries before the 1900s classified themselves as black on a census record?
Or in Haiti, it was written in our constitution since 1806.
You are in America. That's America.
The Haitian people are black.
That's America.
We've
You
been black.
don't know your maps. You don't know your grandparents, and you don't know the maps. Like, come on now.
Juju,
man.
Yo.
So I got a problem when people from the Caribbean, especially Haitians, when y'all say because y'all have noir, which translates in English to black, but it doesn't hold the same context as black in America. It's two different like historical contexts behind black in American English and versus versus Haiti. Like, you can't like conflate the two just because noir and Haitian Creole or French translates to black in English. You can't conflate.
It means the same thing. It's the literal. It's the
but
literal.
It's a different
same,
concept
same.
behind it in the two different countries, though, bro. You can't conflate that. It's two different concepts. It's not the same just because.
What do you mean? What do you mean? What do you mean when you say two different concepts?
Two different forms of government.
Two different concepts. The concept of black in America is different than the concept of black in colonial Haiti or
So wait, are you saying nor was used as a slur towards Haitians? Is that what you're saying?
No. It was
Okay,
written
so
in our
then how's it the
constitution that
same?
the Haitian people, the literal translation for noir is black.
But I'm asking
That's
how it's the
the
same
literal
if black was
translation. That's all it
if
means.
black was used as a slur in
It's
the
a
USA.
different language. That's
You're saying
all.
hello, but you're saying nor was not used as a slur in Haiti. So how's it the same?
But the colonial laws and stuff that were placed.
Hold on,
with
I want him
black
to
is
answer. I
different
want him
than-
to answer how it's the same if one was used as a slur in one country but the other wasn't. I want to know how it's the same.
The word black is a color.
I'm
right?
asking
It's
you,
a
was
color,
black
and
used
it
as a
also
slur?
is a.
Was black used as a slur towards Haitians? That's what I'm asking you.
When we were colonized, of course.
You just said no, though. I just asked you if nor was used as a slur.
I never said. I never said no.
Yes, you did.
When we were when the island was colonized by the French, of course, black was a slur. But
You just said no, though.
identified as black. The people identified as black. And
So then why do Haitians keep coming over here and saying? Why do Haitians keep immigrating to the USA and saying they didn't know they were black until they came to the USA?
They don't know what they're talking about or whatever the case. They don't.
Okay, well, I'm
They
asking you
probably
why they're saying
refer.
that if they already identify as
Then would
black.
you? If why do you keep asking me questions and not
If
allow
you
me to
already identify
not
as
allow me to
black,
answer?
why would you
Like
have to immigrate?
you're being.
Why would
All
you
right,
have to immigrate to know what black is? That don't make
I
sense.
was never. I'd never answered my question. So why am I being muted? That's what I'm
Because you're
talking about.
talking
Like
over me.
if we're gonna have some real discourse, you have
I
to
mean,
be fair.
Because you're
I
talking over
understand
me.
you're trying to push a particular narrative, but you
who's
have to
trying to
allow
push it?
people
Ain't
to.
What
see,
narrative?
like
He
she,
needs to.
like
He needs
she's.
to
Well,
get.
yeah, like
If I'm honest,
if it's my turn to speak, and
all right, like they're
I'm being asked a
disingenuous. No,
question,
they're
you
being
have to allow me to answer the question.
all right. Well, shit, allow him to answer the question then.
He
Whatever.
didn't answer it.
Like, okay,
Like,
go ahead, answer it. What was the
like I
question?
said, the
Actually,
literal.
what was the question?
Asked him.
There was many different questions that I just wasn't allowed.
I
wasn't
asked
allowed to
him if
answer.
Nor was used as a slur towards Haitians, like black was used as a slur in the USA, and he said no. And then I asked
Okay.
again, and he said yes. Like,
Well, shit. Which one is it?
No, of course, before we declared our independence from when the when the island was still colonized by the French and the French were there, black wasn't something. It was obviously something nobody wanted to be black. Black was something derogatory. Black was, like everywhere else, what they considered black, and wasn't until we, threw the colonizers out and sort of changed that narrative of what it meant to be black, and we took pride in it, and we took pride in our blackness, and we took pride in our African heritage.
But my thing is, Juju, like, do you honestly think you're even qualified to have this conversation? You don't know too much about your own people. And then you say you're Haitian, then you say you're African, then you say you have no French. Like, there's like a confusion within yourself. So you're not able to
No,
overstand.
I think there's a confusion within you. I think
No, I'm not
that
confused. I know who I am. I'm
yeah.
not confused. I could go back to the 1400s.
So you said that I don't understand my own history. So what about my history?
Correct.
Are you saying that I don't
What
understand?
part? So which grandparents of yours in the Haitian Revolution?
On my mother's side of the family, they were Maroons from the Congo.
Maroons? No. Which one? Can you name one?
Not off the top of my head, no. But
Not off the top of your head.
I do know for a fact that my people descended from Maroons from.
How about you come up here, Carm? You can come up here, Carm. She said, "How you gonna tell?" Folks can go
And
back
how
to the
is that?
1400s. Like
And
folks can
that's
go.
the 1800s.
Yeah, that's because y'all ain't never seen no shit in the 1400s. Don't mean we can't.
But my thing
From
is, Juju,
seven
you
from
said
seven.
you
This
can
was from 17 from the late
right.
18th century, which
That's
is the
early.
1700s.
That is so early, and you can't name them. We have names. That's the point. The point is you can't even
Congratulations, sis.
name
That's good for you.
exactly. Great, great. But
Yeah.
that's the point that I'm
Okay.
making. The point that I'm making is that you're on this panel trying to tell people who they are when they
I
have
didn't tell
actual names of
anybody
their.
who they are.
Yes, you did. You did
I
on
didn't tell.
multiple
Hold on,
occasions.
hold on. I didn't tell
You
nobody who they are. I did
yes,
ask
you did.
questions
There
about my
just
own
because.
ancestry.
Okay, let me
All
finish.
I said,
Let me finish.
that the
Let
first
me finish, or I'm gonna
disagreed with
mute you.
you. That
Let me finish, or I'm gonna mute you.
yeah, you
Just
people
because
have
you
some
didn't say
serious
All right,
no,
go.
you have
comprehension
some
problems.
serious
Like
problems.
Ain't
Let me
nobody
finish.
like you did. You actually, I can hear.
No,
I've heard everything,
like
right?
I was saying, you don't have to directly say y'all don't know who you are, but you
But
definitely
I
said,
didn't say
"Oh,
that
we
though.
Yo,
So
stop
why you
like,
keep
talking,
saying
can y'all stop over?
stop talking. Let me finish." I don't know if people are like really. I be trying my best not to be mean. So my thing
Oh,
is,
you need to
you
try
don't have
harder,
to
sis,
Oh
because
my
actually.
God, can
you're
you?
not
All right,
coming off
we
that
gonna
way at
put
all.
like, let me relax. Yeah, you won't come back up. Like, if that's the case, you don't know how to not overtalk folk. You ain't gonna come back up here. Go like you. I be clearing folks out at the same time because that shit be loud as fuck in my ear. But yeah, Leia, you can land your plane, Haley. But let me say this real quick.
My bad.
See, I can hear everything, right? What folks are saying, right? He has insinuated that we don't know each other because if you're going to say, oh, people don't believe us, what we're talking about, you're insinuating that we don't know who we are. I heard
So
him
that's
say that shit on his
exactly.
goddamn app. Like, don't be obtuse.
And that's
Like,
what I'm saying. He was saying like we've appreciated our being Black and African heritage. Like that didn't start over here. That movement was over here first. You know what I mean? And honestly, the Black Power movement really they didn't even associate with Africa. They associated with, you know, our ancestors and the great inventions and things that they have done in America, from our food to our music. You know what I mean? They didn't really start associating Africa until people started pushing the Pan-Africanism. And it's like he's telling me that I should try harder, but you can't even name an ancestor from the 1800s. I can literally pull my stuff up right now. I know names, first name, last name, date of birth, unalive, well not unalive, but I don't know if I could say DEATH. But that's the thing. Like we have names and we're continuously saying this, and we do show sometimes, not on all the lives because it starts to get weird, but we have names. We know where they're from. I even know their occupation in the 1800s. You know, so when people get on your panel, Darvid, they always do the same thing. When we tell them we have proof, we have documentation, they go back and forth and still try and tell us who we are, and then say they're not trying to tell us who we are.
Yeah, shit, Kate. Because they can't go when folks can't do something for themselves. It's impossible to believe that someone else can do it.
And
That's why I talk
we
it
can
off.
help
I don't
him.
know.
That's the thing.
Trying to impose this argument like I'm not even trying to make. I didn't try to tell you who you are.
Like, dude,
y'all keep telling us who we
you're
are.
just bad. Hold on.
I never tried to tell you who you were. Like,
I nobody know. Like you said, dude. I literally heard you. Like, stop being obtuse, dude. I heard you. Like, you're not gonna subliminally say some shit and then act like you didn't say some shit. Like, I'm not slow, right? And don't treat me like I'm slow. You said, oh, most African Americans don't even believe you. So this and that. Like, dude, so you don't even believe us saying that we are, right? So it's in your mind that we're African Americans. Like how dude, run game on someone that's actually fucking slow. It's an empirical fact. Like, okay, cool. What year did the first Africans get to Virginia?
What 16 in the 1600s?
What year?
1625.
No, that's not the story.
It was
so you don't even know African history in the U.S. You're gonna say that we're mostly African Americans. 16 fucking 19, dude.
Yeah, okay.
All right, like
6 years off. So what?
So what? You don't even know. You're talking about facts. You don't even know the exact facts, sir.
Congratulations, brother.
So yeah, you're gonna try to tell us the history you don't fucking know.
A hater. He's a hater. But my
you
thing
can't
is,
even hold on one second. You can I wasn't finished. You can't even place yourself in your own history. You can't even place yourself in your own history. I asked you what ancestor you was fought in the Haitian Revolution. You couldn't say shit.
What are you mad at, brother?
I'm not mad about nothing. I'm not mad about nothing. Stop trying to check and tell people what their emotions are. I'm not mad. I'm not mad. I'm not upset about shit. Stop putting emotions onto me, sir. I'm not bugging out shit. Shut up. How about that?
Oh yeah, good. Like,
I'm not.
Chill.
I know the people that come from a state that tell people to SMD all the time aren't trying to tone police nobody. Like, get the fuck off, dude. Like, I'm not. I was about to say, nobody from a city or state that tells people to suck their dick all the time is going to try to tone police me. Loud as fuck for no fucking reason. Yeah, exactly. The loudest niggas in the fucking country trying to tone police somebody. Fuck off. Like, what are we talking about? Well, as I was saying, folks come up here. Like, folks come up here and they don't know a lick about shit. They can't even place themselves. They can't even place themselves in their own fucking history. Gonna tell us about our history.
Even my grandmother got pissed off when somebody called her black because black in legislation of the U.S. and being black in the French Parliament is probably two separate things. So black was a civil death because that was an act by government of reclassification that they adopted after Negro, because Negro is black anyway, in the sense when they try to do a colloquial term of the term black. So it really confuses me when a Haitian or someone Nigerian will be like, "Oh, we black." I'm like, and I ask them the same thing. I'm like, "Say, bro, when was Nigeria accepted the status title black in their parliament?" They can't explain none of that to me. Or the Haitians. Hey, when did the Haitian parliament actually accepted the term black as a stone cold hard case identity? They can't explain none of that to me. I ask these same questions because even my grandmother got pissed off at me when I was on that little train. "Goofy little boy, you ain't black. You Choctaw. That we don't know. We don't know. We don't play no crane games around here."
Right.
So it's a thing between whoever wants to it's a thing of just studying. If you want to know, you'll go to these state offices and get these records. If you don't want to know, you're just gonna do what you're gonna do and hop onto the bandwagon of ignorance, as I say, or as my grandmother would say. Get off that bandwagon of ignorance and go to that record office and see who we are, boy. That's what she told me before she passed. But I'll land right there, bro. Y'all can pick it up from where that.
Yeah, we got new people on the stage, so we're gonna pass it around. What's up, Receipt? Guys, Receipt, guys.
Just sitting back chilling.
For sure. I'm chilling today too. I just ain't got patience like that. My patience ain't the best today, or right now at least.
Okay.
What's up, Ace? What's up? We got Keisha. We got Reese. We got Reese up here. Has Gene ever said anything? You've been up here, Gene. I don't know if you said anything, but anybody new can go ahead. Peace. Good vibes, and thank you. And Salah, thank you.
20K. Let's tap the screen, y'all. Share the live.
Tap the scare. Let's get to 20K. Check your blood work. Bro, I'm worried about you, man. Shut up. Like, you about to get muted. Like, shut up. Check your blood pressure. Ain't nobody, trust me. I know how to check my blood pressure the right way. I got ways of going about that.
I'm trying to show this on the background. I really don't know how to like put something without my head being here. It's crazy.
You gotta flip your camera.
Oh, let me do that. Hold on, let me do it.
Yeah, just flip your camera.
Oh, okay. Good, because y'all don't need to see what I got going on. Oh! Now what happened?
You gotta put it back.
Oh, and save the...
Yeah, you gotta save it, yeah.
Y'all, this about to piss me off.
Yeah, and just hit flip.
Flip. But it's turning
the camera.
I'm not even hitting flip. My ass was hitting the damn camera.
Yeah.
All right, there we go. This is just my... But that's what I'm saying. Like, people don't realize how... This is not far back. This is my 4th great-grandmother. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's not that far. The 1800s. And so when you get on the panel and you even say you don't even know past your 2nd or your 3rd great-grandparent, and I know, like, when I get on here, I be like, I don't feel better than nobody, but I start to, like, feel some type of way when people trying to tell us who we are and we have proof. Just because we don't get on the live and have that as the background 24/7 doesn't mean that we don't know who we are. And this is 1820. I have her mother as well, but I think she has more of a life story, so I wanted to post her. She, look how old she was.
616. Golly.
Yeah, she was 116. She's indigenous. There's no way in the 1800s somebody from somewhere else or lineage from somewhere else can survive on another land or even through enslavement. Like, you know what I mean? Like, how would they be able to be on the land that long that they're not indigenous to?
For sure.
And and this is on my fraternal line. Like, I usually mostly talk about my maternal line, but this is on my fraternal line, and she's from Texas. It's really not that hard to go back to the 1800s, and instead of people being jealous or being a hater, we can help. I don't see why they don't look at it as, you know what, maybe I should know who I am and where I come from, instead of going with this rhetoric that I'm from Africa and all I'm doing is going from a book. I'm not even asking family members. I'm not even using chat to even see where my last name is connected to. You know what I mean? It's so many sources out here, so much documentation, it's so many books. Yes, you have to have discernment. Yes, you have to know the wordplay and things like that. But come on now, y'all. Come on. I'm done. I land my plane.
For sure. Who that she
Shout
definitely
out to you, Haley, Texas, in this hoe.
he said Texas, isn't it? Ho? Oh yeah, you already know he's about to say something. Texas, yeah. Texas.
Already, you already know, dog. We got
Texas, people from Texas always gonna let you know they from Texas, just like niggas in New York.
And
oh yeah, we from Texas. We from Texas. Nah, but yeah, shout out to Texas.
To this person.
Now everybody from Texas now. Since they say it's, let me stop. We'll go ahead and receipt.
13 CKO. You can't pull up no documents of your grandmother, let alone your great grandmother. Stop playing with us. Say.
For sure. And receipt God is over there eating. And you know how out of pocket you gotta be for somebody to stop eating to address you. Oh, let me mute him.
This mango up. I'm almost done though.
He said this ain't I'm muted. I'm about to mute him. Because they all they gonna do is talk shit from the phone, they keyboard. That's why we got the album dropping Friday. We got the album dropping Friday on their ass. What's who hasn't spoke yet? That's on the panel.
Let me down, bro, so you can let
All
more
right,
people in the panel.
All
Oh,
right, for sure.
I have a question. So why Juju, right? He's Haitian. I thought y'all are pan-Indian. So why y'all tell
I ain't
him?
no pan. I ain't pan Indian. I ain't pan shit.
Oh, y'all not pan-Indian?
No, I ain't pan Indian.
Nah,
Maybe
I
other
don't
people
agree
on the
with that shit.
and maybe other people on the panel are, because we don't do that pan energy because pan is a fucking freak. Let me see. But yeah.
He sure is. There nobody know Peter Pan or Apostle Peter. Frying pan. You can't even say pan around me. You gotta say skillet.
Skillet, hell yeah.
I don't like that Pan
Go ahead.
American shit and claiming the Americas, because the same way how we'll get up on Pan Africans with African people on the continent not being all one and they want us to join them. Well, we not all one over here neither. So you gotta use that same logic, the same way that we do it on them. The same thing go on this side of the fucking ocean. So we not all one just because we all on this same continent or two continents, whatever. The same way they not over there. So ain't no Pan Africanism and ain't no Pan Americanism either. Sorry, that's just the way I feel about that. Americas, when people start just trying to claim the continent and we all the same, I don't agree with that.
Me neither. Yeah, but yeah,
Okay,
I ain't
that's
know.
good to know. Thank y'all for clarifying.
I know. But you a pan something, Keisha? You like pans or skillets?
No, I'm not paying nothing. I'm pro-black. That's about it.
Oh, right.
People of sub-Saharan African ancestry.
All right, you can come up, U.S. history. Go, come on. You can come up.
Since when, Keisha?
You could drop me down, dog.
I mean,
Alright,
that's the definition in the U.S. Census.
What year?
Support me. I'm not sub-Saharan African. I'm Horn African. So you don't support me.
What?
You're not. You're what African?
African. I'm Sudanese. So you wouldn't support me then.
Horners are in the Horn, which is sub-Saharan. You're not in North Africa if you're a Horner.
Said the U.S. Census is sub-Saharan African. I'm not. I'm white.
When did Africa
Oh, you went
become
from Horner to white.
what
Okay, got
what
you.
year did Africa become a continent or a country?
Africa is a continent. It's always been a continent.
No, it has not. It became a continent in 1960.
I'll be
That's what
right
they
back.
call it, the year of Africa.
Hey,
You
can I
don't
say
know
something real
that?
quick?
Okay,
Oh,
let
sorry.
me look that up.
Hey, I'm gonna say this real quick. So I'm getting a lot of heat right now on my profile because of what I posted. So I just proved that the Native American, that terminology, actually means the exact same thing as know nothing. It's called the Know Nothing Order from 1853. Y'all probably heard this from Dan Calloway. I did further research on this. I didn't believe him. Yeah, so the Know Nothing Party, which was created by the Irish, so they created that whole Native American terminology. Native American means somebody that's native, like I was born in America. It does not mean you're indigenous. It just means you're born in America. If you was born in Australia, you'd be a native Australian. If you was born in China, you'd be a native Chinese person.
Hey, can I
That's
say
all it
this
is.
real quick without cutting you off? TikTok, this for entertainment, educational purposes only. No hate speech, bullying, harassment, or discrimination. Anybody's welcome up on this 18+ panel. Can y'all tap the screen and put some hearts in the chat? When people be on tea time too long, and I don't know. I think it's the ancestors in my ear that be saying, "I want to speak to your manager."
Keisha, are you back yet? Are you gonna support me?
Yeah. But that's what I was getting at. Yeah, I'm getting a lot of heat from the real Pretendians, the Siberians. They coming at me hard right now. But I'm proving everything, and they quiet now. But yeah, I got my sources other than Callaway. My sources archives.org. There's 159 pages on the Know Nothing Party. It started out it's the Know Nothing Order, or it's called the American Order, or United American. Not United States of America, United American Party is what it says. It doesn't say United States of America. It says United American. So yeah, Know Nothing Party is the same as Native American Party, which is the same as the American Party. They had beef with this other group of people that pretty much came from the same place they came from, but they formed their own government, I guess.
They formed their own organizations. They're not the original people, just
Right,
like the AIM.
Right,
Yeah,
exactly.
they're all fraud. But they really are is Indian agents. That's what you call them.
Right. It all started in 1843, but it didn't come to like fruition until 1853, if that makes
No.
sense.
What's his name? Joseph?
Joseph.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I'm gonna have to look
Yeah.
that up.
The father of the Mormon church. But yeah, this source I'm showing says it became a continent between 3.6 and 2 billion
Right.
years ago.
Yeah,
Oh,
right.
excuse
Africa's
me.
been a continent.
Okay, hold on, sweetheart. Okay. So that's Wikipedia.
No, this is Britannica.
Okay. So I'm gonna ask you a question.
Mm-hmm. I can't hear you. You're on mute. Okay, well, I still can't hear her. She's on mute. But yeah, this is showing that Africa has been a continent. It didn't start in the 1960s. It started between 2 billion to 3.6 billion years ago. And it's been
Which is yeah,
tectonically
because
stable.
who I want to ask you something. What human right now to this day can actually count that high?
So we can carbon date things. And
Carbon.
yeah, carbon dating. And we've been doing that since the beginning of time to find out how old structures and different things are.
That's cap. It's mostly estimates and bunch of
It gives an estimate, but that doesn't mean it's
yeah,
wrong.
it's not fast. Estimates aren't really fast. They're just based off. Well, it's what's that word I'm looking for? It's you know what? I can't even find the word. But I just don't understand. How scientists, archaeologists can go up to a fossil and go to put some chemicals on it or whatever, put it in the database. Oh, 3.6 billion years old. How?
Carbon
That- but-
dating.
like how
It's a
how
it's
did
a
you
more
know?
difficult process than what you're saying. You'll have to look up carbon dating. It's the way that they find mummies and stuff, and they can find out how long ago these people live, even up to what their last meal was, depending on how well they're preserved. Like, it's not that crazy as you're trying to make it seem. There's actually a really good documentary on it. Hold on, let me go look for it.
I believe all that. I'm just saying, like how did they get the numbers? Is all I'm saying. It'd be different if they said, okay, this was 3,000 years ago, or 2,000 or 1,500 years ago, because that makes more sense. But when you say 1.5 million years ago, a human was born, how'd you get that number? Carbon data? No, how? You did up bones, you put it in a computer. The computer tells you, oh, it was born. It was from 1.5 million years ago. How? The computer wasn't even made until like what 1980s. How a computer know that?
I just cannot. Go ahead, Cook. My bad. That was too.
Yeah, I'm just saying. How does a computer know that? How computer here's people don't understand. Humans had to put numbers in the computers. The computers didn't put numbers themselves. So who in the hell, not to cuss, I'm sorry, who counted to 1.5 million, then put that in the computer? And then I don't know, let the computer automatically just test stuff. Oh, put this rock. I can take a rock right now. No, I can take a sock right now. A sock. And give it to some archaeologist. So a sock from 1920s. I'm not that's BS, but a sock from 2025 this year, and give it to archaeologists. They say, oh, well, the fiber and everything that's made here, the cotton was from 3.6 billion years ago. Nigga, how?
Who's slow? Hold on. Wait a second. Who's slow?
I didn't call him slow.
Oh no,
No.
she's
I'm
talking about the
replying to the
comments.
comment.
Yeah, we don't address the comments. I had missed it. What was 1 point something million years old?
Okay, I'm just trying to make sense out of it. I repeat it.
They don't.
So I could take a Nike sock, right?
Wait, bro. Wait, what you say?
U.S. history. So they don't use a computer. Everything has carbon in it, right? Like that is the defining feature of most life. So what they
Everything don't have carbon in it.
most living things, I just said, living things
Oh,
have
okay.
carbon. Living things have carbon.
Go
So
ahead.
what they will do is that they will take whatever it is, right? And they will see how much carbon has been released out of it, because carbon gets recycled back. They will see how like much less carbon there is, and that's what carbon dating is. There's no use of a computer to do that. They don't.
Oh, so
Hold on,
just
hold on.
automatic. Hold on, that makes no sense. So if it's not a computer, a supercomputer calculating numbers of fossils, it's just a human brain.
It's not a human brain. It's not a human brain. Hold on, U.S. history. There's different instruments that you can use besides computers. All instruments aren't computers. There's different instruments you can use to determine different things. Like, for example, like when you go and get your BLOOD, sorry y'all, taken from a doctor, they use certain instruments to determine like how healthy you are based on their skill, right? Based on what they're doing.
Hold on. I think hold on. I think we kind of get.
I think hold on. Dated,
I just want to
what is
explain it
dated
to him.
1.5 million years old. What was dated?
Nothing. He was using that as example.
Of what?
He was just using that as an example to like talk about why that's fallacious, carbon dating.
Oh, okay. Well, what is the oldest thing that they found in Africa?
Like the oldest artifact. I have to look it
Or
up. I don't know
bones
it off
or
the top of my
anything?
head.
Wasn't it Lucy? They said.
I don't think Lucy was found in Africa. Hold on, let me look it up. You want the oldest artifact or the oldest like human?
Yeah, it don't. Something
Oh, I can't hear. Huh?
Just something like what is the oldest thing that was found in Africa?
Okay, hold on. I got you.
Let's tap the screen. Hey, U.S.
While she
history.
do that, I kind of wanted to chime in. I'm not sure exactly because I was in and out the conversation, but you know, as an herbalist, I don't know if this connects or not. So y'all let me know if this is what y'all talking about. So when something can lose their minerals, right? So if I'm born, let's say I'm healthy and I have no, you know, health conditions, correct? And let's say I pass at like 30 years old and they find me millions of years later, I'm not going to have the same trace of minerals from when I had when I was born. So how would you be able to detect that these things are that old? Like, you know what I mean? Or like they're the oldest, or they have this trace of carbon and copper, because every living thing does have copper. She's correct, but not all of them have the same amount.
Carbon, I said, not copper, carbon.
Oh, okay. Well, same thing. We all living things do consist of copper.
Mhm.
But yeah, is that what y'all are saying, correct?
No,
What y'all talking about? We have an anthropology babble.
no.
Okay, I might have just chimed in at the
Not
wrong time.
anthropology, but we have an art a little bit. She babbling just a little bit.
Some
Go ahead.
tools in Kenya because receipt goddess asked for it. That's the only reason why I brought it up. But some tools were found in Kenya dating back 3.3 million years in a village in northern Kenya. So those are the oldest. I'm not saying that this predates anything. Receipt goddess just asked for it.
Oh, period. For sure.
So my point was, Osiris, man, what human can even count that far back today
You can
without
strike
using a
that.
supercomputer? You know, and my point was, if I made an example, if I buy a Nike sock that was created today, and the archaeologists find it 20 years later, and they look at it and put it in the carbon data, they said, "Oh yeah, the fiber in here was made 20 million years ago." How? How? That's all my point was. How? How is anybody counting 3.5 billion years ago to begin with? How?
U.S. history. You're asking really good questions. So what they do is they have a formula and a derivative, right? And anything that like diverges from that formula, that's how they find like the ages of things, right? Like, so for example, what Original was saying earlier, like human bodies decay over time. Like we're eventually going to become organic matter, right? And we're going to return to the universe. What they can do, if they were to dig somebody up, they can like look at their bones and see how long ago they lived based on a formula and that like derivative.
For sure. Damn.
Yeah, I'll let other people talk.
I don't agree with that. We're gonna have to
Hold
disagree
on.
to disagree.
Davida got a source up. Yeah, Davida got a source up. What's up, cuz?
Yo, cousin. Osio, everybody. Oh, goodness. I hit the screen. I'm going to put it back up here. Well, as I was stating to the young lady that was speaking, Miss Keisha, how you doing? The statement that you made about Africa always being a continent, and that's not true. I put in the chat also an old map of Africa, and that was when it was the size of a state, and it wasn't always called Africa as a continent. It was very small, and if you could click on that one, and it goes along with the etymology of Africa, right? So it tells you that it wasn't even always called Africa. Latin, Africa, Terra, African land, Libya, the Carthaginian territory, the province of Africa, Africa as a continent, fem, or of adjective Africus, from Afar and African, the word uncertain origin. So they saying the word of certain origin. Latin word originally was used only in reference to the region around modern Tunisia. So you got to look at old maps and look at where Tunisia was. That was the place that was only called Africa at the time. It was not always a continent, and it's proof of that with the maps as well. So I'm gonna put the map up next. If you give me a second, but the etymology of Africa and the map correlates. So I'm gonna go on mute for a minute. I'm gonna change my picture.
Okay, so I think we're debating two different things. Receipt Goddess asked earlier, when was Africa a continent, meaning a landmass, right? And what you're talking about is Africa being called Africa itself. I never debated that. Africa wasn't always called Africa. Africa is a newer term applied to those people there. Same with America. Like, America wasn't always called America. The indigenous people here had a different name for the land. So I'm not debating that. I'm not debating whether it was called Africa or not.
Well, they came up with these African countries, right?
It's Davida.
I'm sorry, I wasn't done. I wanted to respond back. Excuse me a minute, Goddess, Receipt Goddess. But I wanted to respond back because I don't think I'm the only one that thought you were talking about that. We're not talking about the landmass, but what it was called. And that's where that's where my point of contention is.
Then I agree. There's no debate.
No, okay. I'm just wanted to say that, and I wanted to put the map up just to prove what I was saying with the sources, because we do believe in primary sources. So that's the only point of contention I had, and I thought you meant that it was always called Africa.
No, I was saying that it's always been a landmass.
Oh yeah, we know it's always been a landmass, but thank you for making that clear. I appreciate it.
Well, in a sense, Africa, Ethiopia.
All right. What's up, Star?
Hey, thank you so much for allowing me to join. I was looking at your title, Do Black Americans Hate the Idea of Being African? No, I don't think Black Americans delineation happened. They've always preached, being African proud. You see the hip hop artists back in the 80s, I'm Black and I'm proud. They have the keychain, the necklace that show the Africa symbol and stuff. I think the frustration comes when people say that are outside of Black America, saying that we don't have a culture. I mean, if you want to think about it, everybody says we're from Africa, no doubt about it. Let's go with that. Everybody's from Africa, but I think the frustration is, if everybody's from Africa, why are we not acknowledging that if anybody's frustrated with being called African, it are the people that are outside the Black community, like the Asians. They don't want to be associated with Africa, the Hispanics, I'm just going down the list very randomly, Germans, you call them by where they come from. They come from Germany, they come from Japan, they come from Switzerland, but Black Americans are always labeled as that first label as African. And
I want
know
you
the
to
whole
finish, but the people on this panel do not believe that we come from Africa.
All right.
They believe we're indigenous to America.
Correct. We believe we are.
Yeah, we don't use we.
Yeah,
that's like speaking
Yeah.
French. We don't say we unless we do your genealogy. I don't know your family or your family tree, so I can't speak for you. I can only speak for me, my cousins, and stuff like that. That we have the same family tree.
Some people on this panel. I'll say that.
You have an echo.
Yeah,
Davida has an echo.
I know, and that shit fucking me up. But yeah, go ahead, Dogalo. All right, go ahead. You can play, Keisha.
To say.
I don't know. I didn't even hear it, but whatever. It is what it is.
They
It
were
started
saying don't
out.
say we because we can't speak on we. That's like speaking French, even though the French word for we is completely different and used differently. But so I said some people on this panel.
Some
Yeah, I don't know, Keisha. I
But you
hope you're
say
not that
some
Ghanaian girl
people
that be going
believe
through these
we.
spaces trolling. It's a guy on a bunch of fake cages, and she be pretending to be Black American. She's very weird.
I'm not pretending to
Oh.
be Black American. Either I am Black
He's
American.
not
or
talking
I'm
about
not.
you. He's talking about the girl
No,
that was
he
on
said
here with Drive.
I seem like I'm her. I'm not on here. Hold on. Let me say this. I can trace my ancestry back to my great grandfather Silas Porter, who was here in 1817. That's the oldest ancestor I can trace back in America. I'm not pretending to be a Black American whatsoever.
You
she
can't
got-
even be a Black American. You have to remove that racial terminology from the conversation altogether. Black
I'm
American,
race
there's no
first.
such thing as a Black American.
I'm
You're
a
not
Black
Black.
American.
Nobody
Y'all
here
don't
is
have
Black.
to be Black Americans, but I'm a Black American.
Yeah, let
Well,
her identify
her-
with
yeah.
that. Ain't nothing wrong with that.
We ain't gonna be no better than it.
Doesn't necessarily mean that you were Black, right, or from Africa. I have white people who had slave ancestors, like that I go to like work with because I'm in the military, and their family members were Irish, Dutch. You didn't have to be, slavery just didn't apply to Black people back then.
I know that
Uh-huh.
So how do you know you're African, or how do you know you're Black?
because I did independent research.
Oh, and where's the ancestor Porter from?
Yeah, because like I can say that I'm African because I have immediate African ancestors. Give me that shit, non-dribbling bitch. Oh wow.
Hey,
no.
this nigga playing 2K.
Yeah, I'm playing 2K.
I was like, what do you call me?
Nah,
Nah,
I'm
but
just playing 2K. My fault. Let me go on mute.
But Porter. Where's your Porter ancestor from?
Virginia.
What part of Virginia?
And then he moved down to Louisiana.
Oh, brother, he's a goddamn red bone. He's a goddamn red bone. Or he was taking it, if he was sold there, he was sold from like Alexandria or
No,
something.
he was a free man. He was a
Oh yeah, he a goddamn red bone.
There ain't no African.
Hold on 1 second. Porter family. Let me look at the Porters.
Africans did not have the freedom to travel from Virginia to Louisiana. What?
He had money too. He was
I
rich.
just said he was a free man.
He had money. He was rich.
I think like with you, but you're saying that you are African, but you can only go back 2 generations, correct?
No, I just told you I
okay.
could go back to my 6th great grandfather. That's not 2 generations.
Oh, okay. I didn't hear that, but I was just asking.
Nah,
'cause
yeah,
I don't-
she go back to 1817.
Yeah.
That's what she said.
Okay, that's not far, but all right.
No, I agree. I agree that's not far. I'm not claiming that's so far.
Ain't not far enough to.
I'm not. I
Oh,
ain't
okay,
said
okay.
one time. I ain't said one time that none of my ancestors was African. I'm just explaining different things. I never said one time that any of my recent ancestors are African.
You don't identify as African descent?
No, I am of African descent.
So then your ancestors are African. What?
No, not necessarily.
How are you African descent, but your ancestors aren't African?
My ancestors can belong to multiple groups, right? I don't know enough to label what my oldest ancestor I can trace back is. I know that he was a free man. I know that he could travel willingly. I know that he owned land and stuff like that, but I don't know what he was. So
But
I
you didn't
can't
say that. You
say-
said you were
hold on.
African descent. When we
Yes,
asked you,
I
you
did
would have
say
said,
that.
I don't
did
know.
say that. Hold on, Venus. Give me 1 second.
Yeah, he came. I already know. I know what he is, but I ain't gonna say it. Well, I already said it actually.
I
Talking
mean,
about,
we know.
Yeah, I
we
know.
know the terminologies and last names and things. Not saying she don't know her ancestry, but I just feel like you claim. I'm not saying that you aren't. This is just a suggestion. Like claim American because that's what you know. You shouldn't be claiming anything outside of that until you know further details.
Wait a minute.
Right,
Y'all
right,
are
right.
very pro. Hold on. because y'all are very pro. Don't call me what I'm not. Like this is what I am. Do not
She said, say it.
Can I say
Hold
something?
on, hold on. Y'all are very pro. Don't label me or mislabel me or try to reclassify me, right? So why are you gonna try to sit up here and tell me what
Nobody's
I
gonna
am?
reclassify
Okay,
you. You don't
listen,
even know
listen.
who you are.
She said she just gave a suggestion.
No,
She wasn't.
I'm just trying to like keep the
I
logic
ain't
consistent.
telling you what you.
Hold on, lady.
I was about to say I ain't tell you nothing. But
Yeah, I'm talking to original. I'm not talking to y'all.
But hold on, what did she say that was so wrong?
This nigga, man.
Because
Hold
at
on.
this point, right?
Poochie.
I'm in the year 1100s.
Mm-hmm.
None of my people came from Africa. I have over 18 acres of air land, 18,000, excuse my French. I have the deeds to my family's plantation. You get what I'm saying? My people were never slaved. They became enslaved when what was that? My second great grandfather enlisted into the army. They own land. I mean, it's crazy. And then to say that people came from Africa, what boat? What boat today? I'm just saying, what, hold on. What boat today gonna bring anybody from America to Africa or from Africa to America without a plane? And then the fact that see, this is the reason why they threw that African thing on us in 1988. I'm gonna tell you why. Because the quote unquote Africans that came over here for indentured servitude, right? They don't look like the Africans today to me because they were white tea people. So this is how you do the big switcheroo. A lot of people think race has something to do with your skin color. It doesn't. Think about the name race. Think about the name plantation, plants. Hold on. Think about the fact that it's colorism. And then you look up when colorism was really applied to a system. It's like, I'm not trying to call nobody dumb, slow, or nothing, because I know we all been lied to. But you cannot use modern day terminologies or listen to the media or know movies to know the truth. I mean, come on. Think about this. How does the people who create everything, right? How did they get in the position that they're in to where these recessive peoples are actually owning Skippy peanut butter factories and car factories? They people did not invent or create none of that shit. I mean, do people even think or question the history that has been told to them?
See, I definitely questioned it, but here's the thing.
I'm not talking about you.
Okay.
This is for the platform. I would have addressed you. You get what I'm saying? It's like so many people come here and rep the flag that they fled from. Now, in my eyes, I feel like, kudos to you. And I'm glad that you were able to escape whatever you escaped. But go back and build it then. Because I don't mind people coming here. We are a people who are very open and come here, do your thing, whatever, but leave us the fuck alone. Now, when we speak about our ancestry and all of this stuff, people always got a problem with it. People literally have an accent and try to tell us who we is. Mind your business. How dare you? I'm not over in Africa, in Africa, welcome me in and open the doors and all of this stuff for me. And then all of a sudden I'm trying to tell them they're not from Africa. See what I'm saying? It's the mere disrespect. And it's the fact that we have all of these fraternities and these corporations and these communities of people who literally eat, breathe, sleep, think, and manifest ways to unalive us and steal from us. Ask Pan-Africans this. When was y'all gonna tell us that y'all get paid guap for lying to African countries are Pan-African companies? How does the richest Black man in the world, a Nigerian, right, who have oil and petroleum, how the fuck are you importing that from America? So hold on, let me understand this. You mean to tell me you got your riches off of our soil, off of lands you don't fucking own? These people make up to over $200,000 a year. And I'm just saying, I'm tired. What's up, Venus?
I was just saying, I learned that the owner of the Shade Room is Nigerian. And you can kind of tell because one woman, she'll be posting degenerate information about. I saw her posting baddies. She tried to make it seem like it was an American thing, even though majority of the people on baddies are of. I mean, the Caribbeans are our people, but they're not from the USA. They try to focus on Black Americans specifically. But then she'll post, oh, beautiful Nigerian wedding, blah 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 blah. Next post, Black Americans fighting each other at the Taco Bell. Next post, oh, look at this beautiful Igbo wedding right here. Like something's wrong with them.
Exactly, and something is wrong with the history because these people who quote unquote conquered everybody were conquistadors, Italians, these Romans, these Spaniards, what I'm saying, these Portuguese. Where the fuck are they today? Because they were not white tea. I know for a fact these people are going under a African identity. That's what the fuck it is. Because people still not realizing. You have to understand when people write shit, right? What year did they write that shit? And did you check to see if the author or that book was a fiction or non-fictional book? I mean, a lot of people don't know that the transatlantic slave trade, I'm talking about every thought that we have about it and how they traded us and all of this. A lot of people don't know that shit was published in 1997. Stop playing with us. Stop it. 1492 was the Columbus Exchange, not no transatlantic. The word transatlantic wasn't even created until 1779. Look it up, John Wilkes.
Correct.
Man, y'all better stop allowing these people to tell you who you is. The more you allow these people to label your ass, the more they're gonna continue to be in power.
Sure.
Hey, can I say something real quick? So I was going back to archives.org, going back to the Northern Party. So they call the people in the South this word citizens or like citizens. I forgot what it was. Yeah, we call them citizens. I don't know what it means. I didn't look at what the word was, but does anybody know what that word means? Citizens?
No.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm looking at myself. Another point I want to make though. No, another question I have. When everybody's doing a genealogy, right? Do y'all all know the four sides of y'all's family?
What? I know all four sides of my family. Yeah.
Yeah. A lot of people.
I don't know my dad's father.
Genealogy, they don't know the four sides of their family. They don't have the whole picture. I checked all four of my sides of my family. They from West Virginia, Tennessee, and what's that place called? In Georgia. It's a weird place in Georgia though. And I traced them back way past 1800, and none of them have any African descendants at all. Like there's no trace of Africa, so I could prove I'm not African. But that's a way that any of you, even though y'all pretty much already have your own proof, that's another way of getting proof. You have.
Do you know what the other one is, brother? I apologize for interrupting. The other thing is why don't nobody have no modern day African relatives today? Exactly. Why aren't these people trying to? Why don't they have a story about how their people was took? They don't. They know we're not the same. I was here. I was alive. I went to school. My mother had married a Nigerian man when I was 4. They knew we wasn't the same. And he has never labeled himself as African, ever. He always knew he was European. So I'm confused today. I was in school when it came up with that 1988, and I remember the phone conversation on how my mama cussed the teacher out. How y'all gonna go with a narrative that is so 1988? Not even realizing white people are the real Africans, and now you just going around calling yourself an African, wondering why we keep getting unalived, unarmed, at an alarming rate without no justice. You're doing it to yourself.
To agree with what you said, to this day.
Yeah, and then 1990, he got sued.
Yeah. And then I want to speak on white people because a lot of them don't have the same ancestry. Like you can tell, a lot of these white people here you see in the USA, they look different from people in Europe currently because they're mixed race. They're that pale because of recent. They don't even know where their ancestors from. They don't know their genealogy, just like African Americans. If you really sit down and ask them.
True. Yeah. My folks out here a lot. Yeah. It's even they go back they go back to like late 1800s, or
They go back to like
if they all
19.
all right.
Go ahead. I muted it.
Yeah, that was about these echoes about to be the end of me. But yeah, you either asked them, they either came here recently, or yeah, like they say, they don't know. And the majority of people,
You can
go
tell
ahead.
when they ask you can tell by their response.
And then
that's why when they take a DNA test, because I noticed with Europeans, when they take a DNA test, it don't show up as African on the DNA test, but when a white American takes a DNA test, African, that's their indigenous DNA showing up as African. Like,
Cabbage Patch Kids, yeah, the most of the people we talk to that's pale, they're immigrants. They came in the 1900s. You don't be talking to no pre-1776 folks at all.
I agree.
The Africans wasn't even in our schools like that.
and that's why if y'all connect to any white tea person on your tree, that's because they have indigenous ancestry. That's not one of them Ellis Island people.
Yeah, I agree.
We're supposed to, like right now to this day, they actually I need to find it. They actually are about to submit some documentation on how it should not even be recessive people in ancestry. And the reason why they are there is because these are the people who basically took up the identity of our heir. So we are dealing with people who have been robbing us. They have been self-identifying themselves as us while they label us something else, while they continue to take the land. That's how you actually remove the people off the land that they actually, hold on. This is how the original people, like our ancestors, right? The ones who created everything. I'm talking about steam engines in the 1700s. We had light switches and toilets that flushed in the 17 and 1600s. Yeah, you get what I'm saying? So how you remove them from the land, it took how long? About 100 years, literally. So now these people are owning these companies that, doggone well, these people did not know how to work. They did not invent it. They did not create it. But go ahead.
Yeah, I was about to say, what was I about to say? I lost, but I'm noticing something. Just noticing. Notice how the lives go differently when it's more than one woman on the panel. That's all I'm saying. I said, you notice how the lives go differently when there's more than one woman on the panel, or more than two.
You gotta have a balance somewhere.
Yeah, they only get super rowdy when it's mostly when it's a bunch of dudes up here.
It's giving an ego. It's definitely an ego-driven thing when they're up here.
Ain't nobody yelling over each other. No, all types of shit. Ain't nobody yelling over each other. I ain't had to clear the stage at all. So yeah, that's how the live should go. Balance.
That's real.
Yeah, but even then though, can I say something real quick, Darby?
Go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
Even then, bro, like my chart go all the way back to the 1100s, right? And even then, like when I did my my thing, my genealogy, I couldn't even find a slave. I didn't even find a slave.
Dang, I just shout out to the matriarch. I got a few people that's enslaved, and they end up marrying their owners that were part Indian and shit like that. Like my Anderson family.
What a lot of them actually did that. Okay, that's what happened to my family, right? When they had unalived my I think he was my fourth or fifth great grandfather. The people actually they had a white tea woman basically label herself differently from his wife, and was able to literally try to self-identify as my family members. I was off of Ancestry for 3 months. This happened in 3 months. And when I tell you from 1801, and I was already, at that time, I was back in the 1400s in my genealogy. It was gone. I said, what the heck? But I had already got a call. He like, when was the last time my phone got lost? And then I got my phone 2 weeks later, but I haven't downloaded the app. I'm going to do it now. These people tried to no, I ain't gonna say try. They had put in a lawsuit to try to reap benefits off of the destruction of my family's headstone.
Wow.
What? Like you see tobacco leaves on my ancestors' headstone. He put up pictures and everything. I was amazed. I said, hold up, these ain't your people. The dude blocked me from my own family, got on his ass legally before it been problems. This is what they do.
Yep.
When you trying to look up your people and how God is saying she went past 1817 because what? You looking at your ancestors, you realize that these people have even misspelled their names or put up pictures of white people. They didn't have them names.
Nope.
Look up who actually started the idea of saying that these Ellis Island people, who was responsible for saying that we have white people names? Because actually that's the truth, because we are literally called the white, which is the wits. The WHYTE. WHITE. I mean, we are the people who wore the color white, but had copper color brown skin. It's a social construct. That's the race.
Yeah.
It's not nothing to do with skin color. That's why they created colorism. And who created colorism? Look at Pan-Africanism and the Black separatist groups back then. Yeah. Look up the Freemasons and what they did. Melanated people. They're the ones who whitewash history. I have so much evidence of that shit. Literally. I ain't receipt for nothing. They made an act like these melanated people literally whitewash history so we don't know it was them. They want us to believe that these white people really sat there and just people like Shaq, Serena Williams, and you mean to tell me y'all really just grabbed us on boats and had us? First of all, how was we going to make that voyage on salt water? Do you know how much gallons of water they would have needed on that boat for us to survive? These cargo ships ain't surviving today. They got to stop. How you going to stop? I don't care if you're going from Africa to South America. How you going to stop? That's how you know it was from South America to North America. Africa is made the fuck up. Ask yourself, why are all of African countries named Pan-African companies and countries? Why are they called member states? Why did they start labeling these countries in 1945? Ask yourself that. Because see, what these teachers did was gave you 12 years of a slave. They had you sitting there behind a desk for 7 to 8 hours a day, 5 days a week to teach you a fucking lie. And you really was a slave. Yeah, that's how you do it. 12 years a slave is the school system. The school to prison pipeline. That's what it is. You are being taught by these white teachers who just got here. What the fuck? I'm done.
That's real.
Last thing I wanted to say before I got off of here was that's exactly why I think my ancestors came from Africa, is because I cannot trace my people back to this land any further than 1817, right? To my great.
I actually just found
What's
Tyler
your
Porter's.
what's your family last name?
One second. I already found his parents.
I never was able to. What's the name?
Yeah, what's their name? Hold on, let me pull it up. I actually found their parents because it's not hard. We do this.
But that's another thing too,
Ned,
though,
hold on
Arthur,
one
real
sec.
quick.
Hold on.
Ned and Lucky.
Yeah, Ned and Lucky Porter.
NED.
Yeah, NED. Ned, so which is another name for Edward. So his name is Edward. And Lucky.
I talk.
Did you hear me, Darvit? They're from Virginia too.
About to help you guys. Because when you find out the breadcrumbs your family left you, baby, look.
Chill, help me out too. Can I talk real quick? See, my family is mainly from Virginia. I already said all this, but my last name is Burks, Carpers, Haskins is a doctor last name. Johnson's, Carper, I already said Carper, Carroll's.
Hold on, I'll be back, yo.
Youngs, and Kings. My West Virginia family is Burks and the Bigby family. Anybody in here got Greens, anything like that from West Virginia? Carpers and Burks. That's all I'm asking.
I think a lot of people mention the Greens family. I have there, but I'm not connected to them. So like my grandmother married a Green or Greens. They talk about that on the lives a few times. So I'm sure somebody can help you with that.
Yeah, I got some green. I got some green in mine.
From West Virginia?
Yeah, my green, they come out of North Carolina. North Carolina, Virginia, Carolina.
Well, y'all gotta realize. Wait a minute, Reese, and who was that speaking? The other young brother. Is that U.S. history? You gotta realize that West Virginia and North Carolina at one time during the 13 colonies was all Virginia.
I know.
Right. So the further you go back, those lines they move and they disappear.
But see, one thing that still remains, right? That kind of shows.
But you done, Goddess?
Yeah, was you done?
Go ahead,
Okay.
please.
Yeah, I was done. Thank you, Goddess, receipt, Goddess. I just wanted them to remember that at one time, especially the further you go back, that was all one of the 13 colonies. So North Carolina, Maryland, West Virginia, some parts of Kentucky was all a part of the Virginia colony.
That's a fact.
Correct, I know. And Ohio was spelled O-I-O. That's the Cherokee spelling. But yeah, that's the side note.
Yeah.
To say something else, this picture right here that I got is my mother's mother. And she's the one that always told us, like, I was born in the late 60s. So growing up in the 70s as a child in West Philly, she's a Virginia Indian, right? And growing up in West Philly, she always told us who her family was. She told us who her family was, what tribes they came from, the clans, the ethnicity. And it was real interesting because when Roots came out and they started showing us this plagiarized movie in the 70s, I think I was like in the 6th grade at the time. And I go home upset because I know my grandmama always told us, who her people were. They were Indians. Like everybody in West Philly would look at my grandmother, look at me and my cousins and our parents in the front yard playing. And they used to be like, y'all Indians, ain't y'all? And it was no big deal. Because these days is real weird to me because a lot of us, like my other grandmother is still living at 96 years old, almost 97, Lord willing, in August, right? We've grown up with our grandparents and some of us are great-grandparents as well, right? So it boggles my mind when people sit there and try to tell other people who they are. That's why I would never tell nobody who they are. When the other young lady was up here and she was saying, they all think that no, ma'am, we don't do that. We don't tell people who they are. We don't say, that we all come from Africa because we don't know each other's genealogy. We don't know each other's family story and history and the stories that you grew up on. Like my grandmother that's in this picture would sit us down Indian style. Y'all know what Indian style, right? Right? Sit us down Indian style around a circle in her living room and tell us were, who her great grandparents were, what tribes they descended from, what clans, the food. In this picture, if you can pull up, you see that she has on a double strand of what's the shells that they used to trade as money in Virginia? Darn, now I'm losing. I'm sorry, can you say that again?
Oh, no, not the carrot.
No, not that. The shells in the Virginia.
Oh, no, not.
They used to use that as currency in Virginia, especially in Jamestown, right? So this is what she's wearing around her neck. And I was talking to one of the cousins, Tasha, and she told me years ago that in the Powhatans, people that wore double strands of these necklaces came from royalty. I never knew that until she told me. Her pen she got on a turquoise pen. All the indigenous art she used to have all around. She was good at quilting, right? That's some of the indigenous art she used to do, quilting. So yeah, like a lot of us knew who we were because we grew up with our grandparents. And I seen somebody in the chat said something about, oh, your grandmother told you. Yeah. We don't question a Japanese person and ask them, are they Japanese because their grandparents Japanese? It just sounds ridiculous. We don't ask a Russian whose grandparents are Russian. We don't ask them, are they Russian? Right? Because you are what your grandparents and your parents are. Only when it comes to the Americas is when they, they lose that logic. So yeah, thanks for letting me speak. And cousin Darvid is back.
Yeah, I was about to say Shorty left. I was about to say her folks, because her folks, I ain't gonna put too much, but her folks could have been connected to the Nottoway plantation. The parents of her
And I wasn't trying to be rude when she was up here. I was trying to say something before she dropped, but she had dropped and said she was gonna redo her genealogy. And like I noticed certain words that a lot of Black Americans use, or honestly, even Africans or people, from different countries, when they come on the panel, they always say think. Oh, I think, because she kind of explained, like, I think my people are from Africa because I can't go any further, as if a lot of us aren't stuck in spaces in our genealogy too, but we are not gonna claim African descent if we don't see it. You know what I mean? So like it's a wordplay thing that a lot of people use. They use these words, even the dude earlier. Well, I'm not sure. I don't do that. Be sure. Figure it out. Ask for help. Like, and it's just one of those things where you can't start telling people, who they are, until you either know their last name, like you, Darvid. Obviously, all you have to do is research her last name. And a lot of us are actually very familiar with last names. Even growing up, we knew Andersons. Everybody knew some Andersons. Everybody knew some Johnsons and Smiths and, things like that. We know a lot of these common last names. We're not, I'm still working on my stuff, but as far as you, Darvid, or Receipt Goddess, or Venus, you guys have been doing this for years. So it's just a wordplay thing. People think.
It's a very, yeah, I was about to say it's a very easy method if you stuck at walls, and if it only pans out, there's only a problem if there's no proof of them being in that area. Our ancestry is janky. That's why I ain't been doing too much genealogy, because ancestry is super fucking janky.
Sorry, guys, what's on there?
Go ahead.
Hey man, since you don't use ancestry genealogy, but if there's another way you can search this up for me, you didn't do that for me.
Okay.
Huh?
I said, y'all got some money for me?
No, I don't got no money right now. I can
Like,
wait.
I don't mind. Yeah, I don't mind doing stuff if
How
no
much you
risk.
charge?
It depends on what you want research, how much you want
Well,
research.
I just want one person research. That's all.
It's like $50.
$3? All right. Let me hit you up Friday on that. I will hit you up too.
All right.
Yeah. Because the insurance is janky, like you said, so I don't know. That's my primary source for genealogy too.
All right, for sure.
And one more thing. I'm gonna drop for real because I be just babbling. I need to get some friends, like some actual in-person friends that's on what I'm on. Cause I be waiting till I get on the panel to let everything out. But the other thing is like people identifying with African descent before American. And I like think that that's kind of off. Like they'll, oh, I'm of African descent, but they won't claim American. You know what I mean? They won't claim, even if they can go back 3, 4, 5 generations, they'll, oh, I'm still African. They're not even honoring their ancestors who have been on this land, you know? And like people say, like Africa is a new term. So even when you're acknowledging your ancestors, if you do things like that, you can't come to them talking about nothing about Africa. They're but yeah,
That's a fact. I agree with you on that. It's like you gotta pay homage, and that level of recognition is like you identifying with something else. In a way, if you trying to come back to the things that's sacred, like home, it don't make sense, man. That's what I was kind of getting at in the chat, just dealing with like certain customs. Like, I ain't trying to be in the chat, but I was talking about passing down certain like heirlooms and things like that. Like one of the things that my grandma did with all her great grandkids and kids was, as a custom, they would like flatten our head. They would call it at birth. You know what I'm saying? It's covering up like a soft spot, basically like flattening of the crown. You know? And in a spiritual custom, that's something that would give you protection and cover. Now the crazy shit is my grandma, she also is a beauty mortician. You know what I'm saying? And she did hair. She was like one of the first beauty morticians in the city for people of color. You know what I'm saying? Documented or listed. That's how they have it listed, right? Now the thing is, it's just knowing those certain like gifts could be passed down in ways. It's like, okay, to recognize it, right? We know in the custom it'll be a different way if it was done on the other side. You feel me? Compared to the elongating or the flattening, like the elongation compared to the flattening. You know what I'm saying?
So, what's up? We got Chief Noel. I mean, you got 30K likes chat. What is wrong with you niggas? Y'all acting real African right now. Like, I'm about to get the likes up.
that's hilarious.
All right.
And people don't really go ahead.
I just bust out laughing because you said that's real African of you guys. But I did want to say something to Original Haley. Sweetie, you are fine. I could tell from your excitement and, the information that you've been dropping, because it feels good when you get around like-minded people that's also on the same journey, that's searching for their, individual ancestors. So I just wanted to say that to you, young sister. You're fine. It gets to be it gets tiring when we have to always come from a defense mode. You know what I'm saying? Because people always like trying to attack us American Indians and telling us who we are. Yeah, and I'm sorry, and there's one more thing I wanted to tell Reese. Now, people say we don't have culture, but let me tell you, baby, when you said something about flattening the heads, now, we didn't flatten our baby heads, but we molded them at birth
from birth. This is something we always did in my family, but some Indians did flatten according to their tribe, but my tribe, we just like if the baby's head would come out like shaped funny, we would call, what would you call it, shape the newborn's head, rounded. So we rounded our baby's heads, and I thought it was interesting you brought that up.
All right.
Y'all all African for real, and y'all don't know y'all history, man. Y'all all got that from African.
What's up,
culture,
mama?
Hey,
Hey,
what's your ass up, boo-boo?
Vixen.
I don't like how you just came up and you ain't said how to be first. Like what? No, I'm just playing.
What? Hi, Vixen.
You
Vixen.
Hold on, the last time I checked, this ain't the receipt gotta show. She didn't even say hi to me first. Hello?
What's up? What's up, Dora? What's up, B? What's
Yeah,
up,
this
Kim?
ain't. Okay, boo-boo. I
So
just asked
let
you.
me tell y'all this, right? Last night, me and Paper and grandson and Yoshi and a couple other.
How you doing, guys?
Hold on,
Hold
family.
on.
Hold up, Mr. Google. I
Yeah.
found my haplogroup. Are you, Big
What is
Sis? You
it?
ready to hear this? I told V already. Y'all ready to hear this? I'm L2B. L2B
L2B.
haplogroup.
That's the
Yes.
matrilineal, right? The mitochondrial one, right?
Mm-hmm.
Hold on, let me see. I know Andre didn't them code with that. Let me see. L2B haplogroup. Let's see.
My haplogroup is the Asian haplogroup. Therefore, I'm the real Aboriginal. I descend from the Maya people and all that.
Yep.
I upload my raw DNA to ADN and Tro. That shit said I came up to 69% of North Africa and 59% of Caribbean. Yeah, I knew I was straight from the Caribbeans. But when it passed the Caribbeans, it went straight to 5% of African, Native and African American, and then it says 5% of Mexico. So all of that just saying that I'm strictly American, and that popped up on my main three.
Oh, didn't it say your paternal side was Jamaican and some other Caribbean?
Yeah,
and South
Jamaican,
Carolina,
Puerto
and your
Rican.
mom's side was Louisiana Creole and Puerto
Creole.
Rican or something.
Mm-hmm.
Gotta tell y'all something real quick. Hey, Josiah was live earlier, right? Now, yes, and I immediately screen recorded. I apologize if I'm interrupted. I almost forgot to tell y'all this shit.
Okay,
So
guys,
so I'm in the live, and he had a backdrop, but then he ended up taking it off, so he's showing the outside. He had the sun, sun was out, whatever. I'm looking around like, damn, that kind of looked familiar. So as he's talking shit, I guess he had his old lady with him, and he was like, "Oh yeah, the bus number 42 for the come, bus number 42." I said, "Wait, what?" I said, "Bro, you in Minnesota?" The way how he looked at my comment and then ignored it and actually responded to the comment underneath on the screen record, I'm gonna send it to Darvin. I went straight to the web and I typed in, Metro Transit bus number 42. Why this nigga in Minnesota and Minneapolis, girl? Minneapolis? Yes. I said
do the whole argument.
And on the reservation, the Senecas aren't from Minnesota.
Right. Nope. No, they not. They from the Northeast.
And the fact that he on the bus, I'm just done. Get around on the bus.
So he was bragging about being from the reservation or something.
He ain't. You see what I'm saying?
That nigga ain't no from the res. That nigga's got a whole citizenship.
Hey, I got a question.
What's up?
Hey, how you doing? All you guys all from America?
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Where you from?
I'm from Canada.
You from Canada?
Yeah.
Canada?
With
Is your grandparent from Canada?
Oh, you know what I mean. Caribbean from Canada. I'm Asian in origins, but I'm fourth generation in Canada. French part, but I heard you were Jamaican, Dr. Mumu.
Yeah.
And the Toronto side, there's a lot of Jamaican here.
I know for a fact a lot of Caribbeans moved to the north
Yeah,
a
I got
lot.
an uncle that stay up there.
Where you from?
A lot of
He asked me where I'm from in the U.S. and I told him from New York.
You heard, Mr. What did you say?
Oh, that there's a lot of Jamaicans in Toronto because me, I'm in the French part. So, in Canada, there's a big province, like probably a third of the country is French or under the French influence. If it-
You
per
talking about
se.
like over by Ontario?
No, Ontario, it's from where the Jamaican stays. But I heard you speak about like the Apollo Group L2B, and I have the exact same one from 23andMe. And I think it's from East Africa, if I'm correct. Because when it showed up, it says like East Africa, dating from 150 years ago, 150,000 years ago, migrated from Africa and the east part, and then they migrate out.
Yeah, I've seen that too. Majority of my people, like if you look into the L2B, you can see that majority of the L2B was like founded in majority of West Africa. Well, not majority in America. A few percentage of West Africa and Central America. Only reason why it's like that in West Africa because you have to also understand that a lot of people from the Americas was getting sent over to West Africa. So when you talk about the Atlantic slave trade, right? The Atlantic slave trade is actually in a reverse story because when you hear about the Europeans coming to the Americas first, ain't no way that they can bring people right with them. They can only bring their crewmen themselves to go out and venture what was about the Americas, right? And when they came to the Caribbeans, right? Because that's they pissed off with the Caribbeans, they came across my people that was living in the Caribbean, because I have descendants of the Caribbeans. So being how they came across my peoples, right? This is when a war had broke out. And this war that was broken out between the indigenous people living in the Caribbean and with the Europeans was pushing through almost like 4 to 6 years. So within 4 to 6 years of them battling, a lot of the people from the Caribbean was getting captured to go up to the south, upper northeast, going over to Europe, going over to Middle Europe, like Middle East, and going off to West Africa as well, and South Africa and the East, more with some parts of Africa. But my people, to be exact, if you're talking about L2B, that majority of that habitat is found in either Asia, America, some in West Africa, and Central America.
Well, I looked at Mumu's test. It said she shares weak genetic similarity with North American indigenous people, weak genetic similarity to the Aztecs, and it says she shows strong genetic similarity to the Caribbeans and the Amazonians. But it said her haplogroup was the LTB. So how she got a strong connection to the Caribbeans, but her haplogroup is African? That's what the test said.
Because the L2B is an Asian haplogroup.
That's what I'm saying, because LTB is not from Africa, because it said your haplogroup was LT2B, but it said you have strong genetic ties to Caribbean and the Amazon. That don't make sense.
That's how you show that it's flipped. Because if I have genetic ties to the America, that means that L2 or the B, because especially
That's
the
the
B
West Coast
haplogroup.
of America.
Yeah.
That's it. Ain't no Africa, nothing. Africa don't even exist. I'm tired of that shit.
Like similarities to Africa. I seen the thingy.
All right, see you.
Yes. I can pull it right now for y'all. Oh shit.
But you guys do know that Europeans didn't explore Africa until the late, probably 1800s, right?
Oh, say that again. I'm sorry.
Europeans didn't like colonize Africa until the late 1800s. They were scared to go there because it was scary. The slaves. It's example, like if we're talking about the Asian people, and you told me that you had like roots in Louisiana. Your mother's side is Creole, right?
Yeah, my maternal is like this is from Ancestry, right? Ancestry, what they got based off my maternal is Louisiana Creole, Jamaican, and Puerto Rico. My Puerto Rican go further in explanation because they give me points of what part of Puerto Rico. So they give me northwestern, northeastern parts of the island and stuff like that, and then also do the same thing for Louisiana Creole. So with my father too, my father have North Carolina, Virginia, Mississippi, Alabama, and the Southern Caribbean and Southern America. So like Venezuela, Guyana, Trinidad area basically, and going up to like St. Lucia, St. Thomas. So from there, because it's not going to get my Y DNA because it's not going from my paternal, it's going to my maternal side because I'm a woman. My woman side, like the woman side of my family, is going to go straight from America. If it's not the Americas, it will be from Asia. Because if you're talking about the first immigration that had happened to the Americas, it was the big Asian immigration that happened. So people that was coming from all over of Asia, top of north, west, east, south, right? Asia was coming into the Americas. So that Native American Bering Strait is not only just them, but people from also from the Pacific Islands, like Fiji, the Samoans, those type of people is coming to the Americas as well. So if you're looking into the Black Americans, majority of the Black Americans have more of similar features to Southeast Asians or East Asians to be exact.
And where
Because
do you like
we know what
Asian
African people look
comes?
like. Go ahead.
Yeah, but it depends because a lot of African is very mixed. The idea that we have about Africa is most of the time like Congo or Nigeria. But me, I speak Creole. I speak French also. But interestingly, like because you came from Louisiana, we have the same French as like the Cajun people or the Acadian because I'm in Quebec, so it's Acadia and Quebec. It's like the similar provinces. And so I can understand the Cajun and I understand Louisiana Creole and the different type of Creoles. So if we speak about Martinique, La Guadeloupe, Reunion Island, Mauritius, Seychelles, even Cape Verde, people have really, really different features than a guy from Congo or a guy from East Africa, like a
Yeah,
Somalian.
because again, majority of people from America was getting sent over to the islands of like the coastal islands of Africa and like West Northern Africa. Like understand that Spain, Portugal sits underneath of North Africa and then shares down with our western region of Africa as well. So when you're seeing a lot of like for example, like the Brazilian Indians is a perfect example of a group of people coming from America getting sent to West Africa. They already have like artifacts and like museums of people from South America coming to West Africa. Especially like Lagos, Nigeria, Lagos, even though they claim to be Portuguese, but it was a lot of Brazilian influence into that city name. Yeah. Majority of West Africa is American influence. There's majority of those people in West Africa are mixed up with American, European, Asian. And not European, not just Asian, but Arab as well.
Is he in there and really saying Louisiana Creoles are Arawaks? No, they're not. No, they're not. Y'all know who the Creoles in Louisiana and in the Caribbean came from? Romani Gypsies, Negro de Guinea and Negro de Terra. Negro de Guinea are the original Africans. Negro de Guinea come from Europe, where the original Afrikaans people come from. Y'all want to argue?
That has nothing to do with Louisiana Creole.
Somebody in the chat, I'm not talking to you.
You said Louisiana
I
Creole.
said to the person in the chat that said Louisiana Creoles are Arawaks. They are Indians, and I'm saying no, they're not. I'm talking to the person in the chat.
Okay, well, I don't care who you're talking to because I'm
talking to
Louisiana
the person-
Creole.
I'm not talking to
Louisiana
you.
Creole, and you're not right.
I'm not
So,
talking to you.
It doesn't matter. Don't speak
I'm
on my
not
people.
talking to you.
It doesn't matter. Don't speak on my people.
I got so what?
Don't
So
lie
what?
on my
You
people.
wanna- let's
Don't
get the
lie on my
receipts.
people.
Don't get mad.
Don't
Get
lie on my people.
educated.
Don't lie on my
First
people.
of all, like I said, I wasn't
Don't
fucking
lie on my
talking
people.
to
We're
you.
not African.
I
Don't lie on my
wasn't
people.
talking to you. You came
Don't lie
off
on my
your
people.
mic. You came
Don't
off your
lie
mic
on my
crazy.
people. Do not lie on my people.
You came off your
You're gonna
mic
get checked
crazy.
every
and you
time.
didn't even
Don't
know
lie on my
what you
people.
was fucking
Okay,
doing.
wait a minute.
Don't lie
As
on my
a
people.
moderator, wait a minute.
You're not
Hold on,
fucking
hold on,
checking
hold
me.
on. Hold on.
She tried
Hold
to
on.
say my people were African with her dusty ass.
Wait a minute. Hold on, hold on,
That's
hold on,
not
hold
what I
on.
said.
One mic.
That's not what I
Yes,
said.
you did.
No, the fuck I didn't.
Yes, you
That's
did.
not what the fuck I said, bitch.
Oh yeah, I was about
I've
to
been
say.
I've been teaching for
Yeah, let's come on, y'all. Let's not. Come on, let's. Yeah, we gotta. Y'all can come back up. But yeah, it's getting close to rowdy. Y'all can come back up. Like, gotta.
Yeah, TikTok is for entertainment, educational purposes only.
Yeah, we was about to get a live clip.
Or
Live was about to get clipped.
Cause we switch over real fast.
Oh my God.
Where's you got an echo?
Yeah, some
instant video. That's a crazy
Oh,
echo.
I
Alright,
do
one
think
mic up. One
we
mic
do
up.
a holistic approach.
Yeah.
Because Phoenix, you're not like entirely wrong, but
Cut me off. Don't cut me off. I don't need you to justify nothing that I said. I was
I'm
talking
the,
to the person in the audience, right?
okay,
And
Talking to
Hope
me.
jumped off her mic, okay, and said something that I did not say. I don't chew my cabbage twice. I don't.
I'm
All
sorry.
right.
Okay.
Now I'm gonna
Okay,
pull out the
sorry.
receipts on the
Get
Creole
up,
and show
Douglas.
that the Creole is the first European born into a continent. Y'all want to go there? You want to pull out the Law Dictionary? I'm not trying to tell nobody about
Douglas.
their peoples, but I'm not going
Douglas, let her
I'm
land,
not.
dude.
I'm not trying to tell nobody about their people. I am the genealogist, and I've been out here doing this shit before all of y'all, right? But I'm not going to say something and double back like I didn't say it. I told that dude in the audience that the Creole is not Arawak Indian. When
Okay,
you
hold
look
on,
at
hold on.
the records
Douglas,
in the
Talk to her.
Caribbean,
Douglas, let her land, dude. Shut up.
when you look at the records in the Caribbean and you see the people, the transfer of slaves, you got 500 slaves, maybe 4 of them are African, 85% of them are Creole, and the rest of them are Indians coming from other islands. Right? That's what I'm saying. Now I'm gonna go back to Africa so I can explain, right? Since I could pull out pens and why they're free white people, they come from the North and Europe. That is not up for no debate. Black and white came from the same place that the Africans came from, Europe. I know people don't like that. They don't like that about as much as they don't even like any attachment to Africa or whatever. And I get that. But let's not, not tell the truth just because people is feeling away. I'm not for that. I'm not for that. Now, we could go to the depths of the Creole, and when they got to this country, I could show you what Creole meant in Africa too, because they had Creoles in Africa. Some of these people they peasant off as tribes is actually Creole people. The Cro-Magnons, Creole. The Cro-Magnons in West Africa are straight up Creoles. Just because they on the continent does not change who they are and where they came from. They're not the Africans. first Europeans. Queen not Nzinga Africans.
Hold on,
is
let
a
her
Creole.
land.
Queen Nzinga's a Creole.
Okay. I'm gonna tell you my version, and you're gonna tell me what
Hold
you think about it.
on, Mr. Creole language, right? When you understand Louisiana, you will understand around that particular time of the 1800s, right? The people that came there came from fucking Ohio. Literally. That's the first place that was ever named Africa was Ohio. It's still named Africa, Ohio today. Nobody talks about the enslavement of indigenous people in the fucking 1400s. You see, when you understand these continents weren't created until the 1900s, that's when we can better understand what the history is. Because how could anybody have come from Africa? Those whitey people that they talking about, which they labeled as Afrikaners, came from out of the caves. Period. So I don't know where this conversation is going or how it's going.
I think we.
But my dad is Louisiana. When you understand Creole and French originated in Louisiana, that whole area, even before it was called Louisiana.
Yes, before it was Louisiana, it was Nouvelle
The
France.
original Haiti was here.
No, Haiti wasn't Haiti, but
No,
it was
Haiti was
connected
here.
to the-
Haiti
I'm
was here
Asian.
first.
Okay. Let me just give you the vision that.
You can't school me.
That's why
All
Louisiana
I'm-
Creole.
all I'm saying
Hold
is
on,
this.
hold on. That's why Louisiana
Alright,
Creole was recorded before Haitian Creole because it was here first.
Okay, let me just please. Okay.
I don't know why people keep attaching us to Africa. We ain't got shit to do with Africa.
So,
The people
okay,
who were
so
labeled as Africans were
see
white
the province
people.
that the province where I'm here right now, it's called Quebec. Back in the days, and I'm in the city of Montreal. The person who named Louisiana Louisiana is from Montreal, the city where I'm from.
Exactly.
Okay, so now it was in commemoration of the king, or on dit l'empereur of France. Haiti was linked with only by commerce and culture, right? Now the Creole people, if you take like the Napoleon Bonaparte's girlfriend, she was born in Martinique. She was white, and back in the days, there's two connotations to Creole. The Creole word was referring to an European born in the colonies. So anyone that were white, even in the Spanish colonies, if you go to Cuba, I went to Cuba.
No, it didn't have anything to do with race. It was any race.
There's register and
It's just Mr. Dougal. It's so funny how you saying that because when you're talking about that, like for example, you're speaking about my maternal right now because my mom was going from Louisiana Creole, right? Then I also had like indigenous Cuba in there, but the indigenous Cuba didn't popped up on my paternal side. It really popped up on my maternal side, but it was going directly to Puerto Rico instead. But I got Jamaican around that corner too. But then when I mentioned about my L2B haplogroup, the L2B haplogroup was like also founded into like Haiti, down south, like Georgia, Florida, Carolinas area from there over like Alabama, Mississippi too.
There's a reason for that.
South America as well. So like,
yes, there's a reason for that. And if you go to Cuba, even I went to Cuba last winter, and even they have the history because I took a tour. I went to Havana. I went to different places in Cuba. And during the uprising and the French colonies, the white people had to flee to nearby island, Puerto Rico, Dominican Republic, Cuba, South America, and back to Louisiana. So when you do a genetic matching, they tie your genetic to the genetic of the people. So if the French were from, I'm giving an example, from Haiti, back from France, and they were doing like slave work in Haiti, making blacks work, if they went to Cuba and you do a genetic testing, because historically that region has changed, you will be linked to Cuba. And also there's historically French neighborhood and Cuba. They don't speak French anymore.
I feel like we got off topic. All I know is Creole ain't got nothing to do with Africa. Creole meant born in, hold on. Creole meant born in the French. Creole meant born in the French colonies.
One second.
Creole meant born in the French colonies. I have French ancestors that are marked down as Creole, and I have fully Indian ancestors that are marked down as Creole. So I don't know what that got to do with Africa.
That's what I'm saying. Like, and then it's the Creole Indians, and people keep mixing it up. Like, y'all have to understand, we can't not mix ancient times with the most recent times. That's wild.
Google and you put Mauritia Island. Please do it. If you go to Google and you put Mauritia Island, if you go to Google and you put l'île de la Réunion, these are Creole people. They are mixed and they look Indian. They don't look black as us.
Sure, I get it, but you know, they're not the original people. Those is not the original people. And then when you go on Google and you go to maps, hold on. Y'all have to understand political maps from landmass maps. We have to get that understood first. Political maps and landmass maps are two different things. They look totally freaking different, okay? When you understand, the first place that was ever labeled Cuba was New Mexico. Now ask yourself, why was New Mexico, Cuba in UKED in 1945? Huh? Why was Hiroshima here? Arizona, Nevada, Washington State, Oregon, Utah, Sedona, Arizona. Why y'all think it looked like that? These people, this is how you erase history. The way how you make continents, which they created them in the 1900s, is you flood a town. Or you basically do what just happened to Maui. After they moved all the people out and burnt it up, guess who bought it? Oprah. Now it's probably about to be a whole nother country on the motherfucking map. I don't even know where it is. Why do you think we got ghost towns and sundown towns? Do you know how big America is? That's what I'm saying. The original Haiti, which is Haiti, right? Is another word to say watermelon. Haiti means American Indian. Did y'all know that? I'm just saying. Like, okra, original name was gumbo or ladyfingers. Original here. We gotta look up the root words and the origin to these places, because
Yeah,
if you
but
hopping on a plane, you don't know where the fuck they're taking you.
80 is the land of big
I
mountains.
understand that, sir, but I'm talking about the root. The root meaning.
The root word. Understand, you have root word, you have prefix, and you have suffix, okay?
Man,
you have
because
three.
I just want to say this moment when I'm gonna mute up, because people are always
Fuck.
looking up stuff saying I want to see the definition or I want to see the meaning. No, go to the root, or at least go to the origin. You could go ahead and try with the etymology of it, but go to the root. See, the reason how we got messed up is because we started putting our words together. That's what you got compound words for. Because the Creole language is just like how the original language is. We had words that were never over 5 letters long, ever. Now, when you break words down by sound, communication, you're gonna see the gems in that motherfucker. That's all I'm trying to say.
Okay, special.
Thank you. Cousin Darby, if you can you switch screens for me, please? Thank you. That's because when it's more than one mic open with my mic open, Miss Venus, that's when the echoes happen. It's not echoing anymore because everybody else is muted up. Now, I just wanted to say this because people get a little tight when we talk about history. I also have Caribbean ancestry on my father's side. This is his shipping manifest, right? So when he came over from Barbados, and I had the oral story already in the family that they were Arawak, and they were original West Indians from Barbados. And they also have Black Europeans mixed up in with them that was chased out of Europe, the original Black people, the original people from that area with certain surnames named Britain. But anyway, this great grandfather, he's Arawak. And if you look at his ethnicity and nationality, it tell you that he was West Indian, in parentheses says Native American. He was native to that land. So we don't have no qualms or anything about nobody's ethnicity. And we also know all our admixture. So nobody's attacking nobody's ancestry when we talk about what certain terms meant or what we know about the misclassifications. We know about how they not only misclassified a lot of our ancestors, they reclassified a lot of them. So I just wanted to put that out there. And to the brother, and I want to speak up for my cousin Phoenix, and I know she can speak up for herself, but she was speaking to the brother that wrote in the chat that Creoles are Arawak, and they're not. That's not a true statement. Mixture. That could be absolutely true. And also, the Creoles in Louisiana and the Creoles from Haiti, they don't even speak the same. Of the Acadian, you brought it up earlier. You know, some of us do have Acadian French blood mixed in with us. Okay. And we don't attack nobody for their and I just wanted to say that. And you know, a lot of us have that West Indian or his Mexican, indigenous Mexican, Puerto Rican, Cuban. I got cousins that got Mayan. They came up, took the DNA test and it came up with Mayan in their DNA. So I just wanted to say that, and thank you, cousin, for letting me use the screen. I just wanted to show them that we use many ways and show that we not biased, because some of us have Arawak and West Indian blood mixed in with our Eastern Woodland Indians. I'm one of them Indians that got I got doggone Eastern Woodlands from east of the Mississippi. I got Plains Indian and also West Indian in my bloodline. So thank you for letting me speak.
Wait, family, what island you come from? If you know.
Barbados, ma'am. Yes, I'm Bayesian. I'm part Bayesian. My father's father, this is his grandfather. This is my father's grandfather on the screen. So I'm part Bayesian, and they were Arawak, and that goes along with my oral story. There's no talk. They never talked about being African, and look, they were mixed with black swarthy Europeans though, because guess what? My great grandparents, sisters, grandkids, I got all of their names and addresses in Barbados and in the UK where they're living. I still got family ties in the UK and in Barbados.
I got cousins. Shit, I got cousins in the Virgin Islands, Puerto Rico, Bermuda. I got a couple family members in England. Maybe because of my aunt, because my auntie father is from England, but I don't know so much of her father's side like that. But like my cousins and them, like they like half Northern American, Puerto Rican and shit like that. I'm trying to find a little bit more on my grandmother, like my third grandmother, because she was raised by her aunt. So that right there took a whole left turn for me. So it's a little bit way deeper on my maternal side. But the fact that what the ADN troll had helped me to pinpoint exactly like where my lineage came from, because on Ancestry it said I had 1% of Caribbean in me. So just knowing that I had 1% Caribbean, just showing that I am Caribbean. And then when ADN troll confirmed that I was Caribbean, I was just like, well, damn. That just showing up right there. And then it said I had descendants of the Maya people. So I already been claiming that I've been had descendants from the Central America or parts of Southern America. So half of the shit I've been saying, I've been saying the truth. You niggas can never, hold on. You niggas can never told me I was wrong. Because now the DNA, now the genealogy, all that stuff says it itself. So I'm a real Indian. I'm the real
I'm just trying to figure out what Louisiana Creoles not being Arawak has to do with Africa being brought up. Africa was definitely brought up, so I don't know what Arawak got to do with anything.
It was what in Africa also. It was to make a point. If you didn't take off before you listened to what I was saying, you would have got that.
But like Creoles can be a white person born in Africa.
Oh my fucking God.
Okay.
The thing is, I'm respecting your point of view. Why are you like saying, oh my God, I'm listening to you guys? There's no problem. You have a different point of view, and that's the point of a conversation. To hear what you gotta say, and I'm trying to make something out of it.
Uncle Zo.
Okay, good. Now, is there any person that speak, because someone in the comments said like the Louisiana Creole vocabulary is not the same as the Asian one. Yes, it's not exactly the same, it's different, but it's really similar. So anyone who speaks Creole, even back in like Mauritius or Reunion Island, they can understand Louisiana Creole if they speak. Because we have here Louisiana Creole, and it's the accent is like if I speak French with the Canadian accent, it's like me speaking Asian Creole with an Acadian accent. So I know people directly across my street that speak Acadian.
Can I ask you a question real quick?
Exactly. Yes.
Okay, so y'all know about the World Fairs, right?
The what?
World Fairs.
What is this?
Okay, you probably don't. Anybody who do the World Fairs is basically they used to have these events where they were showing off elaborate castles in the Americas, right? From New York to California, from Washington State to Florida, right? Now ask yourself this. Why they never talk about no World Fairs, no World Fairs in Canada or Mexico? Why did they say Europe?
because he was trying to say that a French speaker from Canada and Acadian can understand Louisiana Creole. Yeah, they're more likely to understand us than Haitians because Louisiana Creoles literally have Acadian ancestors. I have Acadian on my tree.
Yeah, and then there's
Acadian,
different
that's what
dialects.
Cajun is. Cajun are Acadians that migrated to Louisiana and became Cajun. That's literally what a Cajun is.
That's 100%, 100%. But do you think someone from Martinique can understand Louisiana Creole? Do you think someone from Martinique can understand Louisiana Creole?
I've had Haitians so they can understand like the gist of Louisiana Creole, but they say a lot of the there's a lot of words that aren't the same.
I'm talking
And but
about
I've heard
Martinique.
Acadians say they can understand every single word. So
Okay, Martinique and Haiti are two different islands.
do with us. So
Okay. Guadeloupe, Martinique, Reunion Island, and Mauritius Island. I'll take Haiti out if you want. They can all understand you very well. And if you're listening to our music from Reunion Island as a native Louisiana Creole speaker, you will understand it 100%. Now, someone from Quebec or Acadia, where I'm from, they will be able to understand Louisiana Creole. But most of the time, why they will be able to understand it is because the largest population of Black people are actually of Asian descent. I'm 4 generations back of Asian descent. I'm not fluent in English, so I'm trying. And some of the reference that you have, guys, I like where Fargo. I don't know it because I'm not from the U.S. But everything around like the French world, they can all understand Louisiana. I
I'm
can.
not talking about Haitian immigrants in Canada. My Acadian ancestors weren't immigrants. They weren't 4 generations deep. They're about 15 generations deep back in Canada. So that's what I'm talking about. I don't really know what you're talking about. They didn't
Okay,
speak no
so
Haitian. They didn't speak no Haitian Creole 15 generations ago in Canada.
okay, I have a question for you. Who brought the Creole language to the French colonies?
First of all, hold on. Oh my God. When was
Okay,
it?
Europeans.
Do you know
are
where
not-
Creole was
Yeah.
created?
Can I ask the brother a question?
Hold on, let me. I just wanted to say where did he think it was? Where do you think Creole came from?
Okay, so and me, because I'm in Quebec, we're really linked to Europe. So that's why we have a distinct culture than the rest of Canada. That's one. Second of all, they thought that Black people were not smart enough
Ask
to
you a
learn
question.
French. Yeah, I'll give you the answer, but if I only give you the part of the answer, you won't understand. So they thought Black people were not smart enough to understand French and speak it well. Back in the days, France was the equivalent of the US today.
Bro, y'all so disrespectful. Y'all so disrespectful. French was created in Louisiana. I have the receipts. Creole was created in Louisiana. I have the receipts. Now, they do have different dialects after that, but the root to French and the root to Creole is Louisiana. This ain't got nothing to do.
Louisiana Creole was recorded
Man, I
first.
just cannot. Like, why do people keep playing? Like, do you even know who actually created an African context or African literature? Do you know it wasn't created to the 20th century?
Africa is a term
No.
created.
Before y'all say anything about Africa, let me know the author. Let me know when it was published. Because I guarantee you won't find that shit over 1800s.
I have a question.
I just cannot. Do you understand what I'm saying?
I'm
When it comes to French and when it comes to
I'm
Creole,
about to reset this shit. I'm about to reset this shit. Y'all been, oh yeah, I'm about to reset the stage. Yeah, y'all been, I'm not gonna lie, y'all been yapping in the circle for like fucking last 10 minutes or 15 minutes, 20 minutes even. Y'all been yapping in the circle. We need a music break, y'all. Yeah, we need a yeah, it's just like the conversation's not going anywhere at all. I know I've been sidetracked. I've been doing stuff, but yeah, I'm doing. Sometimes you just gotta take back on about loss stuff, but yeah. For the Trolls album dropping Friday.
I've been doing the word of the day for I think the last 3 weeks. So if y'all want to engage, if you're up, you're not tired, I can run it back. And we can go all the way back to the first one that I had. And the first one was, does size matter? We can talk about it. Men, do size matter? If a woman is too wide, too deep, too tight, too loose, I don't know. Women, does size matter? If he's
Clear it out. Y'all know the quota. Hold on, what the hell? Yeah, you got no musty quota to uphold. I'm not lying about that. But yeah, got doing some promo. We got promo. It's promo time. Be on the lookout.
Why won't you take a DNA test? Show us your blood quantum, even though it's racist. Why don't you speak your native language? Your ancestors came on slave ships. I'm a 23andMe disciple. Skip Gates is my idol. The test is better than the Bible. Just say you're African before I bite you. You're
I'm gonna bring people back up now. Hell yeah, you goddamn right. I ended the conversation for some music. Hell yeah, I'm not about to listen to people talk in circles. Y'all people 20 minutes. People talking in goddamn circle for 20 minutes. It don't do no service. It don't do no service to the audience. It don't do no service to myself. I get burnt out. Listen to people argue for bicker back and forth. Hell yeah, goddamn it. It don't do no service to nobody. Y'all, if y'all want to catch that low vibrational art, hold on one sec. Shut the hell up. 1 second. Shut the hell up. You heard me talking to man. Fuck your mama and your daddy. How about that?
fucking wallow.
Yeah, fuck your mama and your daddy.
Can't even pronounce Wabo.
Fuck your. Ain't nobody care about no ghost face. Fuck your mama and your daddy. How about that? Because they raised a piece of shit. How about that? But what was I about to say?
You talking about talking in circles?
But no, it don't do no service when folks is just bickering back and forth. It gets super intense. Yeah, go watch Zeus or something if that's what you into.
It's because he's speaking on people's culture. You know, you can't just be doing that and expect the people of that culture not to say something back. You know.
I get folks passionate. But if it's going on for 20 minutes, you know.
I muted you, Davida, because the echo. But when you come, when you want to talk, I'll go on mute.
Yeah, you could have said it. Did folks hate being African?
Yeah, because I'm not gonna say. Yeah, I'm not gonna say it's the same because Haitian Creole has more Arawak words. Louisiana Creole has more Natchez and like Louisiana indigenous words in it. And then the Canadian Creole, it has more Algonquin words in it, like Cree. So so yeah, I'm not gonna say it's the same. And Ojibwe, it has Ojibwe words in the Canadian Creole as well. So.
Hey, yo, what the hell is going on? Yeah, TikTok gotta stop flipping the goddamn lives. I don't know what be going on, but they be flipping the lives while I'm on the browser. Apparently, they was talking about size and stuff. So what you got us watching? I don't know. I do that intentionally. But yeah. He said I'm called somebody said they call ice. On phone them call ice. But yeah, what's up, yo? We got Dave. What's up? What's up, Nolan? We got David here.
Some Métis people in Canada, and they do speak a Creole. They speak a mix of French, Ojibwe, Cree, and English. They literally speak a Creole. So I don't know how he said there's no Creole in Canada.
Right.
And they're also found in North Dakota as well. They're from parts of
They
the
got
USA.
Creoles in North Dakota. They got Lakota Creoles.
And they're Canadians. I think they migrated into North Dakota or something like that.
All right. They got Lakota Creoles. Let me find out.
Those Chinese Creoles. The Russian language is Chinese Creole.
Yeah, that's true. Where oh Chinese isn't like Mongolian or something. I said, I didn't know it's Chinese. Isn't it like Mongolian or something? Because I think the Mongolian alphabet is similar to the Russian alphabet or something. I don't know.
Chinese Creole. Whatever Chinese Creole is.
For sure. What's up, Nolan? What's up, Ace?
No, peace. I'll see y'all, y'all.
To the reservation to eat. So that's
What
right.
y'all
Mr.
eating on the
Vader,
reservation?
what's going on?
What y'all eating on the reservation, Douglas?
Doctor, peace, Dr. Nolan.
Ask them about what Bannock is.
Uh-oh.
It's like a real solid piece of cornbread with no sugar in it. Yeah, they put jam and honey on it. Tell us about that, Mr. Douglas. How y'all prepare that?
Eating cornbreaks.
Don't speak that on the reservation. So I'm not talking about modern day Canadians because the modern day Canadians, they have something called First Nations that did not exist in the early 1600s. There was no such thing as a First Nation in Canada. So I'm not y'all don't even have reservations. What you say?
Canada neither. No, Spain called it Capo de Nada.
I mean, yeah, it wasn't called that. I'm talking about the area, you know. Because he talking about First Nations. I don't know what that is. We don't even have First Nations over here. I don't know nothing about that.
Not on the U.S. side. Canadian side, they call it First Nation.
I'm First Nations from Canada.
Oh, what's up, Whiskey? Oh, Whiskey's back. Oh, I know who Whiskey is.
Yeah, you ever hear about the Haida, the Dene?
The Dene? You Dene?
Yes.
All right.
And she's saying there's no First Nations in Canada? Are you fucking out of your mind?
Can you hear? Show me some proof that there was a such thing as a First Nations in Canada in the year 1500. Pull it up
Oh,
right
wait,
now.
I definitely. Oh, hold on. Yeah,
Pull it up right
Whiskey
now.
called us. Just to let y'all know, Whiskey called us nigga before. So. Whiskey called us nigga last time he was up here. Like we cool or something.
Yeah, that word comes from from Naga anyways, the serpent people. So thank you anyways. So we're here before you, so makes sense why you called us that.
Ah, there we go.
Oh, DYT.
There we go.
There we go. Where we going? Where we going?
Oh, I'm listening to her talk here. Well, when she was talking like there's no First Nations. We're all over the place.
Nation, I'm not First Nation, nothing. First Nation means
know you're not.
first invader. That's what First Nation means. First invader. First Nation literally means squatter rights. I've
So
been
who
here
did
this
we
long, so I
invade?
can claim this land.
Dinosaurs?
That's squatter. That's called squatter rights. That's what a First Nation is, a squatter.
That's you.
I'm not First Nation though.
I know.
So
That's
how is
you.
it? How is it me if I'm not First Nation? First Nations is squatters.
We are the original.
Y'all go look up what First Nation means. It means, oh, we were here first.
Native.
That's called squatter rights. You're not original to this land. You were here first. That's squatter rights.
Okay, who was before
That's
us?
squatter rights.
Hey yo.
Wasn't the Vikings. They already
What?
proved that. The first white people that came here were the Vikings in Newfoundland.
It was black
And
too.
we either Vikings are black. Come on, give me a break.
Accent like that. That's not no indigenous. I don't know what's going on here. You sound like a redneck.
So
from
how do you know what?
How you from
indigenous
Canada? You
people
sound like a
talk like?
redneck from the south. What's going on here?
Anybody with dub on the end was dark in complexion. Black skinned people. Vikings also. How does that make you feel? Are you mad?
And oceans.
The Inuit aren't black. Chinese aren't black. Japanese are black.
Nobody
Anything about black?
said that, and the Inuits are not Vikings either.
No, they're not.
But there was black Inuits too. What are you talking about?
Where?
What are you talking about? Yes, there was.
Where?
People all over this world, sir. All over the
What
world.
race would this man be considered in the USA? What race would this man be considered?
DNA. From the Rocky Mountains all the way from
What
Arizona,
race would this
all the way
man?
to
What
Alaska.
race would the man in this picture be considered if he came to the USA?
Uh-oh.
Can you come off mute and answer that? Turn on your microphone.
Where's mine?
Uh-oh.
There it is. No, he looks like he's from
Nationality is.
Sudan.
Exactly who he is.
Whiskey.
Your race is
Black.
your politics.
You said the word black, right? That's a race. I'm asking what race would
Yeah.
You sticking to that whiskey?
What are you saying? What race?
Oh yeah, why?
Okay, well he's fully Chinese, and you just said there's no black Chinese people. But now you're saying he would be considered black. So sir, which one is it?
He's fully
Uh-oh.
Chinese.
Yes, he's fully Chinese.
Okay, what does he speak?
Chinese. In this video, he is speaking Chinese.
No, there's only
Yes.
there's Cantonese
Yeah, and he's probably
and Mandarin
Manchurian.
and maybe Fujianese, not Africanese.
What are you talking
Right.
about?
Settle down.
I think you need to put the whiskey bottle down, sir. You want to get tribal? You want to get tribal whiskey? Whiskey, stop it. That man probably Manchurian.
Nothing. I just don't like pretending.
You
Because
can
all you
deal with
are-
the national stance of China, but go to the people. Let's get to the root.
I'm sorry, I
The
don't need
Who
to.
them people? You got
The Wu-Tang Clan.
Cantonese, you got Mandarin, you got Manchurian. You just call them black.
What about Fujianese?
Disqualified.
Why are you
yourself,
trying to? Why is he trying to correct me on the word Chinese? The Chinese government says all these languages are Chinese and they're dialects of Chinese. I don't need you to tell me. I don't need you to correct me.
Okay, what
Do you
does
speak Chinese?
What does CPP?
Do you speak any Chinese languages? I don't need you to correct me.
Say
Thank
ni
you.
hao. Hey yo. What's this the comedy hour?
Like, what is going on here?
Fucking
It's the comedy-
Wu-Tang bullshit.
You said Wu-Tang. You gotta put the whiskey bottle down. Whiskey.
That's what I said. He need to put that bottle down because you slurring and
Come on,
everything,
the
sir. Sir, you are slurring.
Yeah,
And
that
people
bullshit.
done pulled up receipts and showed you just what we all said. There were black complected people all over this world. Put that whiskey bottle down, sir.
Gotta put down the whiskey and go to the dooski. You feel me? So we got David up here. What's up, David? What you got for us today?
I have a word of wisdom. Hello, everybody.
Oh, yeah.
You all doing okay this evening?
Yeah, we straight, Slim.
Okay, I'm gonna give you a answer to your prompt. Do Black Americans hate the idea of being Africans? Some do and some don't. The ones who don't is not because they don't know one another. It's more or less a prejudice situation. In the early 70s, when Africans was coming over here by the groves, they was making what we call the $5,000 rule. And what that was is if they stay in the United States for 2 years being married to a woman or man, that they would get the green card. And what made this so hateful is like when some of the African people would come over here, where they get married, then they start having children. And once they start having children by the truckloads, and then the African woman or man decide they can't handle it no longer. So what they do, they get ghosts and they go back to their continent or to another part of the United States, and they start this all over again. And when things like that happen, hatred occurs. For us today, Africans, we really have no problem against them because they very seldom do anything that is going to trap them in a relationship here in America. So, and once the he or the she that is living in the United States, when that happens, naturally, you're gonna have some type of negative emotion about that, and so you seek revenge. The only revenge that we can get from that is that we hate them. Simple as that. I land my plane.
All right. Oh boy, this is good. Pretending just want money. We try to get money from you, Whiskey. You gotta send me donations now. Run the bands up. Yeah, we coming for your reservation check. How about that? Since y'all already gonna bring that shit up, we coming for your reservation check now. Run them pockets, yo. Run them pockets, yo. Yup. Y'all just want the money. Y'all just want our benefits, man. We coming for that. Run them pockets then. Since y'all always want to bring that shit up, run them pockets. Give us some of that casino money. Hell yeah, run them pockets. I don't know. None of us have said we wanted the casino.
All right. Listen. So, I'm gonna say this, and I'm gonna go to sleep. So, I'm addressing Whiskey. So, Aboriginal definition, everybody already knows this, means copper-colored inhabitants. Okay, you have to be the same skin complexion as us, brown or lighter brown or darker brown. You're allergic to the sun, sir. You can't be an original to begin with. You get skin cancer and die from the sun. We do not.
Yeah, say I know
that
why.
tells you we are the originals. We are the original people.
I don't get it. You think black people are native to America? Or black? Are there not black people that are born in America?
That's all I'm saying. I'm dropping out.
For sure. They're not black people born in America? That mean they would be Native American. You feel me? It's just so easy, man. It's just so easy. I gotta come back for everything. Nigga, we got Deron. We got Georgia. What's up, nigga? My goddamn Fulani brother. Yeah.
Pseudo. That's pseudo. We're all Igbo. We're all Igbo.
That's so pseudo, please.
Cousin Darby, can you please play your song again, please? Please play the song. Yes.
Oh yeah, I got you. Hold on. That's all this is what they be on when they come up here. Hold on. I'm about to turn TikTok down on the browser. This is how they do when they all come up here. Please. say your email, please. Hold on.
You're from Africa, you're from Africa, you're from Africa, you're from Africa, like it or not, you're from Africa, nigga. Just look at your features. I can find 10 of you in Nigeria. You're not from America, we ain't hearing ya. You look like an Igbo, you're native DNA, zero. They took you from the motherland. Now you think you're from another land. You're from Africa. Enslaved by the white man. Your names came from the white man. The cultures of the white man. You can't breathe without the white man. We were born with the white man. You can ride with the white man. You know we like the white man. The white man. Why can't you get a job, nigga? You get killed by cops, nigga. You like your pants, nigga. What is for you, nigga? You're from Africa, nigga. You're from Africa,
This song needs a music video immediately.
I made a music video. Hold on.
That's wow.
Just I can find 10 of you in Nigeria. You're not from America, we ain't hearing ya. You look like an Igbo, your native DNA goes like a zero. They took you from the fatherland. They take you from another land.
Album dropping Friday. Album dropping Friday. We got the album dropping Friday, yo. It's gonna be everywhere. Spotify, Apple Music, YouTube.
Cool. That's from Africa.
You said what?
Cool. That's from Africa.
You said
Stop lying.
It's on my TikTok.
Dude, I dare you to walk into a courthouse anywhere in USA.
Man, with what?
And you put a headdress with eagle feathers.
Well, I gotta put eagle feathers.
Let's see how fast.
I got feathers. I got feathers on. I got feathers on me. Hey, don't nobody be saying shit. Who gonna check me?
That's not eagle feather. That's just your hand. That's a turkey hand. You black people use turkey feathers because you know you're too fucking scared. You're not indigenous. You're not native.
I need you to knock
You're
it off.
Indian.
The
Stop it.
eagle is now the national bird. Y'all lost that. It ain't sacred. Knock it off.
I read that
The
turkeys
eagle
are.
is the national bird, and turkey is our sacred bird. You, the foreigner, would know that because they don't grow in the tundra.
Wait, one of you Native Americans told me that turkeys are indigenous and you'll go to jail for wearing the feathers. So y'all were lying because now you're saying that black people wear turkey feathers. So you Native Americans were lying about turkeys. You going to jail if you wear turkey feathers. So y'all are lying. Y'all said only Native Americans can wear turkey feathers and you go to jail if you wear one. So y'all were lying about that? Can you explain that?
Eagle feathers.
No, they said turkey feathers.
Hey, you a question, Whiskey.
It's in the law. Look it
because
up.
the turkey is a
If
protected
anybody,
the turkey is a protected animal because there's not many left. So
hey, there's lots of fucking turkeys, just like pigs.
No, there's not.
Don't worry about it. Listen to me. It's in
No,
the
there's
law.
not.
All over the USA. If you're caught,
no, stop talking about eagle. He's trying to bring up eagles again. Talk about the turkeys.
Talk about the turkeys.
Because the turkeys almost went extinct to the point where they had to do efforts to raise up
yeah,
turkeys
like buffalo.
They had to raise up turkeys in civilization to release them into the wild. That's
We'll fucking back up.
That's how much they were hunted out of
buffalo.
out of existence.
The buffalo. Three.
Now they're finally coming back.
Man, he ain't gonna
So I'm trying to figure out. So y'all were lying when you said turkeys. It was illegal to hunt turkeys.
Whiskey, won't you go?
I could have sworn it was illegal to hunt turkeys. Maybe I'm.
Some other day. Ride on it.
I thought turkeys were on the protected list of animals in the USA. Maybe I'm tripping.
Yeah, I dropped him earlier. Somebody brought him back up, but whiskey, won't you go away? Come back some other day. Some ride on it. But eagle feather getting scared. Whiskey. The only thing that's scared. The only thing that's scared right now is your whiskey bottle. Because it's about to be drowned in like 5 seconds.
May I ask the panel a question?
Go ahead, David.
Okay, I would like to ask the panel, do you all believe that only, and I'm going to use the term black because that's what we have adopted to, but do you believe that the black man and woman was the first people on the planet? That was
Melanated people, yes.
That was created by the supreme being.
Yeah, the supreme. Yeah, we all came out of the supreme coochie. Yes. It's a. You ain't never heard that? It's a dark song. Go ahead.
Okay. Were you answering my question?
Yeah, I believe we came out the grand coochie. Yeah.
Okay, so now if you know that the black man or woman was the first to be created by the higher power, how can we fit in anybody else to be indigenous or to be on any of this planet before the black man or woman?
I don't know. Who came before the grand coochie, David?
But so everybody do believe. So, and if that's the case, then we can't be Native Americans. Huh? And the reason we can't be, because once all of these nationalities and different skin tones came into existence, we all start matching. And that's what I was trying to explain. You had three type of people. You had the black man that was already here, and by way of the continental drift, not by ship. And then you had the red man, who is today so-called Native American, who came here through China, Russia, and Canada. Now you got the black man that was already here, mating with the redskin Indian who came in, and that's the reason we can claim the phenotype of how we look. It's a mixture of being with one another, but you only get those two. But the black man fertilized everything, the black man and woman.
Cousin Darby, can I take this one? And can you change
sure.
the screen for me, please?
Mm-hmm.
How you doing, Mr. David? This is Davida. I got the big screen right here. And we're not going to go by skin color because my grandmother in this picture, this is my mother's mother. She never went by black. Never. And she always told us we were Indians. She's a Virginia Indian of Powhatan and Cherokee lineage. She has no African in her bloodline. She comes from chiefdom tribes. So I don't know what you mean when you're talking about that, because when you're mixing a skin color with and making it into a race and ethnicity, right? Now, if you want to make it into a race and ethnicity, Black does mean, according to the OMB, that you come from the one of the racial groups in Africa. But my grandmother never subscribed to being Black. Now, she always says she was Indian, and by record, I know that I traced her into the 1300s. 1300s. And on her father's side, her father was full Cherokee by blood on her grandmother on the Dawes roll. So we don't go by, I mean, you know, we don't go by, you know, what the colonizer misclassified. Have you ever heard about the Racial Integrity Act in Virginia?
Yes, I have.
Okay, have you heard of, so you heard of the Racial Integrity Act and you know, that one drop rule and all of that, and you've heard of Walter Plecker in Virginia. Have you heard of him?
Yes.
Yes. Okay, well, Walter Plecker, he misclassified and reclassified a lot of Virginia Indians. So many so that even my cousin was telling us this years ago, Phoenix, the Thomasina E. Jordan tribe, that we're related to a lot of the same people that they are related to, that got federally recognized.
Well,
I can't hear you. I'm sorry. I'm gonna mute up because I can't hear you. You sound kind of muffled.
What's up, internet?
Someone had an echo. But to answer your question, I would like to ask you this: when you were the child, and from the look of you now, you was a pretty good-looking lady, and you probably had real good hair, and a lot of people probably was jealous of you. Now, but here's the question: when you was playing with other little kids, did any of those little kids ever say, "Oh, she thinks she pretty because she got hair"?
Well, you know what they used to say, and I don't think you were in here earlier when I brought this up. See, I was born in the late 60s, and growing up in the 70s in West Philadelphia, everybody knew my grandma and knew my family were Indians. Playing in the yard, we out there playing, and kids from the neighborhood, it was only one other family on the block that, you know, said they were American Indians, knew they were Indians in their tribes, and everybody else would succumb to us while we're playing in grandma's yard and look at my grandmother and look at all of us and say, "Y'all Indians, ain't y'all?" And we ain't think no big thing of it because it was always told to us that we are Indians. And she told us not only her tribe she descended from, but the clans. And I see that the guy down there said, "What language do we speak?" Well, obviously, Mr. Whiskey, I'm going to address him with this one. If everyone spoke the indigenous language, they wouldn't have language immersion classes offered on the reservations, because there's a lot of people on reservation of your tired talking points, sir. And yes, Osio, Duhushu, Duhiku, I just greeted you and asked you how were you in Cherokee. So some of us do speak the language. Excuse me, mute up. I'm sorry, D-Ron. Some of us do speak the language, but that is a tired talking point because there were a lot of people that were sent to Indian boarding schools. I have records of some of my people in Indian boarding schools, right? And they were they weren't allowed to speak their language. If you know anything about being the indigenous, they were sent to these schools. They was hair was cut. They weren't. They were beat for speaking their language. I have death records of one of my ancestors at 9 years old from Carlisle, right? Indian Industrial School. Death records for a child of 9 years old. So yes, I just had to address that because he act like that all the Indians weren't colonized. He sound like a colonizer, a drunk one at that.
May I answer that, sister?
Yes, go ahead.
It's kind of ridiculous that people can try to argue that being the point of saying you aren't who you say you are just because you're identifying yourself as a person who went through things historically that would, you would be able to assume that you don't speak your original language. I'll use immigrants that are coming from all across the world today. Let's say somebody's grandma. I got friends that they have family members from China, from India, wherever it is that they may have come from, that they don't speak the languages that even their parents speak. They don't even have the same, even when they speak English, they don't even speak the same type of English that their parents are speaking. They speak normal native American English, just like average everyday children of every other ilk. But nobody ever goes to them and they're like, I don't think you actually are Chinese, bro, because you ain't speaking Chinese, you speaking English. But when it comes to us, given the open history that people can just go look for themselves, if you really care enough to have the conversation, you can go find things. It just blows my mind that some people can't see that the double standard is there because of the fact that people know what's up. They just don't want to publicly acknowledge certain things, which is not going to be able to, you're not going to be able to get away with that for too much longer. But then the second thing that I wanted to say was just to answer the question of, do Black Americans hate the idea of being African? I don't think anybody likes the idea of being called something that they know that they're not. And I'll use Chinese and Filipino people, or Chinese and Japanese people. Those are two of the most popular Asian groups in the world. Chinese people would not just be like, oh yeah, that's fine, call me Japanese. Japanese people will not be like, oh, that's fine, just call me Chinese, because that's what you think I am. You're assuming because you look at me that you think you know who I am and what I am. We're the only group of people in the world that get judged by a cover. And we get told, you don't actually know the contents of your book, because other people just want to look at the cover and say, this is what the book is about.
Appreciate that. Internet. It's been a while, but yeah, for sure, you spit. Yeah. Yeah, I agree with you. Like, people don't like the idea of being called something that they not. Stop calling us something that we not. If you don't want us to call you something that you not. Because we can get real clever. We can go real low. Y'all be crying on the internet. We act the way y'all act.
I think that the number one issue is also, I feel like a lot of people aren't acknowledging, like, if you're gonna say we aren't who we are for whatever reasons that you want to say that, you gotta say nobody is who they claiming they are, because everybody is mixing amongst each other for the most part these days. So if you're gonna try to say that, we can't claim what we're saying we are, then you gotta look at literally every other group of people in the world that are doing it.
And I would like to ask the panel, why is it such a bad thing to be an African?
Nothing wrong with being African. I'm just not African. I'm not Mexican, so I wouldn't just let you call me Mexican, because I'm not Mexican.
Okay, what do you claim to be?
I don't claim to be anything. That's like me claiming that I'm a man. No, I am a man. I'm a father. I have multiple children. I know for a fact that I'm a man.
Okay, let me try it this way. when you have to sign a paper and you have to put a nationality on it, what nationality do you write on that paper?
I don't have to identify myself on paper with any nationality if I don't choose to. The way that you should be asking it is, who am I? Not what do I identify as? What do I call myself? Who am I? Just like you would ask anybody else. What ethnicity are you? And what I tell you is the answer you're gonna get. I don't have to prove myself to you.
If you believe in some type of religion, and then you know that there's been some type of identification for another group of people ever since the beginning of time.
Sir, you can mark down whatever you want on paper. You can put other, you can put black,
put
you can
white.
put white tea,
I
you can
put
put
white.
whatever
I
you
put
want.
yes.
Why are you asking that question when you know you can put whatever you want? Why are you asking that?
Right, but why
because
would you
what
confuse
because what I'm getting ready to do-
nationality with ethnicity?
No, what I'm
What,
saying.
you're confusing nationality with
But-
ethnicity.
Okay, let me finish. Because to identify yourself,
Okay, I don't think he does.
It makes sense to be, y'all should be
great to the same country that they sold you to. So you really should be ashamed of being African because your own lineage doesn't care about you. So that's true. So yeah.
And let me address something. I did I spoke my language and wrote it down to him in Cherokee. To the guy Whiskey in the chat. So I did speak my language and I said a whole thing, but he can't tell me what I said. I bet you I can tell me, and anybody that speaks Cherokee will be able to decipher what I wrote down. Another thing, this guy, Mr. Douglas, you are very disrespectful with your European tongue. You sound just like the colonizer accent and all. You think that they didn't have melanated people all over the world? Someone, the other young lady had just put up a man from China that was black, melanated in color. That don't have anything to do with his race or ethnicity. You talking to people that can actually go 16 generations and name 16 generations of at least one set of or more of those ancestors. Y'all can't even name your 4th or 5th great grandparents. And I heard someone tell me, oh, well, that's some American bull crap. No, it's not. No, it's not. Because I'm gonna say this, I'm a great grandmother. I am a great grandmother, okay? And I have a mother that's living in her 70s. I have a grandmother that's still living. That is 96 years old, right? Almost 97. And that makes my great grandchildren, they have not only a great grandmother and me, they have my mother, which is their great grandmother, that's their 2nd great grandmother, and they have my grandmother, which is their 3rd great grandmother, their great grandmother. So some of these people here can't even name their third great grandparents. Can't even name them. You talking to people that can go 16 generations. Okay? So it's very disrespectful, it's very disingenuous, and this is why I say, we don't have no friends. We don't have no friends, but what we do have is family. I want to know, especially to the Native American, I want to know, why is it that y'all ain't find none of the cousins doing y'all genealogy? I want to know why y'all haven't done that, because see, I got ancestry in Canada as well. I have Mohawk lineage, and I'm about to change my screen to show you some of that Mohawk that I have in my lineage, right? And yeah, I got people traced to the Iroquois Six Nation reservation in Canada. So you don't know who you're talking to, sir. We don't just have one line of American Indian in our bloodline. I have several tribes on all 4 grandparents, okay, are American Indian. All 4.
May I pick up on something that you said that I want to hit on?
Go ahead.
One of the things that you said, I don't remember exactly how you worded it, but it got me to thinking about, reclassification of so-called Black people in America. And the fact that we are supposed to accept reclassification in terms of what we call ourselves, how we identify ourselves, not only in private when we're amongst each other, but like somebody just said earlier, how we identify ourselves in legal documentation and everything. We're just supposed to accept reclassification from the government every 50 to 70 years, but we can't just say, you know what, we're tired of that. We're gonna identify ourselves. So I'm supposed to go from being called African or Negro. Say it again.
All of you had that opportunity since 2000, more than since 2014. Because I know that for sure, because I went to the international courts to fight for every one of you, and we won our cases. It's just the people don't understand that the world isn't just a spiritual world or just physical, but the world operates off commerce also. Commerce that we invented, but not in control of.
Well, I'm speaking more so to the court of public opinion.
Pardon?
I'm speaking more so to the court of public opinion.
You're talking about, he's saying that people expect us to accept it. That's what he's talking about.
Yeah, people expect us to just be like, hey, this is what the popular term is now. You're going to call yourselves people of color now in 2020.
Oh, I hear what you're saying.
In 2020, you're going to call you, like, that's what I mean. Like,
yeah.
Literally just when I was a kid, we went from being called African-American / colored to now they say people of color. Like on my mom's birth certificate, it says Negro. On my birth certificate, it says African-American. On my dad's birth certificate, it says Black. Literally, I don't even have the same classification as my parents on paper. And I'm just supposed to say, okay, that's fine. But I can't call myself what I want to call myself and identify with what I actually know to go on behind closed doors with my family without people trying to make it, try to turn you into a martyr.
You know why that is? Because that's because our people are stuck in the branding system and don't know that we're in a system of branding. So it doesn't matter if you call yourself Black, white, green, Indian, all of those are brands and patents that are owned by the Europeans. And that's not known amongst our own people. The only one that's
the
true
point
here
that I'm making.
is the
We gotta
Cherokee
come up
lady,
with a name.
and I respect her for that because she actually knows that she's Cherokee and that we come from indigenous families this way. So, y'all need to start thinking about
Our
that.
beloved.
Pardon?
The we and our.
The we and our? What do you mean? I'm talking in plural.
Because you keep saying we, because they know who we and ours. Like, who are you?
Yeah, we're together. We're all one. No matter what you do, yes, we are. Anything you do, we all do.
Oh. Who your grandpa?
Am I? Who am I? You're asking? My name is Cameron.
No, I'm pretty sure we're not related. I would know.
No, we're all related. We're all of us are related.
No. And I do understand 6 degrees of separation, but no.
No, we're not all related. That would be
We're
incest.
not.
So
Yes, we are all related.
Y'all my people, but y'all not my blood. That's okay.
We are related.
We are not bloodline kin.
Okay.
You sitting there talking to a stage full of people that can go back 20 generations or better.
Well, I want to go back.
Wait a minute. Wait, I'm not young. I'm 51 years old, and I've been doing genealogy more than half my life with the live people that actually hugged the people that was alive in the 1800s. I came in with this. I've been this way my whole life. Always looking at other people like, stop calling me Black. You can ask anybody in my family. I never subscribed. never subscribed.
Yep, but we're subscribing
Right?
to other names
So
too.
no, your ethnicity is what's important. That's what was captured. Your heritage never changes. Heritage is what's constant. Heritage is what these people sought after so bad that they had to hide it from the people of the Americas. They are the only people, besides Russians, that have been named a lot of times. And that's only because they keep getting sliced up and pushed further back. But that's another history lesson.
Yeah,
but
because we're
the
sons of,
Americas, it
because
was
we're
super
their product.
important.
That's
We're
why they
the
keep
only
patenting
people,
it.
we're the only ones whose names changed.
Yes, because they keep repatenting our names.
No,
and
there's
using
no patent. There's no patent on my grandma's name.
But
No, 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 no.
but
There's
the
no patent.
Negro and
There
black.
is no patent on ethnicity. There's no
Yes, there is.
patent on heritage.
Listen,
Yes, there
King
is.
Spade, I hear
Without
what
the
you're saying and I
bloodline
understand
people.
what you're talking about. But what you're saying isn't applicable to what she's talking about. She's not
No, it
talking
is.
about practicing
They
commerce.
patent everything, including the religions, ethnicity, everything you're mentioning.
But you can't just say that because somebody claims to have a hold on something that the rest of the world has to
Okay, can I give you an
acknowledge.
example? Can I give you an
That's what-
example then? Can I give you an example then of how they do it? Okay, every year, in Canaan land and all the places in the Americas, they have a thing called Caravana, right? That's supposed to be from the islands, and none of the islands get money from it because they don't hold the patent. When it comes to Canada and they do Caravana in Canada, none of the blacks, Africans, nobody who's brown skin, black skin get the money from Caravana because it goes to the Chinese because they own the patent of Caravana. And they've been doing that against
What
our
does that
names
have to do with what we're talking about, though?
because that's where it starts. They
It
patented
doesn't.
everything. They patent everything. The ethnicity, the cooking, the food,
You.
everything.
All right, my brother, let me
not patent
let me
everything.
clear
What
this
are you
up.
talking about? They did not do that. I have ancestors on my
Okay,
tree
let
that
me
have
explain.
hold on. I have ancestors on my tree that have 0 patents and they're still indigenous. So I don't know what you're talking about. I have people on my tree that avoided censuses. They're still indigenous. So I don't. They didn't patent everything.
What's going on?
And didn't he say something about how Indians were patented?
All of our
Basically, what he was saying was,
And
yeah,
I
he was
asked
saying
him, did
basically
he
all
know
of
the
the tribes
difference
are.
between ethnicity, heritage, nationality, and he has yet to do so. He just start dragging us and collectively weing us and ours and all of that.
Where
And he
you
also
from?
said
Hold
the
on, what's
Indian.
up? Hold
He
on, where
said
you from, King Spade?
you have to come off mute.
Yeah, come on, me. Where you from, yeah?
Oh my gosh. Nobody knows how to turn on themselves off mute. Hold on.
He's fighting
I sent him
for
a
us in
request.
2014. He did say
And
that.
it's all love.
I sent him a
What
request.
you was marching for? What you was marching for? What's his name? Freddie Gray or something?
He said the Indian
bro.
I
word.
think bro is just confused.
He said the word Indian is a colonizer
He
term.
just seemed.
No, it's
No,
not.
it's not. Hold on, y'all. Hold on, I got it. Though.
He
He's
just
not
seems
coming
to
off.
be
Hold on,
one
he's
of
not
those
coming off
people
mute.
Hold on.
that.
Hold
Yeah,
on,
you
he's
just came
not
out.
coming off
Where you
mute.
from? Where you from, Spaz?
I just sent him another
Spade.
request.
Where you from? All right, where you from, Spade? All right, chill. All right, but
I guess he. Do you turn off the?
Oh, my bad. I thought I was off mute. Okay, I muted myself.
where you from?
I'm from Canaan land, North America.
Who?
Which is Canada to you guys. Canada.
Canada.
Yeah, from all right. All right, how long your folks? How long your folks been in Canada?
All their lives. We were born here.
Where they was born? Where they from? What's their ethnic background? Yeah.
They're Americans. We're American, North American.
They're Nova
natives.
Scotians.
No, not Scotians.
They came through Nova. They came through Nova Scotia. Africa.
No, we didn't come through. No, we didn't come through Nova Scotia. I live in Ontario.
You live
I know
in-
you're
where they
talking
in
about.
Nova
Those are our brothers in the in Nova Scotia, but I'm not from there.
Asking you where your great grandparents are from. Are they all from Canada?
Yes. We're all Mohawk tribe. Or
Y'all are Mohawk.
Mm-hmm. Our reserve is right at. Our reserve is in Saskatchewan. Hmm?
I got Mohawk too.
I'm from Detroit, so everything you're saying, I'm hit.
Right, because the Mohawk tribe was also in New York too.
Yes, we're everywhere.
Well,
But
and I got the Nova Scotia documents too.
yes, the Ojibways in Nova Scotia.
Yeah, cousin Darby, can you share the screen again?
Scotia on my tree too.
I got grandparents living out there.
I got my folks leaving, dipping off, and they on the Canadian census. Sure do.
I'm very close to the Scotians. I actually grew up with them because of the same things. We're Mohawk and they're Ojibwe. Some of them claim Métis and everything like that. So we hang. We've been growing up together. So we see it from Canada, what's going on.
To let you know, and if you look at this screen, I have Mohawk. Me and cousin Phoenix, we have like the same Mohawk line, but the chiefdom line. And some of these Mohawks with that surname right there, that chiefdom line, they have towns in Canada, in Ontario, named after them.
That's right. You're right.
Yes. So when the guy down in the audience who was supposed to be First Nations from Canada and was being very racist, I have indigenous people, Mohawk lineage from the six, and they were at the Iroquois Six Nation reservation. Some of them owned farms and land. Some of them had jobs where they worked at universities. I got census records, and it says that they were Iroquois and they spoke Iroquois. The husband was a groundskeeper. This was some of the ones from that line that migrated from upstate New York to Canada. So yeah, the guy, he acts like that he's the only Indian. Like they're the only Indians in Canada, but no, a lot of us have indigenous ties all over the Americas.
Yes. Yep. Did you know that the Iroquois, but you can pronounce it tonight with Iroquois or whatever. But did you know that the Iroquois Confederacy is all of those tribes melted together, and that's how we lost our Confederate flag during 1860.
Yeah, I do know that those Six Nations, that Confederacy, the Iroquois Confederacy, those are the ones that's on that reservation, too.
Yeah.
Yep. And they people don't that brought a lot of them into Virginia. And a lot of people don't know that the U.S. Constitution is fashioned from the Iroquois' Great Law and Peace.
Yes, that's right. So we're the creators of the Constitution and the treaties. All the treaties. We're the creators of them.
Acts, and we are related to the people that are the treaty signatories.
But that's why I was trying to tell you earlier, my brother, if you understand it that far, you almost got it. But there's certain things that you're missing when you're saying that these people own anything when it comes to us.
I had to go to international court to fight for that. And it got Trump to do a 600 and all the pedophiles in the world. And it's still going on today. It also got the Queen of England and to put in the public that she's a kidnapper, where she kidnapped the kids in Canada from the schools, and not just from our schools, but all the indigenous or Aboriginal people from all of the land of America and Britain. The Pope and the Queen were arrested of 2013 for these crimes of against humanity. The case ended in 2014, and in 2014, that's when the Pope put out the motu proprio, which is a declaration asking and telling all corporations around the world to shut down because they're the ones who own it. He's the trustee. Him and the Queen are the trustees. And ever since we came out of that court back then, we've been trying to tell the people to start claiming your pedigree. Claim it, because the land is yours already. They gave it back to you back in 2014. You need to claim back your land. learn how to do the administrative functions, and you'll be able to claim it like we've been doing here in Canaan, Canada.
Y'all got something totally different. Y'all got First Nation. Y'all got First
Those are
Nation
the fake.
issues. That's not. Yes, that's
Those are the
not the
fake.
same. That's
No,
not
those
the.
are the fake.
Yo, why
So
you
we're
keep
fighting
cutting me
against
off?
them.
Did I not let you just go on your whole diatribe?
Okay, my bad.
Let me sit up, and I
My
gotta
bad,
get on
Miss
my New York Indian shit, right? Cause dang, that's not how we roll here. That's not how the Indians move here.
Thank you, family, because when I do it, niggas look at me crazy. When I roll up from my seat and get gangster on their ass, like what?
Like, you just be chilling and it's like you just over talking and don't share the same respect. Sis, I don't know. I'm sitting there like, yeah, we just heard him out and everything. Like, yo, that's not how we roll here. And we have not been able to roll like that.
Excuse me, can I say this? I just wanted to give you the proper pronunciation, and I'm gonna drop. It's pronounced Iraku. The Indians from New York, they were French. I mean, it's a French pronunciation. So Iraku. I heard the brother he had a little complication pronouncing it correctly. But some people say Iroquois.
Man, it's Haudenosaunee. Haudenosaunee. Let's really keep it real. It ain't Iroquois. It ain't none of that.
Okay, all right, okay. You can drop me, bro. Thanks a lot.
That's what he came up to say.
And I would like to say one thing. Now, the Indians that you are talking about, that is from Canada, that is the Indian that we think we are. And that Indian was the red man. And he is who is indigenous to Canada. Now, the Indian that is indigenous to the United States of America is the Chickasaw, the Choctaw, the Cherokee, the Creek, and the Seminole. And those 5 tribes of Indian is known to be of African descent.
Go and holler and tell them folks in Oklahoma that. That would be hilarious. Call up Gary from the Choctaw and Chuck Hoskins and tell them that.
He dead ass? He was dead ass saying that?
I think he dead serious, y'all. So just tell them 5 civilized tribes that, honey, and see how, let me know how that works out. Come back and tell us again how that works.
As a matter of fact,
Be bad, David. You're riding
If you
Oklahoma
want
on
to
a
be
horse and say
African,
that.
that's cool, bro.
Riding on a horse in Oklahoma and say that.
I want to ask him this question now. OG, I respect anybody older than me. You know, I'm in my 20s, and if you older than 20 years older than me, you're OG to me, okay? So, based off what you said, right? You say anybody that come from the 5 civilized tribes in North America, aka United States of America, have African descendants, correct?
yes.
Where's your source on that? Who taught you that? Where did you receive your education? Because now I gotta match my education with your education. Because if I'm a recent class of 2021 and I've been in college too, because I can't say I don't know if you were in school or not, boss, but I've been in school for a goddamn minute. So I need to see where the hell you get this information from.
Okay, here we go. In your knowledge will never come even close to mine, because I am.
Well, let's not assault my knowledge because you don't know what I know.
Well,
Right?
well,
I
no,
asked you a question, boss.
brought this
I didn't
up.
disrespect.
And
I
my
didn't
knowledge,
disrespect you. I
no,
didn't
I
disrespect you.
am.
No, I didn't call you out
No,
your name. I just
but you
asked you a
did.
question, OG.
Okay,
Yeah,
but
that's what I did. So don't talk
because
about my
I
intelligence
am.
and what I know, because I didn't say anything about your intelligence. I just had asked you, where did you get your education from? Who taught
Okay,
you the information that you taught?
okay. Now slow down. I got
All
my
right.
education. I'm a graduate from Arkansas State University.
Oh.
I am a former professor of Egyptology at the University of Oklahoma. Now, if
You say
you
you're a
just look
professor?
at the of Oklahoma.
Over here.
In
Because
true
I've been
scholar
putting
would
up
always be willing to learn.
genealogy, and this man been so contrarian, cousin. He didn't mention anything about or none of the questions when he was asking us. So what's so bad? Why people don't want to be African? And another brother told him it's nothing wrong with being African. So my question to you, David, what's wrong with us being American Indian? And how does us being American Indian hurt your African?
No, see, I never said one thing about not being a Native American, but I just wanted. I'm
American. I'm American Indian. I'm American Indian. And then another thing, sir, he only mentioned 5. Yes, please, cousin. I asked,
Did they have a problem with what was wrong with being African? There was really nothing to challenge, you know. And shout out to Dr. Mumu, because she was about to at least have a conversation with you when you talked about the 5 civilized tribes. And even if you in Oklahoma, I can assure you, they can't do what we can do with the bloodline ties. We know when their history starts. They have a start date. Let's not act like Oklahoma was born in 1907. It's not something that always was. Territories was expanded. Back to the Mohawk, Canada and New York was the same place.
Right. Before it was a borderline.
Before it was Canada.
I know that because
You
in
remember
Toronto,
1763? You remember 1763, the Treaty of Paris?
yes, I remember that.
1763 to 1783?
That's right.
West Florida
Mm-hmm.
and the West Florida parishes?
Yep.
Them Choctaws, none of them civilized tribes in Oklahoma. Which one of them could really say that they was down below that 33rd parallel? See, they got to blame everything on New Orleans because West Florida was not a part of the purchase. But somehow they stealing information, pictures, family, relics, artifacts, and all types of stuff from West Florida. But why wouldn't you be getting it from New Orleans if that's where your base was at? Why y'all messing with West Florida? Why y'all can't prove y'all was down in West Florida? Don't want to deal with the nationality. I'm a New Yorker.
Why you always lying? Oh my God.
Like you talking about nationality. My should say New York is my country. Greeting to all whom these possess.
Same here. Even on my birth certificate too. That just says Brooklyn, New York, Kings County, New York. Okay,
well, I'm
come from the Constitution of New York. You know what I mean?
Okay, I'm 67 years old, and I was born and raised in Arkansas, and far as the Trail of Tears goes, that
you're my grandpa age.
I'm sorry.
You're my grandpa age, and you know what's so crazy? Because you're my grandfather age, I have the same conversation with him because this is what he tells me. He called me Nana. He's like, look, Nana, I don't know what the hell you talking about right now, but all I know is I'm a Christian. I'm gonna be unalive as a Christian. None of those things really apply to me because I'm really so interested into it. You know what I mean? I understand what you're saying, but I'm a Christian at the end of the day. I'm like, what the hell does that got to do with the conversation that we having? And it's like, I know it's with y'all generation, right? Not saying all the people in your generation is like that, but because the way that y'all parents raised y'all rather X out anything that anybody else is saying, only care about what y'all have to say. Because y'all didn't really get the chance to have a voice in the household. That's why they majority call y'all generation the so-called silent for real, because y'all was hushed up. Are you really that for real? Because when did you guys contribute anything but getting the attitude to control everything? Y'all don't got no respect, but y'all want my generation to respect y'all, but y'all can't respect us and what we say. That's not how it works. That's not how it works at all. And I had to deal with that same interaction with some of these old ladies at my job because they felt that entitlement to think they could talk to me whatever because they older than me. Nah, that's not how it works. I'm a grown ass woman. I got the same knowledge. I'm gonna get to your age anytime soon. So you gotta have the same respect for anybody, no matter if they older than you or younger than you, and hear them out.
And
It's embarrassing.
that's
Y'all be
fair.
want to have a go ahead, boss. Go ahead, boss. My fault. I mean, it's so true about that because y'all be look. I respect my elders. I'm gonna go to war for my elders regardless of the fact. But I really, really want my elders to be more respectful of my generation because respect goes both ways. You feel me? And if y'all not hearing my generation out, nor the millennials, nor the Gen X as well, because mindful y'all birthed them too. Y'all my grandparents. So y'all gotta also care for y'all own kids as well because y'all raised them too. So anything that those two generations are saying, y'all need to hear them out because y'all the last OGs. Let that marinate with you. Once you leave this earth, it won't be you anymore. It will be your kids. After their kids, it will be your grandkids. After your grandkids, it will be your great grandkids. So understand that your existence right now is important. And if your grandkids want to know something about their grandfather, you should be able to give them the exact raw information that they need to know. Especially you being a man too.
It's facts, sis.
Like, I mean, I'm 22 years old. OG, I don't like not saying like I've been through it all, but I've seen some things that shifted my mind and think the way it is. You feel me? And anybody at any age can get it, cause I talk my realest shit, for real.
Yeah, I am listening to what you're saying, and I agree with you totally. But I will also want to let you know that in 1882, the Rockefellers came into the Board of Education. And when they came in with the intention on changing Black history. And that is exactly what they did. And the way they got their foot in the door is they built Spelman College. That was an all Black university for women. They bailed them out of a $600 debt. And from that point on, all of the Black history was banned in the Black, what we call today, our Black universities, our Black colleges, so on and so on. And then they replaced our history with the history that they wanted us to believe. And now when it comes to the Indians that we are trying to claim to be, that Indian, wait, hold on. That Indian is indigenous to Canada, not to the United States.
David, that's how they changed. That's how they got everything to be
Very
programmed.
borderline.
That's how they got everyone to be programmed is through the education system. And he's right. He's 100% right. Because there was no such thing as the education system. And when Frederick T. Gates did it.
Yes, they did. They had separate but equal. Remember, they tried that. There's a whole process before all of that. That's why I'm like, where's he coming from exactly?
He's coming from where public school was invented by Rockefellers and the Gates family.
That's not something that we are disputing. All of the aid created by them too.
No,
and what about
giving
the
you
Black
history.
faces?
He was giving us
What
history.
about the Black? But we know the history because it's our history.
Okay.
Literally, I could pull up my people on the Hampton list. My Tuscarora auntie Lucy Jones. Go look at them Tuscarora Joneses. That's my Joneses. It's personal. This been a journey forever. You can't. And I'm gonna tell you, I got the alphabets to leave my motherfucking folks alone. Leave my son alone. Y'all can't, I'm not really trying to hear that. And I'm not saying you wrong, but I'm saying that's not practical. It's not practical. And on the spiritual side, you don't have to be belligerent when you walk in truth. The only aversion you get to is here on these internet streets. It's not like that in real life.
Facts.
It's not like that in real life. Nobody in real life in any time off these apps is ever calling me an African. Always been an Indian. My mama an Indian, my daddy an Indian. I got my son to be 33, he an Indian. My daughter 31, and she an Indian. My 20-year-old, she a motherfucking Indian. My grandbaby. It's not, you know, my mother's 11 out of 18 kids. I got like 200 first cousins. We're all Indians. How do we get along in Queens? How do New York City respect my family? How do New York State rock with mines? What happens when they step across the gun line? So we establishing that it's not going to happen here in our country, which is New York, then it's not going to happen nationally neither. That's the approach.
Excuse me. Notice.
It has nothing to do with aggression. They walk over and they make assumptions. And when they make an assumption, take off their foot. Take off their foot. If you confident and secure with your genealogy, ain't no way being called anything by somebody that can't prove that they even the thing that they calling you. It's crazy to even be triggered by it.
Right.
I would like to comment on one thing that the young lady said earlier about the
question.
about
Mumu,
the
can you
social-
ask that same question again? Because I think he left on purpose and
Thank you for the
maybe he
follow,
forgot.
FBA. Bay.
No, what I was
What's up, Jasmine? Go ahead, David. I'm just shouting out the people that's in here. Shout out to everybody that's in here. Thank y'all for coming
the
through.
young lady.
What's up, people? How y'all doing?
Okay, the young lady who mentioned the fairs earlier. Those fairs, and this is the truth. It was the Chicago Fair and the St. Louis Fair. During that period of the fair, they was making those incubator babies. And after the fairs left, those babies were left without knowing who their parents was. And then they started making the Cabbage Patch baby, which was dark complected babies. Those babies, after they grew up, never had parents. So that is what the World Fairs was all about. That was the era of the.
You calling Negro babies the Cabbage Patch Kids? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, he's right.
Yes, he did.
Correct, though. No, he's correct. He's telling you history.
Hell.
He's talking about history. Talking history.
Who's
History.
talking?
It really is.
Hey,
It's the Earth's history. It's not your history. Don't worry. It's the Earth's history.
Hey, relax, y'all. He tripping. What's up, Will? I was about to say, I'll clear the stage. So relax, y'all. Y'all know I will. Relax. One mic. Y'all getting a little too excited. Yeah. Who said what about what? Cabbage Patch Negroes is Cabbage Patch Kids. Hello. I ain't never heard that a day in my life.
He said that the brown little babies, and then he just went to the Cabbage Patch, and I stopped him. I asked him, "Are you saying
Which Negroes? Yeah, which Negro? Like OG David don't be cooking nothing. David be talking for like 20 minutes and ain't cooking nothing.
He need to put them shit back in the fridge before it gets spoiled."
David don't be cooking nothing. It's too much. It's too much.
Seafood out for 2 days.
Too much.
It's actual Earth history.
Earth history.
Right.
Who the fuck is Earth? Like you an Earthling?
David. Okay, all right, Mr. David. Just
I ain't David. I'm Darvid. I ain't David, I'm Darvin. Get my
everything
name
I
right.
said.
Disprove what?
Everything I said.
I don't even know what you said. What you say?
That's because
Come
you're
on,
talking
because it's sweet
and you're gonna
truth
be
said a lie,
quiet.
David. We know about the Cabbage
y'all-
Patch Kids, but we damn sure know they wasn't no Negro. If the burden on proof is on you
On you,
because you're
yep.
saying those Cabbage Patch Kids are Negroes, sweetheart. Go
I
for
don't
it.
know I don't know no Negroes that came out of incubator.
See that
Negro children was the
He might be
post order
referring
kids
to a
and the mail
book
order
that has it.
brides too, right?
I
Nah,
think he's
David, go
referring to the
get them
book.
Negro Cabbage Patch Kids, honey. We'll wait.
I think he's,
Your source.
I think he's referring to the book. There's a book where it's in.
What book?
It's talking about. There's a book called something about the Cabbage Patch.
That those was Negro Cabbage Patch Kids.
Yes, they were. And that's how they
I
started
did
orphanages too.
not
And
say
everything.
Let's go
Negro.
get the. Just go
That's
get
how
the
they started
receipts.
orphanages. How
Just
this connected to the
we know
orphanage
about
thing.
the colored orphanages and we know about the Cabbage Patch Kids. What I am specifically saying to you and David, since you holding his nuts, y'all go get whatever book or get the source that indicates that these was Negro children. Let's
Come
go.
on,
Let's
Nate,
get
I
it.
didn't disrespect you. I didn't disrespect you. There's no need for all that. I didn't disrespect you. You want,
Let's get the receipts. This
I didn't
let's get the
disrespect you.
receipts.
I'm trying to keep it civil with you. But it is,
I told you I was sitting up and I'm on my
She
new
says
book. It's not
she
disrespect.
she
Go
said
get the
stop
receipt.
holding
you're saying I'm holding another man's nuts. That's not disrespectful because I'm not.
yeah,
a
stop holding
disrespectful from
hold
what you just said and your
hold on once. Yeah, I was about to say stop holding his nuts, nigga. And
Yeah,
let him
say
source
something.
up. Now I said it. How about that?
Hey, y'all remember about 10 minutes ago, she just said, "Don't trip if it ain't true." Basically, you kind of bugging out, brother. So I feel like you're acknowledging holding a man's nuts.
Right. Don't if it ain't
Slow.
true, why you
He must
but
be
yeah,
waiting.
Just let him speak.
One second. Hey, you the one that's we tell him to source up. You source up now for him, since you want to hold his nuts, not hold
I
her.
already told you it's in a book called something to do with the Cabbage Patch.
How about
The title
show
of the book
us
is
the
Cabbage Patch.
You got
show us the
access
book.
to the book, right?
Yeah, show us the book. Yeah, pull it up.
I don't have it on me. I'm not on with my library right now, but
You don't. You can't. You can't pull it up and take a picture, a screenshot.
If you Google on any books that are titled,
Buddy just
something
meat
with
rotten,
Cabbage
just
Patch
the meat
Kids.
You have the burden of proof. You were co-signing and like my cousin said. You were co-signing David's claim, and from what
but I'm not
I
near my
read on
library.
Cabbage
I'm not
Patch
near my library.
Kids, wait a minute. From what I read on the Cabbage Patch Kids, they were not melanated.
Okay.
None of them. They were foreigners. They weren't
so
even
you have
from
to do
here.
that. Bring your burden of proof for that. When you get
I
your
don't have to. I didn't make the claim. You did. So we're gonna
Right.
deal with
Yeah,
your
but you're
claim
rebutting
first.
it. You're rebutting
You
it.
no, wait a minute. Hold up. Mute up, because we're gonna deal
you're
with
rebutting it with
you.
no facts.
We giving. I done pulled up my genealogy. I gave a lot of facts more than anybody did when it came to the
We're not
family.
talking about your
Proof.
genealogy. We're
I
talking
don't
about Cabbage
care. I said pull up. That's the first primary source. Genealogy is a primary
We're
source.
talking about Cabbage Patch.
But you didn't pull up a primary source. You was holding that man nuts.
Not holding.
You still holding his nuts. Matter of fact, you doing more than that now. You sucking his phallus.
Ooh.
You don't like being disrespected, but you like.
Man.
Okay.
No, we like.
I ain't gonna lie,
I don't think it goes both ways. All right.
You just gotta understand where she coming from, bro. You trying to tell her the burden of proof is on her for something that one you claim, and then two, like that she came up here, bro. And I was gonna tell her be careful with that, because people like you do little slick stuff like this, where she pull her whole genealogy up, bro. You could even go do her genealogy and go try to disprove her, but you just gonna end up finding out She's definitely telling the truth because she wouldn't be that comfortable presenting that
We're not
much
talking
of her
about her
family's
genealogy.
But we are all.
We are.
This whole thing is about
If you want,
genealogy. What do you mean?
No, the
hold on. Let
David
me
guy
hop
was
in. Let me
talking
hop in.
about Cabbage
Hold on
Patch
one
Kids.
second. Yeah, Cabbage Patch. David brought, but we ain't got no proof of that. That Negroes are Cabbage Patch Kids.
Yeah.
Melanated people, we don't show us. Like we don't know no niggas that was Cabbage Patch Kids.
Like we're not talking about her. We're talking about Cabbage Patch Kids.
We don't know
I don't
no
have the book with
niggas.
me.
In the
I don't have
history
the book
of.
with me. I don't have the book with me right now.
All right. So why you holding?
So my receipts is out.
Hold on. Stop cutting me off, nigga. The fuck is wrong with you? I'm talking. You hear me talking, right? Sit your ass down and mute the fuck up. I was about to say, yeah, we talking about we don't know anybody that's man. Can you are you hard of hearing? Don't you hear me speaking? Yeah. You talking about New York? People talking about New York. Don't make me break Baltimore out, fuck nigga. What are we talking about? Because you be on this, yeah. What? Mute up and let me finish. Like the yeah. Go ahead. So with that being said, right? We talking about Cabbage Patch Kids. David brought that point up. We telling y'all the proof because we don't know anybody. We do our genealogy. We don't know nobody that's melanated that are considered Cabbage Patch Kids. That's what we're saying. And you wanted to jump out and for a bullet for David's yapping ass and say
David,
that oh no
David, don't
that,
disrespect me anymore.
man, shut the fuck up or what? Shut the fuck up or what? You get up here and yap all the fucking time. Ooh, this escalated quickly, but yeah, it's like, yeah, I'll allow you. It's the same. Y'all don't know about something. You come up here and yap about the same shit every day, David. You come up here and yap about the same shit every day, David, yapper. Now, with that being said, David said something. You wanted to jump out for him, take the bullet for him, and now we ask you to prove that shit. I'm not near my library. So you should have kept your mouth shut, nigga. You could have kept your mouth shut. You wasn't gonna show us no source. No respect for elders. I respect my elders. David ain't one of my elders. I ain't gotta respect everybody. I respect David, right? Me showing David respect is about me hitting him for fucking minutes and hours on my fucking stage. That's me showing respect. Talking about the same goddamn shit. We gotta tell him the same shit every goddamn live. What the fuck is that? You wrong. He is not disrespectful. I told him yapping, saying people is yapping is disrespectful. He's not wrong. You're wrong. I ain't wrong for shit. If I'm wrong or right, whatever. It's my fucking live. Let me be wrong or right, nigga. You're still here watching me. So take your bitch ass somewhere else. If you want to cry, nigga. Bitch ass. What the fuck is we talking about?
You know, David, I noticed when you don't know something, you
man shut
the
the heck. Well, I don't know. You said I don't know. Tell me if I don't know something, I shut the fuck up when I don't know shit.
See, when you mute me, that let your panels and the people that follow you, that let them know that you don't know what the hell you're talking about.
I don't know what I'm talking about. Let me know how I know. Y'all don't have a fucking. You don't have a source, David. David, you don't have a David. You don't have a source, David. You never show us a source. I show sources. When the hell are the elders gonna show some fucking sources for once, huh? Davita shows sources. Phoenix shows sources, right? When are you gonna show us sources, David? And stop yapping your fucking lips.
If it's in a book, you should be able to prove something up online.
I unfollowed you. You're younger. I don't give a fuck about your follow. Fuck off. I'ma still be here tomorrow. I'ma still be here tomorrow whether you follow me or not. So fuck off.
That is not promised.
How about that? And guess what? I gained another follower. So your follow ain't mean nothing. And your unfollow ain't mean nothing. What
My
you talking
thing
about?
is, right, real quick, David. David, right? You sitting here. I'm an older guy myself, bro. And you're sitting here, you spitting this rhetoric, and you're lying. You have lying resources. I looked up your name in this college. You're not a professor. All right. So with that being said, bro, all right, you're already known to be a compulsive liar. All right. So could we get at least the book name that we could look this book up, because we all know that we were never incubator babies. All right. So can you give us this book source? We need this book source, bro.
All you gotta do is look up the Chicago World Fair.
Okay, we already know about Chicago World Fair. We know everything about Chicago World Fair. All right, like the lady said, like we all mentioned, and it had nothing. That Chicago World Fair, they had not one melanated baby. That was our complexion. All right.
The only person that was at that World Fair that looked like any of us was Frederick Douglass, and that's because his bitch ass had Haitian citizenship.
That's a
Wanna talk
fact.
about it?
And the statues. If you see some of the statues there, they were statues of the people who actually built it. So, with that being said,
Show. That's where they started the Mardi Gras. Wild Bill Creole show.
The title of the book is called Tesla and the Cabbage Patch Kids.
Tesla and the Cabbage Patch Kids. And they was Negro Cabbage Patch Kids. And you know, you got to be talking about Negro the Guinea, right?
Well, they're talking about exploring the lost empire of Tartaria. And the Tartarians was us.
So
Yeah.
you just made it about us.
Yeah,
No,
the Tartarians is us, though.
we're not Asiatic black men and women. That's not us.
No. Tartarian is an ancient, it's ancient
Going,
us in the
you
east.
is not finna drag me to no Tartaria neither. You ain't doing that.
Yeah, I was about to
gave
say
you
it.
the-
And
I just gave you the book.
Oh no, one second. And folks want me to be I gotta be respectful because niggas are saying we some science experiments. Fuck out of here. Niggas telling me, oh, your folks are science experiments. What? You might as well say I was inbred, nigga. If you want to say that. I'm like, what are we talking about? Y'all, this Cabbage Patch shit, we don't have no record of no melanated folks, black folks being, Negro folks being out there incubator babies. Chicago World Fair, they're not talking about us. And I'm supposed to be respectful about that shit, man. Fuck out of here. Niggas disrespect, that's disrespectful. Don't call me a fucking experiment. How about that? When folks is really getting experimented on.
That was very anticlimactic, man. Like, if that was what you were like waiting the whole time to reveal, you might as well just drop from the live and listen and learn, pay attention to what's happening.
Oh, you talking to Spaz?
Yeah, not you, my boy. You already know.
I was like, hold on, what's going on?
Nah, because he was talking like
what's up,
he
New
was
Era?
about to just drop some crazy info about the World Fair that nobody knew or never heard of or something. Like,
right, exactly.
Niggas been watching that. That was like elementary school information finding out.
Right.
Yeah, I
Right.
would
We
like to
not
say to the gentleman,
we not
I would
expect
like
we
to
not
say to
ex
the guy,
no
you don't know,
I'm not
you
I'm
don't,
not
you
I'm
don't know
talking
anything
right
about
right
me.
now. I'm talking right now. But yeah, that saying folks is Cabbage the Patch, all this breeding farm shit. Stop. If you ain't got no proof for that, stop saying that shit, yo. Oh God, like that shit disrespectful. And this is my first time actually saying something about that. So I don't really care if it's an elder, right? They ain't my elder. I respect elders. They ain't my elder. David is not my elder. He ain't got shit to offer me. right? Nothing knowledgeable to offer me. None of that. But you have, it's such you saying ludicrous shit like, oh, we on some, we're experiments. We're only here because of experiments and shit like that. Fuck out of here. You might as well call me a mutt. You might as well call me a mutt. You might as well call me inbred. That's a slap in the face to my ancestors, because they ain't tell me no shit like that either. So fuck off. And who don't like it, I don't give a fuck.
And I would just like to say to the guy beneath me, you don't know anything about me. You haven't read no check on me. So stop lying. And I am not a liar.
But yeah, we supposed to, us as Americans, we supposed to take the disrespect from everybody. No matter, we're like, nah, that don't work like that. Y'all foreigners to me. Y'all colonizers to me. If you want to put all these disrespectful ass narratives on us, y'all disrespectful, y'all colonizers. Fuck off. We supposed to take the disrespect from everybody, huh? Oh, don't talk back to them. Don't disrespect them. Like, nah, they disrespected us. So guess what? We're gonna show them who's more disrespectful. Since you want to go low, fuck going high. How about that?
I don't believe in taking the high road. That shit dead as fuck. You disrespect me, I'm gonna give you the same energy back. I don't give a damn man, cat, or female, it don't matter. Goddamn, you get what you give. Shit, yeah, no, fuck all that. I don't believe in that shit.
Niggas go on here saying our grandma's liars and shit. Like what? Saying our grandma's lies, our grandfather's lies, our elders' is liars, that they hated themselves. What? What are we talking about?
We are talking about you don't know who you are.
Man, see, that's the disrespect. Get the fuck off my panel.
We know who we are.
They always expose themselves.
You don't know
like
what you are.
David has
said by Oklahoma. They done sent it.
Folks don't know. I let David. Yeah, this is my first time saying anything to fucking David. Literally, this is my first goddamn time actually saying some people that know. I let David on my life. It's probably been more than 2 handfuls of times I done let David on the panel, telling people they don't know who the fuck they are. That we all from Africa. He doesn't even believe in the transatlantic slave trade, but somehow we popped up from fucking Africa somewhere. That's how I know. I know who be on my panels. I let people talk, right? And then when things get out of line, I'm gonna let them know about it. If I want to address this, every time he comes up here, he says the same shit. I'm tired of shit. What is we talking about? Good, but yeah, go ahead.
Ask him about his fucking Arkansas shit crazy.
Yo, I literally sit back and listen all the time, and then guess what? He's just stealing my fucking request. So apparently, he don't give a fuck if I'm being disrespectful. Apparently, he doesn't give a fuck because he's still here.
Who this War Party dude? Who the hell is this dude?
Darby, can I put a picture of these? These are the orphan trained people that he's talking about were black. None of these children were from America. They were from Eastern European, I think, but they were definitely European. And even the incubator babies. Now, if they threw a couple of Africans in there and the World's Fair, you know, of course we know about the Chicago World's Fair, and we also know about the University of Chicago with their they had a big program their eugenics, a very big eugenics program. So I'm not going to listen to nobody that's indoctrinated, and my mother is older than David.
My mother is in her 70s and she know who her people are. He was very disrespectful and dismissive, and he never answered my questions either, because he asked the question, why does people have a problem with being African? And the young brother said, we don't have a problem with being African. We just not African. Now, my question to him was, why do people have a problem with us being American Indian, who our grandparents were? And I also asked him, what does my being an Indian hurt his African? How does my being an Indian hurt any of your Africans?
Right. And talking. I like he's been like, dismissive of what we talking about, right? Because his mind is already fucking made up. He does this don't answer no questions. Because his mind is already fucking made up, dude. And I allow him to be here. All right, let's see what David got to say. His talking points don't change, dude. Like, his talking points don't change. And guess what? He's gonna be here. He's gonna be here the next live stream. What's up, Eddie? I don't even think I acknowledged you this live stream. But what's up? Same shit. So yeah. And guess what? The person that said, "Oh, you're being young, you're young and rude." Well, I done tripled my follows since you unfollowed me, motherfucker.
What's good to the panel? What's up? What's up, Phoenix? What's up, Davita Carter?
What's up, Dyro?
To answer tonight's question, do Black Americans hate the idea of being African? Absolutely not. We do not hate the idea of being African. The problem is we can't find that shit in our recent genealogy, let alone DNA kit. If it came across that evidence, and with the experts like David Eltis doing the records on the amount of slaves being brought to the United States, is pretty much minuscule. So you just holding on to this phantom anonymous African thing, that's not going to cut it. You got to get some type of citizenship to a tribe. You got to get some type of sovereignty, some type of money and land claim or casino money, because it's not just Native Americans got casinos. West Central Africans got casinos too. And they got billionaires and kings and stuff like that over there. They got bags and bags of money doing deals with like Ukraine and Russia and China, Japan, Korea, Australia. But we, on the other hand, when we was pushing this Pan-Africanist shit, it's only been one-sided. Like, we've been trying to build an economic infrastructure with Native Africans, but they're not blood sacrificing themselves and falling on the sword for us to help us build ourselves up in the Americas. And no, our American Indianness does not harm a Mongol-style Native American, let alone an African. They're just projecting their own anti-Black American behavior onto us because both sides has neglected, use this King Alfred plan and benign neglect towards Black Americans claims and putting our stuff in the probate because they don't want us to get any type of money, no power, nothing, because they always want us as the at the bottom of the barrel of the cast.
For sure, Tyrone. Thank you. Appreciate that. We got go ahead.
Okay, that brother was just talking about the Pan-African trade that Marcus Garvey, who was living right across from me in Jamaica, was talking about. Remember, that was infiltrated by the CIA and FBI. That had nothing to do with Marcus Garvey, who was deported, where a lot of people in the United States that look like him signed papers for him to be deported. But that already happened. But what I'm looking at, right, nobody who is dark-skinned should be ashamed of being with any African ethnicity. You know why? Look at the languages in the world. Just about 95% of the language, they come from the Meduneta Look at it. The story of Jesus
They
come
come from
from Heru.
Benedetto. Mm-hmm.
Yes. Okay,
Hold
so
on.
somebody just.
What was the Meta-Neter deciphered?
Huh?
Was the Meta-Neter deciphered, and who deciphered it?
Deciphered by the Europeans, you mean? The ones that came after. Our ancestors were using it all the time. From the pre-dynastic in Kemet all the way down to Sudan. It wasn't just something that was in Kemet. Remember the pyramid, the oldest pyramids are in Sudan.
Just so that, okay, but who deciphered it, and when was it deciphered?
Well, the Europeans deciphered it around, I was in the 1700s. So it wasn't. We didn't need to decipher it. We were speaking it. You messing with me,
Can
man.
you speak Meta-Neter?
No, I know some of the letters. I could see some of the letters. Yeah. And there was a guy that was born across from me in St. Croix. His name was. Somebody laughing at me.
I'm not laughing at you. I'm laughing.
You laughed at St. Thomas? You laughed at St. Thomas?
Okay, so you're from Jamaica, you said?
No. I said I live across from Jamaica. I live in St.
St.
Thomas,
Thomas.
United States. Yeah, United States Virgin Islands, yeah. And I'm saying that I'm proud to be of African ancestry somehow, okay? But guess what? People did just everything. Even in America, the dark-skinned people invented the light. Louis Latimer invented the telephone. Louis Latimer. It's not just Africa. You know what I'm saying? Where people saying it's the beginning of civilization. But they did a lot. They did a lot. I mean, geez, I'm bread. The E1, B1A is the oldest humans on Earth. So the Igbo people, according to England, are the smartest people. They just do this laughing. I like that.
Word
They're not.
Word
Their letter is E.
Don't mind me, please.
E1, B1A. That's
not the ancients, and they not from America.
Word America is the word Africa.
Communist. What did I say?
The
letter
Word
E.
America is the
Listen,
word
they
Africa.
go alphabetically. The letter E does not come before A. So Albert Perry is AA. Right? So that means our American indigenous males are older than all of y'all.
That's not true.
How about this?
I'm in the Americas. They don't make a difference. Go ahead.
The Native American haplogroup A2 has haplogroup L in it. So they can't sit up here and deny that Black Americans are from this landmass because haplogroup L and all these Austronesian, Melanesian, Polynesian genetic groups exist underneath mitochondria. But
before you had Polynesians, Polynesia was called Melanesia first. Remember that?
They're black people. But I would like to share this image on the screen right quick. Marcus Garvey said, "I regard the Klan, the Anglo-Saxon clubs, and the white American societies as far as the Negro is concerned as the better friends of the race than all other groups of hypocritical whites put together." Isn't this the leopard eating the face?
I didn't quite understand what you said because of the dog barking.
He said that I regard the Ku Klux Klan and the Anglo-Saxon clubs, aka the racist whites that claim a white ethno-state on America, and the white American societies, as far as the Negro is concerned, as the better friends to the race than all other hypocritical whites put together. Like he's mentioning these white liberals, the communists or whatever, the Democrats, even these allies like the small hats and white people that like Black Americans and want to fight for our battles, like the white people.
You just reminded me, we gonna get Donald Trump to take Marcus Garvey statues down. Fuck that nigga.
Oh, what's up? Cassie been in here. What's up, Cassie?
You know what's so funny?
These statues don't need to be here in the United States.
Lucky.
Oh, DYT.
No, he wasn't friends with Walter Flecker. He was tight with
No, he was, Tyron.
I
He
have
was, but
paperwork.
he-
I have
Oh.
paperwork showing that
Yes, he was.
yes, he was.
And 7-year clocks, and they
Yep.
they went neck and neck.
I agree. I agree with you, Mitra. You're right.
All right, for sure. Yeah, but yeah, somebody made on TikTok. Somebody made a meme with Marcus Garvey and Walter Plucker's stepbrothers. That shit, that shit is-
They probably identical twins, fraternal twins for all we know. Shit.
Shit. I'm finna listen and fire this out.
His gravestone yet in England?
What's up, Chantal Beezy?
It didn't it used to say, "Here lies Marcus Garvey, who died penniless." Why they
Damn.
put that on his grave?
Yo, they disrespected him in London. Why they do him like that? Yeah? That's
Marcus, I got his
They
military
stoned him
records.
in
He was too
Jamaica.
fat.
But
He
Jamaica
was too
wouldn't
fat
accept
to
him.
serve in the military.
to death?
Hold on, one second. What you say, Chris? Hold
Yeah,
on,
they,
what you
in
say?
Jamaica, in
On his
Jamaica,
military
after that,
records, he
after
was
he
too
got
fat.
convicted for that crime in
Oh, why
Jamaica,
did I
they
do that? I
stoned
didn't
him
mean
to
to do
death.
that.
Not to death. They stoned him out of Jamaica,
What's
so
up,
he was
Kenya?
not
How
allowed
you
to go
doing?
to Jamaica.
Kenya ain't no African. That's Joy the stage. She said, I ain't no African. But yeah, Marcus, that's crazy. Like he never went to Africa before he passed, and he ended up dying in London. How ironic, right?
He died in London.
None of the
And
countries
I know.
Marcus Malcolm X's father went to go visit him in jail, right? He probably has something to do with Malcolm's father getting killed too. Yeah, Marcus.
That's not true.
Marcus
Johnson first-
Garvey wasn't good at all. He wasn't right at all.
Johnson Fruits in the chat, y'all. My bad. We gotta say unalive. You can't say the K word, the KILL word. It helps a lot. Make it remind that this is a safe space.
The offering to the TikTok guys.
Yeah, we got
Wow.
offer to the TikTok guys. Bite that, because Bite Dance would do any fuck. Yeah, Bite. I got a bone to pick with Bite Dance, right? They removed one of my videos again, right? They disabled it from the creator thing or whatever the fuck it is. Like they always trying to mess with me. Like Bite Dance, I know somebody's listening to this TikTok live because on one of my live streams, y'all try to make me verify that I was a human, right? Bite Dance, I know we've been doing this thing for like 5 years now. Stop fucking with me, right? Stop fucking with my live streams. Stop fucking with my content. I'm not violating any guidelines. Yo, they really took down the Nottoway Plantation post I made. Nottoway Plantation is connected to the Randolph family who had connections to Pocahontas and Thomas Jefferson. That's literally why I said in the post. And they took that shit down. I appealed it. They brought it back up, but yeah, they fucking with my content. And
Same
when
with
I
me.
make
They shit on my shit too over some
When I'm-
simple non harassing anything. But go ahead. I'm sorry.
when I make you like $40 fucking a video, I did the math, right? That's a fucking salary that I make for y'all every year, TikTok, that I don't even get to fucking see. I make a goddamn worker salary for TikTok off my videos. Is it the biggest salary? No, but I make 40,000. TikTok makes $40,000 off my videos a year. That's somebody's salary. So yeah, I got a bone to pick with ByteDance. Yes. Yeah, I'm gonna let them know every time I'm live stream that they keep fucking with me. Same with Twitter, X. I make more. I got way more impressions on X than I do on TikTok. Right? Damn it, I got 1 million right now on X. Right? And guess what? They probably make 6 figures off my videos that I post on X. They make at least 6 figures off my posts off X. So yeah, I got a bone to pick with you too, Elon. Y'all gotta start giving y'all just due. That's all I got to say. But yeah, that's my tangent. Y'all can go ahead.
But
The word America comes from the word America is the word Africa.
Stop it.
Hey man, who said that? Who said that goofy behind John Burke? Africa, man, the name Africa don't even come from Africa. What are you talking about, bro?
Well, it is. The prefix.
Man, it's Greek. Like what the,
Descendants of
like
the
what
galaxy on
what?
that one.
Send that boy to the gulag, bro. Whoa, what that man talking about, bro? Like, God,
Did he say America came from Africa? Is
he
that
said
what he said?
America came from Africa, bro.
Yo, that shit. Hold on, that shit don't even come from Americo Vespucci, like they say. That shit-
Even his original name. He changed his name after coming over here.
It sure ain't his name. His name
He
is
changed his name after he
Alberto.
went to Peru. He changed his
name-
name after he came. Man, this man, come on, bro.
America
Come
wasn't
on,
even
bro.
America wasn't even Spanish until after he passed. They added that to the Spanish language after he passed, yo. Amerigo.
That's just like when they be talking about the whole Virginia thing, when they were talking about the what's it, the 20-odd African
the 20-odd
Americans,
Negroes,
and
but
then
it
they
was,
said Negro, then before that it was men of
cannibals.
bronze. You know what I'm saying? They were Indian women. Like, come on, bro. They
Yeah,
think folks stupid, bro.
they're calling them 20-odd cannibal Negroes.
But we all know them were Indians. Like, come
But
on,
here's
bro.
this spicy meatball here with
I can
Amy
assure
Ashwood.
you, I can assure you, I know exactly who the hell my granddaddy is. I know exactly. I don't know about them other 19 odd Negroes, but I know my nigga. His mama Indian and his daddy from the House of Savoy. And I think I try to argue that.
So here's a spicy meatball wife. Amy Ashwood doxed his own love life in a book in her own memoirs. And
Hey, yo.
reappears in Negro with a Hat. And so she says that he had a love affair with a Spanish Irish heiress when he was having his hot boy summer in London.
Hey, yo. Now the YT? He's
Yes,
with the YT?
He had that jungle fever. He's got jungle fever. They got jungle
Hey, yo.
fever. They're in love.
I never heard this before. That's crazy.
I mean, he is Irish. I mean,
Yeah.
Yeah.
So this was going on when he was trying to groom his aristocratic teenage wife when she was a young girl and he was like a 30-year-old man. He was messing with this YT woman up in London at the time, and he was engaged to her. But once he met Amy Ashwood in Jamaica, he had to cut things off with this woman. And like years later, after they divorced, she doxed his own romantic relationships and notes, love letters to this YT woman, and published it in her own book.
Wow. He had to cut off his snow bunny.
Yep. That's the main thing. What we got to deal with these pan goofies. They always talk about nation building, right?
Send me that shit, Tyrone. I got shit. You should have told me that. You got me more ammo to troll, yo.
Oh, a song? You gonna write a Jungle Fever song?
I don't know. I might troll somebody some way. Like, you already put it in the song. Fuck Dr. Umar. I'm addicted to that snow bunny cooch. Yo, because a lot of these, because Dr. Umar, like, yo, a lot of these Pan Africans be laid up with white girls. Like, come on, bro. Like that. What's that dude?
Bro, you supposed to get with Umfufu in the bush. I thought that was the #1 rule.
You gotta send me that shit, because you know that dude, Big Bro the Legend, he got me blocked, right? He had a picture posted up with a YT girl. Like, come on, bro. I ain't never laid with one. I'm gonna tell you all that now. I ain't never laid with one. I ain't never been intimate with one. Right? All I've dealt with was melanated women. Well, they all the American African group, no. But all of them American, no. But yeah, I'll let you know. Like, all I dealt with was melanated women. Only I had two girlfriends that were like African, but other than that, I ain't messing with nobody that wasn't melanated. But yeah, that shit crazy. And I was Pan-African at one point, but a lot of these Pan-African folks, they be laying up with YT girls, yeah. and gonna tell us we need to go back there. Like I literally seen somebody like this bar is not a joke in the goddamn song. Like I literally seen a video. It was a YT woman at a goddamn RBG Ibrahim Toure march. They're marching for Ibrahim Toure. There's a YT woman there marching with an RBG flag, yo. Like I'm not making this shit up. I'm not. So I was like marching with a Becky and RBG. They was marching with a Becky and an RBG.
So the next slide I got, it says Marcus Garvey's views on race were complex and contradictory. While he's considered a Pan-Africanist, his ideology also included aspects of Black nationalism and separatism, leading to the clashes with other prominent figures like W.E.B. Du Bois, who was the real Pan-Africanist because he chose to die in Ghana, whereas Garvey chose to die in London. Some of his historical accounts portray Garvey as a colorist, expressing negative views about lighter-skinned Black people, even though he was chasing a Becky, while he also engaged with white racists, including the Ku Klux Klan, suggesting a complex and sometimes contradictory relationship with both white supremacists and Black identity. Here's a breakdown of the key points: Pan-Africanism and Black nationalism. Garvey championed Pan-Africanism, advocating for the unity and liberation of people of African descent. He also embraced Black nationalism, emphasizing the importance of Black pride and self-reliance, copying off of Booker T. Washington, but he evades using his message for allying with white people. So colorism. Some historians interpret Garvey's writings and actions as exhibiting colorism and prejudice against lighter-skinned Black people. He seemingly believed that those lighter skinned were more likely to align with interests, potentially betraying the Black community. Relationship with the white races. Garvey engaged with the Ku Klux Klan, seeking financial support for his ambitions, plans, and including the Black Star Line. This led to criticism from other prominent figures like Du Bois, who promoted racial integration. Contradictory views. Garvey's actions and rhetoric were not always consistent. While he promoted Black unity and pride, he also engaged with white racists and expressed discriminatory views about lighter-skinned Black people. Intellectual differences.
But you swirling. That's crazy. You looking down on lighter skinned melanated people, but you swirling. What you think you gonna create, nigga? Like what?
And that never made sense to me at all. I'm not even gonna lie. When all them pan goofies would say that dumb behind jump, bro. But y'all want light skinned and chilling. That shit weird, bro. That shit weird.
It's like that scenario off of don't be a menace while drinking your apple juice in the hood, something like that, where the guy pointing out to the sister saying, "Oh, could you point that milk of magnesia white girl over there for me?"
But yeah,
my milk of magnesia.
They're that mean for sure, bro. But intellectual differences with Du Bois. Garvey's focus on grassroots and mobilization and economic self-reliance contrasted with W.E.B. Du Bois, emphasized on intellectual leadership and collective progress through education and advocacy, like the talented Tim, and becoming athletes and entertainers. It was a complex blend of Pan-Africanism, Black nationalism, and potentially colorism, leading to both support and criticism within and outside the Black community. His controversial relationship with white races further complicated his legacy.
Hey, ask some Pan-Africans who started Pan-Africanism. They can't never answer
that. I give it to Prince. I think Prince Hall, honestly. That's my answer. But
so who started Pan-Africanism? That was started by the
Melville J. Herskovits.
Not just him. No, not Melville Herskovits. It was not Boaz. It was started by the Royal Geographical Society in London, aka the African Association. And none of them people were Black. These were your Charles Darwins, Joseph Banks, Francis Galton and all them.
So yeah, all the small hats. That's who
No,
started
not
it, the
small hats. These are straight up European, Anglo-Saxon European people. Though.
Francis Galton is a small hat. It's all the small hats. Melville J.
All of them
Huskovich,
are
all the
small
small
hats.
hats.
All of
That
them are
shit.
small hats.
Small
Every
hats,
last
and
one of
then
them are
Yeah,
small
they
hats.
all German. They all came from Germany.
Melville
they German.
Herskovich, he is too.
You know, a lot of them didn't
He
even
was
come. A lot of
from
them are just Africans. You got to remember, all of these are Afrikaners. All of them.
Mm-hmm.
They're not from Europe. They're not from these. They invaded these spots. All right. You got to remember, we were melanated everywhere. These dudes are all small hats. Small hats is the ones who's doing everything.
I won't say all that.
You know how I say
Yeah,
Jacob and Esau was brothers, man.
I was about to say, but yeah, the one like with the small hat, they got melanated ones, you got pale ones, right? Like yeah, they come and the the melanated ones, the ones that start with A, they're of Germanic descent, right? Because they got a whole ethnic breakdown of them. But the one people that really got the most tangible shit with us in America, goddamn Mormons. They got what's tangible to us. The goddamn Mormons. And who they the
The
descendants
world's
of.
records. They got the
Exactly.
world's records, not just
See?
ours.
See, exactly. Goddamn Mormons. Right? And guess who they the descendants of? Look at the first name, what they goddamn name. And then that top are named who runs every fucking thing, right? Or they put it in the goddamn document. Everything ties back to the goddamn black nobility. The CIA, the government, yeah, they tied everything back to the black nobility. They already said this shit, right? That's why you see the Pope and all these, because the Straw Hats, they ain't got no more money. They ain't got more money than the Vatican. The Vatican is the most profited entity in the goddamn world. And then with that being said, above the Vatican, it's the nobility. Because Christianity is still the most dominant religion in the world. If you think about it, there's another J people that people never talk about. They never talk about these certain J people, and they get to go off because people are blaming stuff on other J people.
They end with the it. They end with the it.
Right. I'm like, come on now.
Got more money than a lot of motherfuckers too.
Yeah,
Them
the richest.
motherfuckers.
Yeah, the Rothschilds, they running out of money. The Rothschilds is running out of money. The richest family in the world is the people that started Walmart. The Walls, like whatever their name is, but the people that started Walmart, they're the richest family in the world.
The Waltons?
Yeah, the Waltons. They're the richest family in the world.
Yeah, they are. The Waltons are the richest family in the world. They make billions. They got Walmarts in Japan and Africa.
Yeah, the Waltons, the Rothschilds is running out of money. They about to not be a factor soon. Because guess what? When people build up wealth, it ends up running out. Some families end up running out of wealth. They're not gonna hold on to that long, so they're gonna transfer it to other people eventually, right? We talk about small hats. They about to transfer that shit to people we consider third world countries. It's always about a transfer. Like nobody stays in power like we think for so long, and even they're Johnny come latelys to the shit because they didn't really get power to the 1900s, right? So with that being said, they created all this shit just for a new people to be built up. So they gotta build up new people and things like that so they can pass that shit on. That's how it's been going since the Europeans came in contact with the goddamn world. They infiltrate, they build up and pass down different shit to keep the keep shit flowing. And if it's not third world countries, they pass.
Facts. Let me start with my illustration. How y'all like my illustration I did?
Oh, you made that?
Yeah.
Shit, let's make a comic book. I was about to say, let's make a comic book for shit I can write.
Oh, for real?
Yeah.
Man, well, slide me your information, your email, bro. We can work on a comic book, bro. I'm still,
for sure.
I still haven't even finished my dang comic book I was supposed to put out like years ago because everybody.
Where that other comic book at?
I was about to say we
Been
need
drawn for years.
Yeah, this is what we need. We need more creators, more writers. As they like we can make intellectual
For
property.
Cynthia Erivo play Storm in the next goddamn Avengers. So yeah, can I get my little Phoenix cartoon back, Tyrone? Yes.
Oh yeah.
But yeah, just I'll send you my email. Like, yeah, we could we need more creators, man. Like, and especially on the American Indians, like we need more creators. Like, see, Cassie says she write too. I write. Shit, that's how y'all think I made these goddamn songs. I can write. But yeah, like we can make like some. Like, I got dope ass ideas. Yeah, that too. I got dope ass. I got ideas that's out of worldly. And I sent you the Discord too.
Like you to do something with like Wonder Woman. She's supposed to be from the Amazon, right?
Thanks.
Right. So I would love to see you do an indigenous Wonder Woman or something like that. You know what I'm saying?
I have a few ideas that I've been working on my own. Like, well, I can't give out the name yet, but it's a puppet show in the Jim Henson style, and the first season is going to be Muskogean language, and it's themed around it's basically Black American culture and Indigenous American culture, but it's shown in the lens through Black American style culture, you know. But it teaches Indigenous language, but it's a comedy show for all ages, and it includes adult crude humor and makes fun of like those PBS and Nick Juniors and Disney Juniors and kid shows like that. And I have another idea that I'm cooking up. It's gonna be like a video game or a movie script. Actually, it's gonna be a homage to one of those Shaw Brother movies called Heroes of the East, but this one is going to be Heroes American warriors and African warriors, martial arts styles, and it's going to ask the question, what if they did bring Africans here? What would the landscape look like? What would the technology look like? What would the artisan craftsmanship or whatever, what would that look like? And it goes on to show like different weapon styles, martial arts styles, architecture, language, and stuff like that. And it's the video game idea is in that same realm. It's an open world game meets those Muso games from Koei Tecmo. It's like Samurai Warriors or Dynasty Warriors in a way, and it's called Warriors. That's the idea that I'm going to make. And I'm going to design each character, and it's going to be based off of like different like eras of Aboriginal American heroes throughout time, and it also plays into that Asian DLC stuff because they were bringing over those Asians as slaves, and Toyotomi Hideyoshi would have been like a DLC character because he offered Asian slaves over here. That's one of my ideas that I wanted to cook up.
Yeah, for sure. I got so much. I was like, I gotta finish writing my book because I gotta finish writing my book because I'm writing a book about like our ancient creation stories, like basically making the Bible out of that, and things like that. So our ancient creation stories and religions, and making a Bible out of that. I got finished. I got finished. I'm almost finished the first chapter. I wanted to have it out by this year, but I'll probably just push it back to next year, like next summer and stuff like that. Like I'm writing the book. See, yo, that make me verify myself again. Man, fuck TikTok. It really? Are you serious? Hold on.
Really?
Yes, they make me verify myself right now.
Them haters is that you know what they doing? They reporting, cousin.
Yeah, they try to report my first live. I try to upload one of the highlights of my live, and I probably said the W.
No, they're really trying to shut down my live, yo. I got 5 minutes. They're just making shapes. Like I'm matching the shapes with each other, right? And they're not confirming it. Like they real live trying to get this live brought down. See, because Mike Dance, this is shit I'm talking about. I'm about to report this to my agent. This is shit I'm talking about. You see, they stay trying to fuck with me on all social media platforms. X, they shadow ban me every other fucking week, right? On X. They got me doing this goofy ass shit on my live stream. You know I'm a fucking human, TikTok. You can see me talking. Y'all literally, I'm gonna bring this shit up again. Y'all literally had me, y'all literally had AI bots. Niggas acting like Miles Morales. This woman acting like a goddamn menu screen character. And y'all want to verify that I'm human? Man, fuck. But yeah, that shit's annoying. Like y'all literally have racists run around on this fucking app. Y'all don't do shit, right? Y'all promote like all these apps. Y'all don't do shit about racist people. Y'all don't do shit about people that's actually disrespectful.
Heck, new
and all this.
The other day I saw breastises on the platform.
Exactly. Y'all do all this. People can literally show they private parts on this goddamn app, and y'all don't do shit. But let me speak about some real shit. I've been on this live stream for fucking 5 hours, right? Y'all want more creators, right? Y'all want people that are authentic, that are creative on your fucking platform, right? So you can make money. I'm making you money, TikTok. I make you a fucking salary of someone working a goddamn year. $40,000. I'll make you at least $40,000 off my fucking videos. That's someone's salary. Treat me like a fucking human being. Y'all do all this grimy shit because y'all want to censor folks, right? And y'all want to suck up to the president that's here right now because he's about to get fucking banned, right? They should have banned your ass, TikTok. They should have. If you want to treat the people that actually make you some shit, right? Like shit, then they should ban you. Huh? Or sell that shit to someone that actually treat their creators right. Fuck is we talking about? Y'all grimy as hell. Yeah, y'all grimy as hell. Y'all ban anybody for every fucking reason, right? Don't worry, I'm gonna talk to Lila about this. That's my agent. So I'm gonna talk to her. We got a whole like y'all trying to censor us for the littlest of shit. Cause you can't control your fucking platform. Y'all allow people to run rampant. Guess what? Y'all probably gonna rebrand soon, like, oh, this is a free speech platform. Y'all gonna loosen up, right? Because y'all want to hop on this conservative wavelength and suck. Oh, y'all want to suck dick to the next biggest political landscape, right? So next, guess what? In the near future, TikTok's gonna say they're a free speech platform. And guess what? When y'all finally say that goofy shit, y'all better pay me up. Yeah, that's for you, Bite Dance, because I know y'all are fucking watching. We can play these games. I've been saying this shit to y'all since 2020. We can play these games. I'm here for my just due. That's why I'm back on your musty ass platform. Because I'm here for my just due pay up. There we go. Back to the regularly scheduled program. I'll be back, y'all.
Okay, cousin, it's okay, and we understand. It's a shame. I'm sorry, cousin. I was going to say my first time going live on here. Do you know they lied? They reported my live. I don't even smoke cigarettes, so they do some weird stuff over here on TikTok that I've never even seen them do on X, and we know how it's wild over there too. But It's crazy. Up sources. They let these other people have these lives going for hours and talking all this weird, crazy stuff about talking about, and they don't even have no primary sources. I'm sorry, Cousin Phoenix. Go ahead. Okay.
Oh man, but yeah, I'm back. Oh, Slave, I didn't know that was you, Slave Boat Hunter.
Y'all
That
have
was
a
Slave.
good night, though.
Yeah, you have a good night, Phoenix. Hey, what's up?
Good night.
Yeah, peace. Dang, yeah, I ain't seen you on Twitter in a minute. I don't blame you for not being on Twitter. But yeah, this shit crazy. Like, yeah, they want to do all this. Like, they want to go to the further extents that people saying some shit that actually fucking matters, right? But y'all ain't got no problem with all of the dinner shit on your fucking app. Like, come on, dude.
Talking
Yeah, I
about
could.
call the BIA and putting people in handcuffs for telling the truth.
Yeah, y'all. Y'all
prosecuted.
Yeah, y'all letting folks threaten us. Y'all literally letting folks threaten us with lawsuits and calling ICE on and getting us deported from our homelands, right? But yeah, you letting them niggas run around. But I gotta verify that I'm a fucking human. Yeah, I ain't even said shit. That a great. Well, never mind. I probably disrespected a few folks earlier, but I ain't really said no shit that would threaten anybody, right? I ain't said or that would harass somebody, right? That will bully somebody, right? Y'all literally took down a fucking video of me spreading information. Spreading information about something that's significant to our people, right? Significant to the people in Louisiana. This is significant to the people that's in Iberville. Something significant to them, right? Y'all literally took that y'all took that post down. I didn't even say nothing crazy. I said, oh, the person that started this plantation is connected to these people. Literally, Pocahontas and Thomas Jefferson in Virginia, they were labeled as some of the first colonizing families in Virginia, the Randolph family, who I'm actually related to. I'm related to the Randolphs. I'm talking about my family too and what they did in Louisiana. Nothing egregious. That's our ancestors. Exactly. Folks that connected to my ancestors and what they did in Louisiana. Y'all had a problem with that. And y'all said, y'all didn't even give me a reason why I violated it. I had to appeal that shit for it to be back up. And guess what? After you appeal something and it is restored, they're going to shadow ban the post. They're going to shadow ban the post. I know how your algorithm works, TikTok. I've been on here for 5 years. Y'all update it every year. Social media platforms update their algorithm every year, and they update it to keep people certain messages out of it. I already know the play because back in 2020, when I first got on here, anybody can fucking blow up on here. People that took my format style of making videos. And guess what? They're all fucking viral, right? But a person that was trendsetting with the shit in 2-3 years to get past 44,000 followers, I had to start going live again for me to get my followers up because y'all refuse to push my content in the fucking algorithm on the regular timeline, the For You page. Y'all refuse to do that shit. Oh, I gotta wait till I gotta start hopping on live consistently to get past 44,000 followers. And y'all let any and everybody, literally any and everybody get hundreds of thousands. I'm gonna at least do 100,000 followers on here. At least that, right? That's the least y'all could do, right? Because when I first started out on this platform, I got 10K in 2 weeks. I had 10,000 followers in 2 weeks when I first got on this platform. And y'all want to slow my momentum down. For what? For what? You want to refuse to make money? And Twitter's doing the same shit. Y'all want to slow down my follower count for what? Take away followers because I'm making your goofy ass platform some money. Huh? Where the fuck they do that? What business doesn't want to make money? People like the shit we talking about. People are liking the shit that we talk about, and y'all refuse to make fucking money. That where the fuck they do that at?
Because I don't even think that they're in the business of truth. They're in the business of mind control. That's first and foremost. We got to remember this with the psychotronic technologies, just like movies, for example, or the media that they put out. They always have to put a agenda before they actually tell the actual story. Like, say, for example, you got like these movies that want to put out some LGBT messaging in it, or these fake diversity quotas that want to get people of colors in these seats to watch these films. But at the end of the day, it doesn't really give anyone empowerment. It's just put there to send a type of message. Like, for example, Star Wars: The Force Awakens. They marketed that Finn character to get people hyped about a black male character that's in bait and switch people to see this YT woman be the main character.
Right. Yeah, if it's all dark and crashing out. Yeah, I'm not going these goddamn tangents, but shit, something gotta be said. I'm not here to be treated like shit. The only reason I'm really back on here consistently because of shit. My agent said it's a possibility to make a nice amount of money on this goddamn app, right? And guess what? I'm here for my just due. I'm here for my goddamn just due. I was making I had millions of views and shit when I first started out on here. I'm here for my just due. Y'all paying everybody else. Y'all paying everybody else, right? I'm here to get paid. ByteDance. That's why I'm your musty ass platform. And I obviously I enjoy the people that's on here too as well, obviously. Because I want to be on here. I actually like being on TikTok. It's more refreshing. It's a breath of fresh air than being on Twitter Spaces. It's real diverse on here. We got a lot of diverse thought patterns on here. We might have some Caribbeans in here. We might have some Africans in here. We might have some YT people in here. We might have some Moors in here. We might have some Hebrew Israelites in here. And guess what? It's diverse thought patterns on here, diverse perspectives on here, right? This is diverse people want to talk about, people coming together and talking and being intellectual that have different point of views, right? We all don't even have the same point of views as Americans, right? But yeah, guess what? That's why I'm on your musty ass platform, TikTok. If not, I wouldn't have gave a fuck to be here.
That's a fact.
I went 2 years without being on TikTok, really went like 2 years because how they were fucking treating me. I deserve to be treated better if I'm going to be on your platform. What's up, Dig? And I'm about to wrap this up soon because I might be here ranting till like 3 a.m.
I feel like Black Americans do hate the fact that they African.
Wow, so
because they out here talking about they Indian and shit.
How's that a sign of self-hate?
Why would you want to be something that you never was before?
How do you know we were never that before?
And then y'all sit here and make up lies about how
who's making up lies? Who?
You just said they putting in movies to where we have a false sense of hope.
Where you from, Dig? Where are you from?
I'm from New York.
Where your parents from?
They from New York.
Where your grandparents from?
They from New York too.
Where are your great grandparents from?
They from New York, bro.
Where your great grandparents? Where your 2 times greats from?
Everybody in my family from New York.
Dude, yo, where are your 2 times great grandparents from? Don't play these games with me. How far does your tree go back? Don't fucking know.
They might be from like Barbados.
He don't sound like a New Yorker.
They might be from Barbados. Are you Bayesian?
What you mean I don't sound like I'm from New York? How New Yorker sound?
like me.
Like
That's
you.
how New Yorkers sound, bro. That's how New Yorkers sound, bro.
Yeah, I'm
We
gonna let New
say
York
certain
handle
things,
this.
we speak certain ways. All right. I'm from Brooklyn. I'm from Brownsville, Brooklyn, bro. All right. So at the end of the day, what you talking, you saying all your people from New York.
I'm from
You from
Flatbush.
where?
I don't know what you
All
talking about.
right, that right there, he lying. He not from New York. He's either an African or a Jamaican.
Yo, I'm from fucking Flatbush and I'm from New
You
York.
no, you're not. No, exactly. You from Flatbush. That's where all the foreigners are in Brooklyn. All right, stop it.
What does that
Stop
mean, bro?
That's where all of you can tell by his accent. It's all you're from the island, bro. You're not from the city. All right, you're not from New York. So stop.
Damn.
I can tell. Like, I grew up from Brownsville, Brooklyn, and if you live in Flatbush, bro, you live right across the street from me, damn near. All right, once you cross into the 90s, all right, bro. Once you cross into the 90s, you're in Flatbush. All right, I'm from Brownsville. I just told you that, right? So why is you sitting here making it seem like you know that Flatbush in the 90s don't consist of all Caribbean?
It does not.
All island people, all people from different ethnic groups. That's the melting pot of Brooklyn. You're sitting here lying, saying you from New York. You are not from New York. I'm from New York. You hear my accent? You hear how I'm talking? That's New York.
How
right? The sisters there could actually vouch for it. They from New York too. All right. So at the end of the day, bro, you're lying.
I'm from New York City, bro. I don't know what you're talking about, bro.
But I heard Big Mac, whatever your name is, you tried to misconstrue what I just said about the movies. And we have court cases that prove that Black Americans are indigenous to this landmass, especially in the Carolinas and Virginia, especially up north too. Let's not play these games. We also got historical documents proving that non-African Black people were already in the Americas. I just showed a meme of a person that actually exists in real life that just debated y'all Pan-Africans. His name is David Eltis. He's the co-editor and founder of SlaveVoyages.com, the same one that Henry Louis Gates uses to say that how many slaves arrived in the United States. Well, he just got done having an interview with one of y'all Pan-Africanists named Teaching on the Go, right? It's on the channel we're more as in MOOR than Black. We are more than Black channel. And what happened on that show, he said that Black Americans were already in the Americas 20 to 30,000 years ago. So what are you talking about, dude? We even have the genetics that says that haplogroup L exists amongst haplogroup A2, which is the indigenous American marker. We even have the blood type, O positive, O negative, all types of stuff. So what are you talking about that we weren't Indians always?
Bro, those Black people that were here came from somewhere else, bro.
Yo, whatever, man. Whatever, man. Like I don't even hear his bullshit. I'm about to wrap this up because I do not want to hear the bullshit.
Why would you?
But
Even if they did, they
want
still
y'all to
wouldn't be
be that,
connected
like-
because they mixed in with other subhumans.
I'm gonna land
and also,
on that though.
Other migration people. What are you talking about?
Right.
They would no
but-
longer be African at that point. If you're cut off from Africa for thousands of years, heck, even 500 or 400 years, you wouldn't even be considered one of them people unless you got a connection to a tribe.
Matter, bro. Like, what do you like? That's not matter, bro.
It does
what
matter.
it is, y'all, is that this brother here,
the highest population of Black people is in Africa. Why would you believe that?
Bro, that don't mean anything.
That doesn't even make
All
sense.
right? Now, back to what I was saying. Okay? See, your problem is that you think Africa is the motherland. That's the first thing. All right? We go get that straight. We go get your mind straight on that. Africa is not the motherland. There's a place called Cairo, New York, right? Got the oldest forest in the world, right? The Mississippi River is called the father of waters because it was the original water source of the world, okay? So with that being said, both of those things are planted in America, okay? Everything that's talking about in your great Bible, okay? So with that being said, Digicom, all right, is Africa is a desolated land that can't feed nobody. Where are we gonna all eat at if we're there?
So you believe Africa was always like that?
It's not belief. That's truth. I don't have
It was
belief.
like that. It was just.
I go with facts. I'm from Brownsville, Brooklyn. I told you that already. We deal with facts.
I don't care about where you from. Just tell you from Brownsville. I don't give a fuck, nigga. The hell?
Okay. We you know not to go there. So we already know that. We already know that. We know that. Don't go there. Don't go there. All right, we on somebody's platform. Don't go there. All right. If you feel that way, you can take down my information and we can meet. Ain't no problem. You know that.
Yo,
you know we feel all the smoke. So all that you talking is crazy. All right, let's stay on the information now. Back to the information. Like I was saying, I'm not for the ball. I'm too old for it. All right. What I just gave you was facts. Look the stuff up. Stop going off your emotions and your feelings, bro. You came up here in an emotional state from the beginning. Don't do that. All right?
You
do not do that, bro. You came up here emotional. Don't do that. All right? You gotta come up here with facts. This is a factual platform. You come up here with facts. You don't come up here with rhetoric. All right? You said that all your people is from New York, but you have a Caribbean accent. Why is that?
What are you talking about? Like how?
Big man, did you do your genealogy? Yes or no? And don't bring up no DNA test. I'm talking about paper genealogy, things that you can verify.
Yeah, I did.
Okay, then how come Darvin asked you specific questions about where did your grandparents come from? Because they weren't in New York always. And that's not just
what it says
one particular grandparents. He's talking about both sides, on both sides of the family.
That's what it says on my genealogy, bro.
Either he was a man, don't play. Man, whatever, man. But I'm gonna wrap this up, y'all.
African, bro. Yeah, African American.
Man, shut your like. Why ain't you in Africa? Why are you in New York?
Facts.
We're not African.
Right.
Why ain't you in Africa? Why are you in New York?
And they made us stay here.
No, what's that?
We slow.
Yeah, which ancestor you already got off the boat? Bro. Which one your ancestors?
I wish our ancestors could come back and slap fire out all of y'all.
Man, you ain't.
That's how you know they'll tell them.
They slap the shit out you.
Y'all restarted, bro. No funny. Y'all restarted.
Man, they will slap the shit out you before any of us. You can't even name them, nigga. They'll bop you upside your head. They should bop you upside your head tonight, nigga, for being stupid on TikTok. But yeah, I'm gonna wrap this up, y'all. Y'all, thank y'all for coming through. So next, man, y'all, ain't nobody in TPs. Not your ancestors. Your ancestors need to ring you up by the fucking neck, by the fucking neck, and wash your mouth out with some. And why,
Got Musty in here real quick, cousin. Chapisa la chique, love you.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, love y'all. Until next, hold on 1 second. And to all you musty niggas, y'all need some tussy. Y'all need some.
All the ashy footness coming out of him, right? Yeah, all the African coming out now, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, all the ashy.
Go
all of the ashy foot information is he starting to spill now. That's fucking real language. Talk your real spill.
Ain't nobody musty over here. My shirt ain't even musty. It ain't even dingy. Shut your you dusty foot ass bitch. Yo, you don't even know your grandparents. Shut your dusty foot ass up. I don't give a fuck if you from New York.
Go pick my coconuts off the coconut tree, nigga.
Yeah.
All these dusty ass coconut niggas, bro.
Yeah, exactly. Fuck your
Mr.
mama.
Tallyman coming.
Are you there? Are you listening? Drop off. Are you there? Are you still in the garden?
You finna answer to Miriam?
Are you playing in the darkness now?
Yes, me too.